to get in touch with Fanatic. I tried. I sent him the Fanatic's Discord information, but I tried. I sent
Testing, testing, testing. How do I sound? Testing, testing, testing. How do I sound? I think I sound okay. Testing, testing, testing. How do I sound? I think I sound okay. Testing, testing, testing.
I DM'd her. Yeah, we'll see. Might
Well,
be just us, Bob. So
I talk a lot, so if you're missing people to talk a lot,
we'll be good with this. Even just this setup, it'll be good. It'll be an interesting conversation. You guys know the drill. You've all been on my show before. I'll introduce a topic. I'll say hi to my guests, and then we'll kick it off. And yeah, you guys ready?
I am, yeah.
Okay, let me do this. Okay. Hello, and welcome to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. How's everyone's Memorial Day weekend? I hope it's good. We got a lot going on today, gang. We got an excellent group for you. We have one more coming. Carissa should be here hopefully soon. And then we'll just slaughter in when she gets here. But today we're going to be talking, right? First of all, I hope my audio is okay. If it's not, please let me know. But we're going to be talking today about dating, modern relationships, gender roles, and hookup culture. What are we doing right as a society? What are we doing wrong? What could we do better? Let's find out. Nice to see all of you. Parallax, Ride With Me, Nair Socks, Jenny, Testy Johnson, Sad Kit Kat. Did I miss anyone? I don't think I did. Hello, welcome in. Sit back and let's get this going. So, we're going to start, right, with Lactoid. What's wrong with today's dating pool, Lactoid?
I mean, a couple things, a bunch of things. But yeah, hookup culture is bad. It leads to demonstrably bad effects. It's linked with poor mental health and also contributes to infidelity, just flat out. And I mean, yeah, that's I think the biggest challenge that we have to overcome right now.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. And gang, most of my guests are last minute replacements, so please bear with us today. We had a lot of cancellations, but we'll get it done. Katie, what are your thoughts here?
I think it's really weird the way that Twitch will fixate on hookup culture and is like not really engaging with the fact that most people don't end up in long-term relationships through those things as much anymore. Like hookup culture is for hookups. And if you're looking for something different, you probably would look for other avenues, although a lot of people do match up on Tinder and stuff. But even on Tinder or any like apps, you do signal to people if you're looking to hook up or if you're looking for something more long term, and the interactions that you have following that are very different. So I get that a lot of conservatives in this place are really like super hyped about talking about hookup culture, but there's more to talk about to modern dating than just hookup culture.
And we'll get into it as we go. There are more things, and I'm curious what you think is the most important focus. We'll see as we go. Last but certainly not least for now, Ziku, please.
I think the ultimate problem that we have is people don't really date to form families. They date to feel good about themselves. It's a lot about pleasure. It's a lot about what makes me feel good, what makes me look good. A lot of people are real stuck on the surface. They're really stuck on just like how people look and how people act on the outside. But no one really kind of understands that ultimately a relationship is selfless. It's not selfish, right? Like if I'm coming in to meet a young lady, the purpose is for me to help her life be better, right? And in turn, she wants my life to be better. So it's two people trying to help each other rather than one person trying to use another person. And I think that it's just ultimately lost. We treat people like objects instead of like human beings.
And with that, let's get into it. Um,
Can I
Katie,
respond?
yeah, you may. I was going to ask you a question, but go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused because like you're starting out with the assumption that people are going out to that they should be dating for the sake of starting families, and that's not necessarily something a priority that everyone has. I mean, it's also fine that
That's
someone
the
has the
problem.
priority of like not looking for that and then eventually deciding to change their modus operandi or something like that. But I personally don't think I think that we've treated people like objects even before hookup culture. Like you only need to look at the 50s or 40s or 30s to know that women were looked
I'd
at
love to
as
talk
objects
about
in
the
a way.
50s.
So,
Well,
so
here's my problem, right? Like we look at young men as objects too, and a lot of people don't stop and
yes,
really consider that. What makes a man like attractive to women? Oftentimes it's his utility. He's not the end unto himself. It's what can he give her, right? How much money does he have? How attractive he is? What type of like sparks or feelings he makes her feel? It's not him. Like he's not the person that needs to be cared for and taken care of. It's all the things he can give. So the reality is, again, we're treating each other like objects. But to go back to the first thing you said, again, I think the problem is the fact that like we're not trying to form families, right? Like we're not trying to date each other because we care. We try to date each other because it's fun, so to speak. And
you
the
can
things
care
that you
without
pick,
wanting to form a family.
but that
That's what I'm
you
saying.
the problem is people don't. Even if you say they can, they're not. So let's address why aren't they then?
I think you can form families without caring. I think
Well,
if you
no,
ever
and that's the
ask
problem
people,
unto
what?
itself. I think that's a huge. You're right. You can form families without caring. You can literally just be, as we are saying in the hookup culture, hook up with a bunch of women, maybe even hook up with one woman. Have a bastard child, and then not want to raise them, and then just leave. That's a
I
problem.
don't. So my point is that I understand that. Like, don't get me wrong. I have my critiques of hookup culture, but I don't feel like um, people who didn't want to focus on like creating meaningful bonds, whether they're doing hookups or whether they're looking for a family, they're still looking to extract something. So I don't think this is something that hookup culture created. I think that it's like much bigger than I think hookup culture is just a symptom of the society that we currently live in.
Yeah,
Is
sure.
my point.
I wanted to ask a question to you, Katie, to kind of maybe on the same kind of train of thought, so it won't derail us too much. You mentioned like that people don't need to prioritize families and things like that. And I'm curious, not just to you, but to the panel as well. Do we think that the kind of nuclear family, traditional family, is that a good thing? Should we as a society promote that, or should we move away, evolve from it, and kind of just allow people to kind of form other types of relationships?
Or
What's our thoughts here? Or yeah,
or the third option is we promote people making their own decisions in terms of what is important to them. And then if your value is a nuclear family, you can chase that. And if your value is living in a multi-generational household, you can do that. And if your value is to die a virgin or to die swimming in pussy, you can do that. And everyone can make their own life choices. You
Well,
know?
everyone's gonna do that regardless. That kind of goes without saying. The question is, like, do we set up
No,
a
I
social
mean push
environment
that
where you? That's
societally.
what I'm saying. Like, the long and short of it is, people are gonna make their own choices no matter what they do. But the ultimate question is, like, should we guide them in one direction, give them the tools, or do we just
Yes, and
let
my
them
point is
figure
no.
it all out? So you don't think so? I disagree. I think that
well, I
the
wanna hear what Lactoid says. Things real quick. I want to get him in a
Sure.
little bit.
Yeah. So I guess the question really is, and all this data is widely available. Why wouldn't we want to discourage behavior that leads to bad outcomes, and why wouldn't we want to encourage behavior that leads to good outcomes?
Because
The
I
data's
believe in
in.
freedom of
Well,
choice.
I understand, and we can believe in freedom of choice, but in the same way
Mhm.
that I might defend your right to go, buy cigarettes and smoke, I might also say, hey, smoking cigarettes is linked to XYZ bad outcome. You're probably better off if you don't do it. The same thing is true with
Mhm.
sexual promiscuity and hookup culture, right? We know like a number of data points that are just irrefutable. 2-parent households are better than single-parent households.
We know correlations. We don't know causations. With all due respect.
Okay. I suppose this is the weakness of all data. All right, but we have strong.
No.
We have studies. We have studies.
Causal relations to cigarettes, and we don't have causal relations to hookup culture and promiscuity. So there's quite a big difference.
Well, I haven't even said what the correlations are yet. So it
doesn't matter. They're not causal, so it's not cigarettes.
All right, I'll let people come to their own conclusions then. But there has been a lot of studies that indicates a causal relationship between number of sexual partners and prevalence of HIV and other STDs. Obviously, there have been a number of studies that correlate mental illness, specifically anxiety and depressive disorders, with number of sexual partners, lifetime substance abuse. There's been a number of studies that the more sexual partners you have, the more likely it is you're going to develop a substance abuse disorder. Literally, in terms of economic opportunity loss, in terms of like almost on every single metric, like being promiscuous is bad for you. It doesn't lead to good outcomes for your life.
Quick question. The thing where if you're sexually promiscuous, you are more likely to have mental illness. Is that like a causal link or a correlative link? Because if it's correlative, you can't say what causes the other. That's my point. More likely is not accurate.
So it could be, yeah. So it could be that it's simply correlative and that there's no indication of repeated emotional attachments not having any negative mental health impact, that all these mental health issues were present beforehand. But by the way, even if that is the case, that at the very least, I think provides a indicator for people to care about, right? Because if I want to avoid somebody who is, potentially an issue, number of sex partners, that could be at least somewhat of a barometer of, oh, fuck, this person's like kind of somebody I don't want to entangle myself with.
Same as like poverty or being a survivor of sexual abuse in childhood or a lot of things, And if you want to be that kind of person, that's how you filter people out, then go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm curious though. So while it's true that I can only show correlative when it comes to all the mental health issues and the substance abuse issues and all the plenty of other ailments that come with having a number of sexual partners, including, by the way, infidelity. Infidelity is also directly linked. The more sexual partners you have over your lifetime, the more likely you are to cheat on your spouse, and the less likely you are to be happy in your marriage.
That's not causal, again.
So, you're right. You're right. Again, my question for you, though, is STDs. There is a causal link there. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah, probably. That makes sense, right?
Why would we want to encourage behavior that leads to more STDs? Or at the very least, shouldn't we discourage behavior that leads to more STDs?
Well, there are a lot of behaviors that lead to STDs, right? So
that doesn't answer the question.
We should discourage all of them.
I need more than one. I need more than like one half a sentence to answer, though.
Please,
is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
You have space.
So I think that I care about freedom, and there are ways that we can reduce STDs without being super weird and judgy about the societal pressures that we put on people. The same way that there are like clean needle programs for drug addicts, and that could be an interesting comparison to make if you want to go there. But I think there are ways like education and free access to preventative, like safe sex that do obviously lead to a reduction in STDs. So the solution cannot simply be, well, that leads to more STDs, so let's discourage this socially. We
can do both.
From that too. Yeah, exactly. Why can't we also encourage monogamy?
Exactly.
Because I don't believe in encouraging monogamy socially, right? So that's why not.
So what do you want to encourage, if I may ask? If we can't encourage monogamy, what do you want to encourage?
As I said, I want to encourage people making their own decisions.
So you don't really have any like standard or anything. You say just go do whatever you want.
Yeah, if you want to be monogamous, most people are going to be monogamous anyway. I just don't see why we have to socially stigmatize other people who want to have other types of lives.
I want to ask that just real quick. I'm curious. You made it. Most people are going to be monogamous anyway. I don't know if that's actually true. I don't know
is,
even people. There,
unfortunately.
there are serial monogamists out there, right? People who are
Mhm.
monogamous with one person, then they're monogamous with another person, then they're monogamous with another person. Is that monogamy? I don't know.
Yes,
But
it's monogamy.
No.
So when you say, when you
Such
guys
bullshit.
mean monogamy, you don't actually mean monogamy. You mean like entering into a long-term relationship from a potentially young age until like the end of your life. That's what you
I
mean.
mean,
should be the
sure, that's
goal.
the hope. Yeah, that would be the hope.
Okay.
Obviously, unforeseen things happen. The person might break up with you, you break up with them. But the hope is that it's a long-term relationship.
I wanted to ask a question
Yes.
that was dodged before. Katie, explain to me why we could not encourage safe sex. If the goal is to reduce incidences of STDs, why not encourage safe sex and also encourage monogamy?
Oh, as I said, I didn't dodge it at all. I'm fine with encouraging safe sex because that's not shaming people for making other life choices. And encouraging monogamy is saying that one option is better than the other, but it's a moral claim.
That's what we're doing when it comes to
Hold on,
encouraging safe sex. We're saying fucking without a condom is worse than fucking with a condom.
To be
Yes.
fair,
We're
And you
stigmatizing
realize-
raw sex,
and-
right?
And lactoid, I get that for you, it's the same thing. That's why you compared it to cigarettes
Smoking,
earlier. But with all due respect, you believing in monogamy is not the same as us understanding that STDs hurts your health. So the comparison you're making there, I understand that for you it's like exactly the same, but it's not for people who don't glorify monogamy or don't subscribe to it.
okay.
The
So here's my
CDC recommends monogamy.
Well, hold on. Why isn't monogamy
Okay.
superior to the alternative paths?
Why isn't it
'Cause
superior
I
to
could
the
probably tell
alternative
you.
paths?
Yeah, I could tell you why it's superior, but I want to know why you don't. think
And
it's
don't worry,
superior.
Katie, I got a teammate for you pumping in soon here.
Yeah,
so.
I want.
Don't worry, I'm not
I don't want to double team.
I
do
understand.
want
No,
that.
just to balance the discussion.
Please
a little
double
bit.
team. Monogamy is not my style anyway. Okay, you can double team.
I got
not
the
touching
sense.
that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So why
No,
is
I'm just letting you know
superior?
we're going to have a replacement guest. Today's been a day. Just real quick, if I may, like as a tangential aside, so many people have ditched on me today. I don't know what it is, right? But today's the day where everyone decides to last minute ditch me. But thankfully, I have wonderful, wonderful people willing to fill in last minute, and I thank you for it. And we're going to be joined by yet another one of those very soon. So,
Wick, they're not loyal, just like most people dating in today's dating culture, and
Case
that's
in point,
part of the
no
problem.
honor.
That's true. That's
no
true.
honor. No honor, man.
Yeah. Back in the days when hookup culture didn't exist, it was known that people didn't cheat at all. That's exactly what happened.
But we still didn't encourage.
We should discourage cheating too.
We all know
Yes.
bad things are going to happen, but that
That's
doesn't
not
mean
the point
that
that you made, though.
But here's the thing,
Sorry.
though, like the logical response shouldn't be, well, people will do it anyway, so let it go. The point is to have some type of goal or standard to strive for, and to have some type of punishment or discouragement. Because let's be real,
That's
if
not
you
what I
have,
said,
but
though.
hold on, but here's the thing, though, like if you had any obligation that you asked for, even if it isn't just a relationship, just anything, right? You say, I need you to come at my house at like 11 o'clock, and the person didn't. That would frustrate you, right? You'd be annoyed. Well, think about the fact that you bind your life to someone and they decide, well, I'm going to have sex with someone else and then get impregnated and they have to raise their child. Let's just go to that extreme. That's
I'm
obviously
not
gonna,
really sure
already
you're.
be painful to you.
I'm not sure why you think I'm encouraging adultery. Like,
Well,
I don't know how to
thing is-
engage with this.
But you're not really encouraging anything. What I'm saying is that there is a superiority to
No,
monogamy.
okay,
right?
so listen,
That's what I'm
I get-
explaining.
Okay, just
Yeah.
give Katie some space, and then I want to get Victard in here. So, Katie,
I get
go ahead.
I get that for you, when I say I want to promote people making their own choices, that's promoting nothing. But I genuinely believe in freedom of choice, and I genuinely believe in adults being able to do what they need to do to reach whatever decisions they want to make about their life choices and lifestyles. So I don't know why we need to stigmatize certain things when
I just gave you an example.
when the data that you're using to say that we should stigmatize them has to do with your philosophy and morality than things objective. Objective
Okay,
as
the
in
objective of being cuckolded.
You gotta let her
is
finish.
high.
Let her
Yes,
finish,
that's
and
fair.
then we can get more people in here. But I promise you, you'll get your chance. I guarantee you. But let's let Katie finish her thought, and then we'll get in.
I didn't hear what he said about the objective part.
Well, objectively, losing your relationship to cheating is something that we can point to. You don't need statistics to say that there's something wrong with an individual not upholding their end of a deal.
Okay, I don't know why you think that I support adultery. I do not. I think that we can say, hey, don't cheat on. You realize you can cheat on people in non monogamous relationships, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if you can do that, that has nothing to do with monogamy. I support people generally not encouraging hurting each other in a way that is quite awful and like betraying. You know, I support this actually. I think that's good practice.
Well, exactly. So it's interesting because it appears that you have some understanding that there's some things you can't do and some things you shouldn't do, but then you just throw it out of the air when it comes to encouraging people to do one thing or the other.
Yes,
Like, I don't
it's called
understand how that
morals.
works.
We have different ones.
Okay, I want to give a chance for Victor, who said he was going to defend the non-monogamy side of things, the more non-traditional relationships in this discussion. And so I wanted to, first of all, I hope that's accurate,
Yeah,
because that's why I brought you on. But
yeah.
Second of all, welcome. Thank you for being here a little last
Hey,
minute.
happy Memorial Day. It's good to be here.
Let me turn you up. Hold
so
on before you. No one's gonna be able to hear you unless I turn you up. Do you have a mic that you can turn up yourself?
Is it good?
Keep going.
Check.
Don't stop.
Better? Is that I'm
Don't
maxed
stop.
out? I'm maxed out over here.
Okay, I maxed you out on my end. So
Is that good?
it's going to be as
It's
good
good
as
on
it
my
gets.
end.
It's going to be
Yeah,
as
that
good
was
as it
great.
gets. I've maxed you
All
out.
right.
Hopefully they can hear you. Go ahead.
So I think relationships just in general, to me, it's about building trust with a partner or partners. And that's the foundation for any relationship. Without the basic understanding of trust, it's not going to be a healthy relationship. And it sounds like a lot of the time when you refer to this monogamous situation, it seems like it's like this forced monogamy, and trust is thrown to the wayside. It's a secondary notion where you're more focused on like mechanics where you can enforce monogamy rather than just build trust in a relationship, which like that's how you build successful relationships. And you can advocate for monogamy, certainly, like there's nothing wrong with that, but to advocate for like sole monogamy as a replacement of just healthy relationships in general is just missing the point entirely.
Oh, I
wouldn't say as a
second this.
replacement.
I think we socially should support good, healthy relationships. This is my new argument.
I would say
Whatever the relationship is.
a monogamous one is one and the same with a good, healthy relationship. Like when
No.
you
Not always the case.
let's look at the
No,
objective
that's not
reality.
always true for every single person.
So
But
hold
that-
on for a second. If we look at the objective reality of human reproduction and the purpose of sex, right? And I know a lot of people want to work on the tertiary purpose of sex for the pleasure, but let's look at it mechanically and reasonably, right? A male and a female come together, right? Sperm, egg hits that, and we get one child. Sometimes two, maybe three, triplets, twins, and all that. But what you have is one father, one mother, one child, right? The purpose of having a monogamous relationship above anything else than the pleasure and the fun and all that is so that that offspring has someone that protects them and that offspring has someone that wants to take care of them, right? The two parents work together. Now we can have gender roles and what the mother's role is, what the father is. We can talk about that. But the long and short of it is, right? It takes one father, it takes one mother. We get one child, usually, obviously, twins and all that. We get one,
Do gay people
right?
exist in your world?
Of course they exist, but they're irrelevant.
This is
But
missing.
they're irrelevant.
Okay, but this is missing the point.
They're irrelevant? No, they're not.
Absolutely.
Okay,
They're
okay,
absolutely
okay.
irrelevant.
You're
Victor, go ahead. Victor, go ahead.
You're confusing like human sex and biology in this way, where like the fundamental action of how the reproduction happens is through like hormone discharge in our bodies, and that it comes down to what we feel as humans as the need for companionship, where we strive to build
Well, that's
companionship.
secondary.
It's not secondary.
It's
That's
secondary.
primary. It's
Yeah, it is
because
secondary. No, it
that's
isn't.
how we come together in tribes and relationships
But hold on.
and sex.
Think
You
think
first
logically.
need to build a relationship with
Regardless of any
before you have
relationship,
sex with them.
one male, one
We're
female
not
creates
doing mating
child.
dances. We're not doing mating dances in the way
But
that
we
like
are.
animals do. But on a much more complex social level, where we come together as a tribe, and then fundamentally from that, attraction builds off of that
Based on what?
that need for companionship, whether it's
So what is
friendship
attraction
or
based on?
sexual, whatever it is. We have a fundamental need for companionship, do we not? And that's how everything is built off of that.
But you can be friends with someone and not have sex with them. So what is the
Absolutely.
purpose of sex?
Can you?
But yeah, fair enough.
What is the
Wick.
what is the primary purpose of sex? Because watch this. You can reproduce with someone and not even like them. So independent of liking someone is irrelevant to whether or not you
biological
reproduce.
urge is feeling horny, right? You feel horny, you want to have
Why?
sex. That
Why?
it-
To do what?
It's actually nothing when you're born, right? If you didn't have sex ed, you wouldn't know how a child's made. That's secondary. People had to figure out how children were even
we
made.
clearly
But we
did
were
to
coming
some
together and
degree.
making children before we understood the biology and necessary, like
We
the
don't.
necessity
Okay.
of it.
The long and short
Because
of it
our
is, here's the
relationship
thing.
was
Here's the
built
thing.
off
We
of
understand.
biological necessity, something that happens.
Okay,
somewhere-
both of you are trying to talk over each other. Both of you stop for a moment, please. Right? Okay. I have a question, and I'll let Katie answer first, but I want you to answer the question, right? And you can also add in whatever you needed to say as well. Given the fact that we see a rise in loneliness, a rise in mental health issues, a rise in feelings of isolation, and the breaking down of social connections, the atomization of society in a real way, do we think that current modern American, or Western, I should say, Western hookup culture plays any role in that? And if so, how much responsibility does hookup culture have towards that?
Okay. As I said, I do think it plays a certain role in that, but I think it plays a very minute one, since, like, I think hookup culture is just a symptom of those things that you just mentioned. That it's just
Okay,
the
so you
product
think
of
that
that loneliness.
because these things, therefore we have hookup culture, not
Yeah.
hookup culture, therefore we have. Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand your
The
argument. Go ahead.
things that I think hookup culture most contributes to is the overall objectification and, like, treating of people, seeing people as more disposable, like what Zico said. I do agree with that. The thing that I wanted to add, however, is that I now completely, Zico said earlier that I don't have any prescriptions that I societally want to push. So after this interaction with these two young gentlemen, I've decided that another thing that I want to push. So the two things that I want to push is people being in good relationships, whatever those relationships are, and people having sex for other reasons except for pure reproduction. Those are the two things that I like to push forward.
So my response would be that I think that there are three purposes to sex, and the hierarchy is simple: reproduction, right? You have intimacy, creation, and then you have pleasure, right? Because you can get intimate with someone and not really enjoy the sex at the same time, so they're still kind of separate. The bottom line is, when it comes to how people are made, right? We take one man, we take one woman, we put their naughty bits together, and we get one child. Usually, that's the primary thing. When you separate, you don't have to enjoy sex to reproduce. You don't have to like the person or be close or intimate in order to do it. The long and short of it is, that's how we make people. So when we start from that first basis, what is the best way to raise that resulted creation? That resulting creation, best way to be raised is having his father in his life or in her life treating them well, having their mother in their life treating them well. When you're asking for like all of these, I'm going to be honest with you, just kind of ill-defined relationships going about, you're going to end up having children who may not know who their father is at all, and that causes them lots of different issues. And you can have people in these split families and this split hierarchy that is confusing them and doesn't really help them out.
Okay.
I mean, one thing that we've seen historically, like I'll wrap up with this point, but one thing we've seen historically is when you have men like Genghis Khan, when you have all these different, men who are promiscuous, who have lots of children, they end up like fighting each other for property and land and all different types of ownership. You have a lot of confusion with these children in these situations. So I would say that objectively, for that reason, many more, having a monogamous relationship is better. I mean, that's just, reason
Yeah.
number one.
So I think that's a great reason to bring up gay people and show how not relevant they are, because good outcomes for children have more to do with people having two parent households rather than a father and a mother. But two things that I wanted to bring up is, first one, while I do agree with you that there's a basic function to having sex, it kind of reminds me of food. So we can say that like feeding is just a substance that our body needs. It's a very like basic requirement that our body has. But most people, when they'll talk to you about their relation with food, they're not going to reduce it into, oh, this is just substance that I require to survive. Most people have a very complex, intimate relationship with the way they enjoy food, the way they experience food. So just like reducing it to something so empty, like penis in vagina, sperm in egg, baby, feels very reductionist to me.
Well, it is
Now,
a reductionist, but what I'm
Okay.
saying is its primary purpose, number one, we first have to contend with is what
I
is its
disagree that
function?
it's the primary purpose. It
So
could
then
be the
that's so then
primary purpose.
so that's what we have to argue about then, because then I would like
Okay,
to know
we
what
can
is
do
the
that.
primary purpose, if not to
Well,
create.
let's ask. I'll ask the question. I'm curious what Lactoid thinks.
But
here,
I'm
'cause
not done
Lactoid-
giving and just the third point that I want to say is that I'm not talking about ill-defined relationships. So you have a very certain understanding of what a monogamous relationship is. You don't even mean serial relationships are having monogamous relationships. You're talking about hopefully a long-lasting one. So you have a lot of understanding of what the type of monogamy you want to see is, but that doesn't mean that other relationship types that you don't understand are less valid just because
does.
you
I can tell you why,
okay.
but they are. But
Explain
continue.
explain
Good
explain
for
why.
you.
Explain why somebody doesn't want to have kids is less important then. I'd love to hear that.
They're not contributing to society. Like they're
Wow.
genetic dead end.
Ooh.
They're not contributing to society. They're not replacing anything. They're just the beginning and end. They take resources, they stick it into themselves, and then that's it. You got nothing else.
Ooh.
Lactoid, are you going to back up your buddy here? What is your what are
Yeah.
your thoughts here? Because I'm not sure if you guys are coming at this from the same angle, and I'm curious why you think.
Yeah, we can go. We can. I still really want to harp on the prior points, but I'll move on for the time being to
You can
the
harp
question
on them too. Like I'm just giving you space right now. 'Cause
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. I appreciate that. I maybe a better way of phrasing what Zerst just said. What is we have as a society we have less of an interest in the sexual habits of people who are not going to reproduce, because we have an interest in the well-being of children, and if people are going to be off making children, we have a more of a vested interest in their behavior as opposed to people who are sterile, right? Or people who, or for some whatever reason, are not engaging in that activity. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is, again, if we're looking at like the stat, so Zerst is 100% correct that having a 2-parent household is like one of the best things you can do for a child in terms of their overall well-being. And I'm
At least.
and sexual promiscuity. I mean, Katie, sexual promiscuity. Do you think that's more correlated with single-parent households or less correlated with single-parent households?
I think correlations are a very bad way of looking at anything.
I disagree. I think 95% of science is based off of correlational data.
I'm sorry.
Let me fix this. Let me finish this, and then I'll let you fix it. Let me finish this, and then you can speak. So, the initial. In fact, this was the talking point of the cigarette companies. I'm going to bring it back to cigarette companies. In the 1960s and 70s, when the first research was coming out directly tying lung cancer increase with the amount of cigarettes smoked, like literally the response from the cigarette companies was, that's correlation, not causation. You can't prove that cigarettes cause lung cancer. And even though there's a very obvious intuitive connection there, when you have this very strong correlation, I think that's enough for action, or definitely enough for discouragement. But they were saying, no, that's not even enough for that. When you see single-parent households correlated for a very obvious reason with sexual promiscuity, why wouldn't you say, okay, maybe we should discourage the practice which leads to kids growing up in broken homes?
Because it's also correlated like to other things, like I don't know, poverty. So
we should discourage poverty.
We do.
Yeah, discouraging. That's not.
We do.
I'm
we
not
do
even.
Poverty. I mean,
finish your point, Katie.
Yeah, I finished it.
Okay, well, let me ask, right, to Victard and Katie's side, because I'm curious, right? And I got questions for the both of you, for Lactoid, and actually, you know what? Ziku, answer this first, right? Because this is bothering me. I understand, right, that the primary function of having a family is to raise children in your mind, right? That's your value.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to this.
Well, don't worry, I'll get you in there. I'm just for Ziku real quick. Um, however, right, if we can show that families, right, or that sexual relationships outside of the family structure, whereas outside of this traditional monogamy, if it were the case that it led to equal or even better outcomes for children, would you change your mind on this? Like, is it just an outcome thing for you, or is there some sort of
No, I would.
overall moral kind of thinking where you should only be with one person? That's the moral thing to do. I'm just curious
I
where
would.
you're coming at this from.
So I would absolutely change my mind. I think it's in fact
Okay, so it's an outcome thing.
what I usually say, you can tell a tree by the fruit it bears, and the fruit that gets bared from people being promiscuous is not a very good thing. It's oftentimes children with lots of different mental health issues and lots of children who have a huge degree of
Do you think,
confusion and low
yeah,
self-esteem.
but do you think part of that is the way we stigmatize monogamous
No.
relationship? We have a word for these people. They're bastards, right? We call them bastards. We have a
I think
specific slur for them. So do you think that maybe society is
no, not
causing
at
this
all.
problem, right?
Not at all, because even if you're a bastard, you can still have your father come back around. Your parents can get married after the fact, right? Let's say that it isn't the Christian ideal that I would love really to have, and that is we wait until we get married, right? The long and short of it is, right? If you stick with that woman and you get her pregnant, that child is in a better position having the male father there than if he just disappeared, he just went away. So even though we do have the issues with like bastards and whatnot, like a huge reason why we like label them and have that title is because the father didn't remain there and wasn't married to the mother. That's part of the issue.
Yeah, this is the heart of my question,
Wait,
right?
wait. Can I quickly? I'm confused. You said this is about outcomes, and then you talked about a Christian ideal. So,
Well,
I
what
guess
my ideal would be yes, but I understand that everyone else doesn't have that. But the objective reality is, even if we don't have people waiting to have sex, like even if we don't, I mean, waiting to be married to have sex, the long and short is, like, even if we just had boyfriend, girlfriend, they have a child, having the father there or having the mother there, because sometimes they might leave too, is going to be objectively better for that child. Like
okay.
beyond
So
any morality you want to add in, just having them there, you know, two incomes, his wisdom, her wisdom together, helping that child is just objectively better.
okay, so you wouldn't. So you would still support monogamy and like want to socially encourage that if people weren't to get married and just be together in faithful relationships.
I would say yes, but I would still mostly want them to be married ultimately. Ultimately, I would want them to trend towards being married than just like in the same house together.
When you say marriage, are you talking like? Okay, I guess I'll just ask why. Why is the piece of paper or the governmental kind of when the
Christian
government
values.
It's
like
it actually
gives that
isn't
seal of
because
approval of the
the reason
relationship?
why,
Why is
like
that important to you?
marriages do create legal protections for people, right? So inheritance is actually like a really important thing in our society in general. So this actually happened to a friend of mine because his dad wasn't married to his mom when he died. A huge chunk of his property is caught in this legal loophole and a whole bunch of legal nonsense that would have been clearly just granted to him as the firstborn if his mother and his father just would have stayed married. There's a whole bunch of different things
If
and legal
only we
protections that
tackled
grant them.
those laws instead of
And fair
made
enough.
people get married.
Or alternatively, we can
Mhm.
use the institution that we have, which is a marriage, encourage people to use said tool effectively and correctly. Because too
Yes,
many
Well,
have
people look
I
at
think
individuals
but hold on. But hold
have
on, because
individuals
hold on.
conform to a system instead of having the
But
system
here's
work for the people.
we
right. I
can
think
do
we need to
both, right?
update the
So
system
well
to accommodate for
perhaps.
where relationships are at. Sorry, my mic was messed up. I don't know if it's a little bit better now, but yeah,
Maybe we can come back to that. But I think the first thing we have to
because it seems
understand,
like you
right,
want to
is
regress kind of to go
it,
back to these Christian values where the system was built upon, but like society seems to be moving forward. But your argument is that
well,
actually
I would say
we need to
incorrect.
have we need to go back to where the system was founded in order to live according to that
Wait, here's
to,
the thing though. Here's
to
the
that
thing.
lifestyle.
We still have property, we still have children, we still have fathers that want to be in their kids' life. We didn't move past creating people. We didn't move past having families and having property. So we don't need to go back to anything. We need to use what we have currently. So I don't think marriage is simply like a piece of paper. Like if we're just talking on the legal surface, because I
For
think there's spiritual and
you.
moral stuff too, but on the legal surface, right? having that responsibility that a mother and father have to each other and to their children creates protections for that child. Like I said, inheritance is just one example, but you also, again, have the combined total of the income of the two people there. You have two people that are responsible to each other and to their child. So I think that
Okay,
there are many legal protections.
I'll build a bridge. I completely agree that the fact that people need those protections from marriage to not get screwed over is like a real problem, which is why I think we should abolish the institution of marriage legally so people wouldn't have to deal with those types of issues.
But how would you deal with
So there you go.
What would you put in place?
I agree
of
with that, by the way.
Okay, I'm curious to both of you then. What system or what mechanisms legally would you put into place to resolve disputes for things like say Wick, right? Wick is a ladies' man. He goes out and he fathers 5 different children with 5 different women, right? I'm just putting it in and piecing out, right? My Twitch and my YouTube blows up. I suddenly am a very wealthy man, and I die suddenly. How do you resolve which of my children or any of my children gets my inheritance?
How is this related to the marriage thing?
It's not. Marriage doesn't do so. This is gonna first of all, wills, right? But assuming there's not a will, it's gonna go.
Yeah, I died suddenly, so I don't have a will.
Sure, then it's gonna go into probate, and it's not gonna marriage isn't really gonna be an issue there anyway. So you focus more on whether or not you're a direct descendant or not.
Okay, so it would be just split 5 ways regardless?
Legally, marriage serves 2 functions. It cuts your taxes, so it essentially is then a single person tax. And it gives the more economically disadvantaged member of the marriage tremendous leverage during the course of the relationship. Those are the only 2 purposes legally marriage serves. And with no-fault divorce, I got to agree. It just, the whole institution just seems to be I'm not seeing a lot of use really in the legal institution of marriage right now.
With no-fault divorce, it just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, monogamy is good, but legally marriage is kind of pointless.
By the way, when I said abolish marriage, I think if people want to spiritually or religiously get married, they can go again. I'm just talking about the governmental institution of marriage and what it does, right? If people hold value in the institution of marriage, spiritually or religiously, I don't have any issue with that, So just to make that clear.
Okay. Victor, you wanted some space to address?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to go back to the understanding that somebody's value is determined by their ability to create offspring, and just
no one
that's
here
like
said that.
You kind of did.
You kind of did. Well, then what did you say? Because whatever you said was just it kind of blew my mind.
That we're less concerned with people that don't have children than people who do. I agree with Lactor on that one. He put it so much better than I could. But we're less concerned with them because they're not contributing the way that people who do have children are.
Right. Why should we care?
But that doesn't determine somebody's ability to create value within society.
Well, sure. I'm a CEO of Amazon now. Obviously, I have no kids. Well, sure. Okay. Well.
All right. Okay. Maybe I misheard you then.
Okay. No. Now I have to push back. I am fundamentally against this dumb notion that people are only as important as the value they contribute to society. So if I need to take the entire panel on that, I will. I just I find that argument to be disgusting. So if we need to go there, we'll go there. I don't mind.
We'll go there. Why not? Why shouldn't we value people who contribute more so than people who contribute less? That makes sense to me.
Well, I guess we'll have to find what value means, because I don't think someone has less value as a human in terms of their rights and what they should get or should not get compared to their contribution. I don't think your contribution to society decides if you get enough money to live or not.
But it's outside of the basic kind of sustenance levels, which I agree with you on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why
but some people don't.
Someone
so I'm just making sure.
Sure. Why shouldn't someone who spends 12 hours producing things that benefit society make more or get more than someone who runs a Twitch panel, right, and has
Wait,
arguments all day, right?
I absolutely agree that construction workers should get more than CEOs, like 100%. Like I am completely on board with it. I do think
However you want to
construction
measure
workers
it,
should get
however you want to
more.
measure it, and we can have that discussion of how we measure it, because I'm probably with you a little bit on here, Katie. But the principle, the concept, right, of the more you work, the more you get.
Yes,
Is that a
that's
bad concept or a
reward.
good one?
That's reward and incentive. That doesn't have to do with value. Now, maybe I'm being pedantic, and that's what the panel means by value in terms of what rewards you're getting societally, and that's fine. But that has nothing to do with the value you are and
So
provide.
if
I mean
to bring
value.
this back to the topic, to bring this back to the
Yeah,
topic
I think
at
you
hand,
mean value.
Can I quickly explain like a perfect scenario of like what I'm talking about when I say
but
value?
I really want to tie this back into the topic.
Sure.
But yes, you may.
Sure. So, like, let's say classic example, like I'm trolley problem where I'm driving down and the car is going out of control, and I can either run over somebody who is like a doctor who's going to go on to save 12 lives this year, or somebody who spends 12 hours a day jerking off and doesn't contribute anything. Which would, like, in terms of what have we lost more if depending on who dies? Well, I'm gonna like not hit the doctor 10 out of 10 times because they are like more valuable to society. They're more valuable to me. They're better than the other person. So, I mean, clearly we all agree one has more value than the other.
Value? No. One contributes to society in a way that most people in society would deem more important. But I wouldn't like choose which one is more.
Maybe we have to define what value means first, because it seems like we're talking
That's what I
past each
said.
other. Yeah, so define value.
Again, value is about what is the literal value of a person as a human being. Lactoid literally says, if a person contributes to society more than a different person, the other person's life is literally less valuable. And I think all lives are just as valuable.
And sure, but you didn't answer the question. What does value mean? Like what? Like, if I didn't know what the word meant, if I didn't know what you were saying, like, what is it?
Well, so who would you in the scenario that I gave before? Who, like, when you're choosing like who you have to, because you got to run over one of them. Are you hitting the doctor or are you hitting the chronic masturbator?
I don't know how you want me to answer this hypothetical, because how would I ever know? Like, what are you...
Assume you knew.
Hey, someone's paying me money, $5 for fondue to say, is this a monogamy on trial debate? Kinda. How about we talk alternatives and how they compare to monogamy? So I want to bring this back because I think I don't want to get stuck on this definition kind of thing. Value is someone's humanity.
Because I won. That's one.
That works with the definition. I mean, we could start there.
Hopefully she comes back, because I wanted to ask her too.
I think she had a network issue. She froze
probably.
out at the end.
Okay, sure. Victor, since you're here, I'll ask her when she gets here. Oh, there she is. Thank goodness. I was like, I was like, oh no, she left us.
Did you see that dodge?
Yeah, I zoom, just juked out of there. Let me ask. Good, you're back, just in case. Just in time. So bringing this back, right?
Yes.
We
should do a panel on this, Whick.
We will. But regardless of value, right? And doing it on to what contributes more and who contributes more. Should we not reward and incentivize monogamies and monogamists more because, again, the argument is they contribute more and they add more to society.
Yeah,
so
that's a really disgusting argument.
Them more. Why is that a disgusting argument? Out of curiosity. Because you just said you'd do this for other things, right? You'd reward someone who added more to society in other venues.
Yeah.
Why? What makes sex and relationships different? Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that being baby machines means that you're contributing more to society.
By making the people who contribute to society quite literal? That's...
Okay, I have an idea. Can we do a thought experiment? Let's have two people give birth to babies, okay? And then one baby ends up being this really bad serial murderer, and one baby ends up being a doctor. And then we execute the serial baby and his parents because they didn't contribute good value to society, and we keep the doctor and the good parents. Can we do that?
There are certain people. Hold on, this is true. There are certain people we should be encouraging to have kids, and there's probably certain people that we should be discouraging from having kids. 100%.
Yes, let's
I would say
discuss
absolutely.
eugenics.
Absolutely, yes,
But,
for
but,
sure.
what, no,
Yes,
no, no, hold on,
eugenics.
but stop.
This is what Planned Parenthood does on a daily basis, and it is good for society.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
Eugenics.
You say let's discuss eugenics, right? But like when you want to have sex with someone, do you take all comers or do you like pick and choose who you find more attractive?
Do you think that's eugenics? Oh no.
Come on, what are you doing? There are people that you would rather have sex with than people you don't, right? Even if it's just
Yes.
like classism, he makes more money, whether it's he's taller, like you make the choice and say, I don't want to be with that guy. He's overweight, right? He's too short. You make that choice, right?
No. The choice I make
But
is
you make
if
that
they
choice,
have,
right?
Yes, I do. If they have a micro penis, I will have sex with them.
Maybe
Continue.
so, right? But here's the thing, right? Let's say he deals drugs. Is it
Okay.
wrong for me to say you shouldn't have sex with someone that deals drugs?
Is it wrong? You can say whatever you want. I'm
He's
just
messing
not
up
really
his
sure what the
community.
argument
He's
is.
destroying his community. He's hiring children to go out into a dangerous area because he doesn't want to actually go out there. He's paying them like a fraction of the cost of the drugs that he's selling. He's an awful person. He doesn't care. He's a terrible person. Should you be with someone that terrible?
Should I be with that? I don't know. Do I care? Like, do you care at all about what people want?
We have another
Like,
guest.
at
That's
all?
not a good way
We
to
have
define
another
like the
guest.
value of a person. I feel
That
like
is
that's
so
very
weird.
situational.
I'm
Like,
not asking about
Artie
the
by
value of
Pep
the
is in
person.
here too
I'm
to
not asking
defend,
about the value of the
to
person.
attack monogamy, and monogamy destroyer Artie by Pep is here.
Oh, no.
Amen.
Well, okay, so let me clarify. My point is, like, we make choices and decisions based on the people that we want to have relationships with all of the time. How do we split the difference between it? Because we can do it on physical attraction, like really easily. He's too short. But why is it then when we start asking all these moral questions, like the person is dealing drugs or the person's a murderer, now we stop and say, wait a minute, hold on, that's not fair. Like I'm trying to understand that.
$5 to you actually, Ziku. $5 from Kilo the Giant to ask: would the panelists be in favor of a parental license being required to have children, contingent upon psych evals and a qualifying test?
I struggle
In
to
theory,
to,
yes,
to
in
say the
practice, no.
government. Yeah, I don't think the government should ever
No,
have that much
yeah.
power.
I'm
I don't
with you.
trust them. People are very, very, very infallible.
I think we all agree that
and
the government can't deal with marriage. Why are we getting
No.
them involved with childbirth?
Yeah.
no, that's
Yeah,
too
I
much
also
power.
I wouldn't be okay with license as much, but I would like to make it mandatory that once people have gotten pregnant and agreed to keep the baby, they would be subsidized to go to a training program for good parenthood, like in terms of like developmental education and stuff like that. And that kind of circumvents a lot of the licensing while still allowing a lot of freedom, and that would be what I would support.
Would they
So
have
just-
to go to this training program, or would it be optional?
It's not. I mean, I'm sure there will be like loopholes, but generally you're meant to participate. Yeah, it's not supposed to be something that you don't do because you don't
If
feel
you
like
like
it.
fail the licensing thing, I would say you gotta go to the thing.
Maybe you could do like I'm not a huge expert on this, but maybe you can create like financial incentives for people to come to the training program or something like that. But yeah, licensing is just not practical. There are a lot of issues with that. Like if a perfect world existed, yeah, I'd be fine with it. But even the concept of a license, it's like, okay, they didn't get the license, so what? You abort the baby? Like what happens? You know, like it doesn't make any sense. So yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I
that
wanna-
always begs the question when that comes up. Like,
Yeah,
what
I
do you do
wanna-
when people fail this?
Mhm.
Yeah, I want to kind of bring it back, circle it a little bit back to the original. We're going off on eugenics and all sorts of fun, interesting subtopics, but I want to get back to the meat of the question.
Wait, I have a way to get us back.
I was getting there, but go ahead. Let's try your way.
Okay, so Zico, just to engage with what you said, I think that the difference of why when we have certain moral questions, like I and other people might suddenly go, oh, wait, is because some things like morals are very much subjective and we understand that different people might have different preferences.
Well, I would disagree, but
I know you would disagree. That's also a difference in moral philosophy that we have, right? That's the issue. But like, because that's my position, because I'm aware of its subjectivity even more, and I find it subjective. I'm not as willing as you to make those claims as much, which is why when things get really moralistic, I'm like, wait, hold on that. I'm not signing off on this.
Okay, but there's got to be some things that you can say that are
Absolutely.
objectively wrong. If I take
No.
a child and I tell him to sell drugs for me and go into dangerous environments, you don't think that that's wrong. We can't agree on that. Do I
That's
have
not
to
what
explain?
objectively wrong means.
Okay, but like, can we agree? Can we at least
Would
for
you
the sake of
discourage
this
it?
conversation, could we agree? Could we
Of
agree that
course, I
that's
would
wrong?
discourage
Yeah.
like child abuse. Yes.
Okay,
I
right.
would discourage child
Okay,
abuse.
so if we
Great.
bring it back to the conversation I was having, right? Because I thought it was really interesting that you said that we shouldn't discourage the serial killer like family, right? Like maybe execution might be
No,
too
I
harsh,
didn't
right?
say that.
But you did. Was I wrong when you came up with the scenario of the doctor and the serial killer?
Yeah, I was making fun of the notion that like
memeing.
you measure people like that.
So even if we don't measure people like that, like the purpose of I'm sure
I don't know what
Lachlan,
discouraging
saying
the parents of the serial killer means.
This
What does
this
that
isn't
mean?
getting back to
Okay.
this isn't getting back to
Okay,
what I
sorry.
wanted to discuss.
I need to go
This-
pee.
This failed. Well,
Okay.
okay. Well, go do your thing, and we'll let you'll when you get back here. We'll we have a super chat for you actually, so we'll wait until you're back for that.
All right,
But I
I'm
wanna
sure.
talk more about hookup culture and modern
Mhm.
dating, and I'm curious to Artie and Victard, right? In what ways, right, is modern dating failing? And in what ways is it succeeding on a whole, like in general? In what ways is the American kind of Western dating scene good and better than it was before? And in what ways is it objectively worse? In your opinions?
Sure. I think it's easier now than ever to find a partner. With online, there are more communities than ever. Whether it's Tinder or
for
dating
women.
apps. Maybe for women, but it's easier now than it ever has been to find a love or a partner or romantic interest.
For women.
Or gay men.
Yeah,
Right.
I might disagree with
But
this, honestly.
I mean, it's easier for some people,
Could be that.
certainly. So, I think that's a positive. I think that it is failing for men. I think that is something that we can talk about. There is an increase in loneliness in young men. I don't think, from what I've seen from the young men that I've spoken to in my life and that I know in my life, they seem pretty successful on the dating scene. I don't know how dire this loneliness is on the ground. I've heard 30% of this 30% figure thrown out, that young men under 30, I believe, are virgins or haven't had sex in a year. I think that's a huge gap between being a virgin at 30 and not having gotten laid in a year at 30. So I think that statistic might make it seem, kind of overblown, and that is the thing that I keep on hearing over and over again that's pointed to as this epidemic of loneliness.
Before we go
yeah.
on, I'm okay. I'll put my thumb on the scales a little bit here because you guys are Lactoid and them are outnumbered here. I would take
Not
issue
outgunned.
with it's easier to find someone now than ever before. Even for women, right? Not only is loneliness and non-relationships increasing for men, it's also increasing for women. The top percent are having a much easier time now, but everyone else below that is taking a hit, right?
Yeah,
and
and
the
just
bottom portion are getting left out altogether. So not only, for example, do men and women have to compete with their local options, whereas they've always had that issue, right? They've always had to compete locally, but now you have to complete almost to a much wider degree, right? To a much wider area, right? Not only do I have to compete with people who are within my local circle, but everyone, literally everyone in a 50-mile radius is who you're competing with when it comes to things like dating apps, social media and hookups and things like that. And so, yes, I would say that the top percent, much easier time, the middle percent taking a small hit, the bottom percent are just getting decimated. But I want to, Katie, I want you to go, but I want Artie to answer the question too. Did you hear the question, by the way?
No, but I have something to say. Also, I have a joke. Okay.
Oh,
Are you waiting for the
Yes,
joke?
I'm waiting
which
for the
person is
joke.
going to go first?
Okay. The joke was just gonna be that, like, yes, it is harder for women as well, especially because then they go to a hookup, they get raped, and then Destiny says that if they got raped, they're a retarded child and they shouldn't have done that. There you go. Let's continue.
That's not accurate. That's not fair to Destiny. I have
It's
my
okay.
disagreements with
They're
Destiny.
not. We
too,
are
but that's-
not. Nope.
that's
Nope.
not
I'm
fair.
cutting it. I'm nipping this one in the bud. We can debate on Destiny another day.
We can't, you're
Ari,
right,
go
buddy.
ahead.
Okay.
Please.
Also,
What are your thoughts?
Pep is fine. I didn't realize you were referring to me at first, but just Pep
Oh, Pep.
is good.
Sorry.
No worries. So I think if we scale it back to the monogamy, non-monogamy question, I think if you want to have more successful, healthy, or monogamous relationships, you have to kind of advocate for some non-monogamy, because otherwise you're doing the equivalent of what was happening before gay marriage and everything was allowed, where gay people were ending up getting married to straight people, and it was not great for either of them in those situations. So I think compulsory monogamy, forcing not people who would be better off in non-monogamous relationships into compulsory monogamous relationships, is a recipe for disaster and ends up in a lot of more toxicity in relationships than if they were in a relationship format that was healthier and more applicable to them.
Also, to build up on that,
Just first. I want to read some super chats, and then you can go. I gotta make my money. $5 for fondue to say, Katie, how would it feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday? And $10 from No Step on Snake. If non-monogamy is bad, what about masturbation? Self-partnering is a thing now, right? Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Go ahead.
So I didn't have breakfast today, so it felt like every day when I don't have breakfast. Second of all, to build up on what Pepe said, can I call you Pepe? Is Pepe fine?
No, Pep.
Pep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Pep. Sorry about that.
It's all right. You're good.
Just to build up on what she said, I don't like the conflation in this panel that somehow promiscuity and adultery is the same as having a non-monogamous relationship. Like, you can be promiscuous and be in a monogamous relationship. You can be in a non-monogamous relationship and not cheat. You can cheat in a non-monogamous relationship. This is all like conflating promiscuity with non-monogamy in terms of non-monogamous relationships is really dumb and uninformed.
I fully agree.
Also, the one other thing that I want to say earlier is that I do think there's a loneliness epidemic, but the fact that people are constantly conflating how much sex people are having to loneliness is quite disgusting. I think using sex as a supplement for loneliness is a bad route to go. So I think just checking how much sex people are having and then calling it a loneliness epidemic is like really male gaze centric, by the way, if I'm going to like put some shit in. So yes,
It's just an example. It's not the end all be all. It's an example of
it's the
issues
only
that young men are
example
having.
anyone
But it
ever
isn't.
brings up.
But
Okay,
it isn't. But it isn't. In fact, there's an entire community called incels of young men talking about the fact that they can't even get a call back. They can't even go up and talk to young ladies, let alone
which
have
is
sex with
all
them.
romantic dating
Okay,
that
precisely.
wants to
So
lead
and-
to sex.
okay,
And I think that
is
community
sex the
specifically-
only thing, or is it a part of what makes that relationship what it is? Because
Is the
oftentimes,
sex
now,
that
hold on,
is the
we
sex
might
that the
make the
incels
mistake.
want to have about reproduction?
Hold on.
Is
I
it?
would say absolutely yes. See, you laugh
Not
and you
always,
mock these
no,
young men.
not
You
always.
laugh and you mock these young men, right? Okay, so some of them want to participate in the hookup culture, sure. Some of them want to have monogamous relationship with young ladies, and they can't.
You realize
Like,
you
all men
can
aren't
want
the
to have
same
a
type of
monogamous
people.
relationship and not have children, right?
Okay, what difference does that make? Yes, of course you can. I
It
just said some
does,
people
because
want to
you made an
participate in the
argument
hookup
about that.
culture, and then I said some of them want to have a strong monogamous relationship.
Right.
We're
but
not the same
I
type
think
of
the
people.
biggest,
The long
I
and
think
short
the
is,
biggest problem with incels is they're a community of people that are looking inward for reason, or they're looking externally for reasons to their inward problems, and a lot of that that community and the fact that they formed into a community that is encouraging each other to that there is a problem with women in general, not themselves.
it's
To an
both.
extent,
Have you how often have you engaged with incels?
I've engaged with incels as much as anyone else online, I guess.
I'm not sure, because if you engage with incels, most of the time they blame their own looks as the problem. that they are not
That's not-
genetically
that's
fit.
incorrect.
There's
That's
something
not-
wrong
that's
with
not-
that.
they blame their
Some of that
looks
did,
on
but then
women
they
not
have
wanting
the
them.
entire
The
red
origin
pill
of that is the
movement.
women.
Stop. There's like 20
Sorry.
people trying to talk. Pep, go ahead.
So I think that there's little grains of truth in both. I think that incels as a community have developed like a really toxic way, a mindset of like trying to handle the current problem of the loneliness epidemic, which I do think is actually legitimate. I think that when I feel like I've gone on this spiel before, I think on a different panel, but I think that women have undergone a lot of changes, like society-wise. There's been so much of a difference in messaging in the last 50 years. And so women and their role in society has changed a lot in the last 50 years. Whereas for men, there really hasn't been a huge shift in messaging until very recently. And even now, I don't think the shift in messaging is like the main, I think the main message to men is still like, get a job and like support a family, and that's like all you need to do. And that's not enough nowadays, now that women can support a family too, and men are floundering because they have to bring more to the table than what they had to bring 50 years ago. So I think that's a legitimate concern, and I think that the loneliness epidemic has something to do with that. I just think the incels are dealing with it in the worst possible way.
Okay,
Perhaps,
I want
but they
to
still
give the
exist, though,
floor
is the thing.
to Lactoid, who's been trying to get in here. I know he's frustrated, so Lactoid, you have some space.
Go Lactoid.
There's just a lot of things. We just seem to be like all over the place. The first thing, it seems like young men specifically are having a problem with getting economically engaged and educationally engaged. I think the part of the issue is that perhaps we aren't encouraging that as much as we should be in young men. Not that that's like the only thing that they can bring to the table. A lot of men can't even bring that to the table now. And of course, it's going to put you at a disadvantage when, again, we're talking about having a child. Your economic status absolutely does matter. And that is an important thing to encourage to people who are going to go ahead and have a kid. Something that was said before about how non-monogamy and infidelity aren't necessarily the same thing, even though they are correlated. That's right. Of course, they're not the same thing. I don't think anybody is saying necessarily that they are the same thing. The question is, like, when it comes specifically to non-monogamy, a lot of people here just seem to be like shooting from the hip and saying, well, this could be a way, for people to be happier. But there's no evidence that demonstrates this. There's nothing that demonstrates this is like a good way of life. All the evidence appears to show the contrary. And it's just like, it blows me away, because there'd be no other behavior that if we were in this panel talking about some other behavior, and I could show you like study after study showing that either causally or correlationally, this behavior is linked to bad outcomes, so much so that the CDC, which I thought we worshipped here, is saying that we should reduce the number of sexual partners we have. And people are still just like not engaging with the point. Like, what give me one statistically empirical, concrete benefit that you get from non-monogamy compared to monogamy.
So as Pep said, it's going to be very difficult for me to prove to you that non-monogamy is as good as monogamy. You know why? Because it was also impossible to prove that single-sex households were as or better than like different sex households before we allowed gay people to get married and raise children.
But how many children have to be?
You can't have data about something that you don't really allow or socially.
No, we have the data on it. We have the data on non-monogamy, people who practice non-monogamy, and we also have the data from single-sex parents. And the data indicates that the kids to gay parents are just fine. So I'm looking at the data. I'm saying, yeah, if people who want to bring who come to the argument, hold on. If you're going to come, if I'm arguing against somebody, if I'm there is all the data on non-monogamous relationships so far that I have seen, every single one indicates either it on any like given metric, either it has no effect or a negative effect. There's no positive benefits that come from this.
Okay, and you think monogamy has positive benefits that come from it?
Yes.
Objectively.
The there's a reason the CDC acknowledges it.
Do you know why? Because we socially encourage and provide for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Herpes is not a social construct, okay? HIV isn't something that we can just imagine, all right?
Yes,
literally,
it is very easy for you.
3 studies showing that the health and approval of relationships and overall satisfaction was on par with monogamous relationships.
Yes, the same or worse. I said the same. There's a lot of metrics in which it's the same, but there's a lot of metrics in which it's worse. Can you name me one metric in which non-monogamous people are actually better off than monogamous couples?
Why
I
would we
think the
need to
overall
do that?
relationship satisfaction for those that are in them would probably be happier in the
No.
non-monogamous ones than if they were in the.
That's not
that was the
true.
entire. I think.
No. This is not
based on the
true.
study.
This is not true.
Okay. I completely wholeheartedly a lot of this is from anecdotal experience as well, but I wholeheartedly disagree,
But they're
and I'll read these
self-reporting,
studies
so-
further to see if I can.
Listen.
Isn't that
If
Well,
Often
for
with
relationships, it's
self-report?
going to be all self-reporting, of course. Yeah,
That's what I'm
obviously.
saying, right? But we can look at the objective results
So
of
then,
the
monogamous
children born in
relationship
these
self-reporting would
environments.
be equally invalid.
But here's the thing: we can see objectively the children are doing better in school. The children have more food. The children have a much easier time getting into education and getting different types of scholarships. Like we can objectively see that these children are performing better in these monogamous relationships versus the children that aren't.
There have been
I don't.
studies.
What do you think non-monogamy
specifically
is?
comparing
Listen.
non-monogamous
What do you think
having
non-monogamy
not
is?
non-monogamy is having multiple sexual partners in this case, and the ideal
That's
is
not-
the ideal
That's
the
not a
I
non-monogamous
Two different things.
relationship.
the ideal. Okay.
Oh my fucking god!
The
Okay,
idea.
stop,
Yeah, no, this is-
let me
stop,
let me
all
explain.
of you stop. I want Katie, Pep, and Victard to define for me what you think non-monogamy is.
Non-monogamy in the current cultural lexicon, I believe, refers to ethical non-monogamy most of the time, unless people are
Which is you got to be
ethical
more
non-monogamy.
specific,
Sorry,
please.
yes, ethical non-monogamy is when people consensually engage in having more than one partner. Sometimes that involves having a primary partner who, like, you experience things outside of the relationship but always come back to the primary partner. Sometimes it's more equally distributed, but in all these cases, it's agreed upon to be non-monogamous with the consent of all participating parties.
Can I also define it?
Yes, is it similar or different?
I just Googled it.
Okay, well what's Google say?
Okay, so maybe I fucked up here. I Googled non-monogamous relationships, which is what I was talking about the entire time. And it says that non-monogamy is an umbrella term for any relationship style involving more than two people.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa! Read the second sentence. Wait. Read the second sentence. Particularly that of having only one person for whom to exchange sex, love, and or affection.
Wait,
that was
people of all
monogamy.
romantic or sexual orientations can practice non-monogamy. This means that these relationships may or may not include a sexual and or romantic component. Okay. May or may not. What's the issue?
Are you just denying this is involving sex? I mean, if we're just talking about like crushes, holding hands on the bus, I don't give a fuck.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about people who go and fuck other people. That's like non-monogamy, having a whole bunch of sex partners.
No, you just got two fucking definitions for it. Are you?
What are you referring to? Holding hands on the bus?
Wait.
Kissing?
Wait.
Flirting, relationships?
I had an understanding of what non-monogamy was. Now I no longer do. Pep and Katie specifically. So are you saying, by definition, me having, if I had a partner that I was having sex with, and then someone else that I didn't have sex with, but we would hang out and we formed a bond, would I be in a non-monogamous relationship?
If you guys defined it as a romantic relationship, there are asexual people who are romantic. So I think that would be considered. People consider emotional cheating to be cheating, and people consider that to be an affair. So I think absolutely yes.
Interesting. I'm curious how
That's not my answer.
Okay, let's read the CDC's definition of monogamy.
No, stop.
Can I expand on this one real quick too?
Can I make my comment first, and then yes you may expand. Sure. My comment here is that definition seems so loose as to if I have a friend that I'm really close to, that it means I'm cheating on my significant other, right? That feels insane to me, but help me, please. Go ahead, clarify.
I feel like when you get into nebulous things like that, like this is why emotional affairs are such a problem, because they are nebulous, and some people, they go on for so long because people are like, oh, this is just somebody I'm close to, but there are certainly, I feel like it's one of those things where like the lead up to it being as serious as a connection as your partner is nebulous, but once it's there and both people are like, oh yeah, we're connected, then I think that would still be able to, I think based on the people in the relationship defining it as a romantic relationship, I think that's fine.
Okay. Mutual monogamy means that you agree to be sexually active with only one person who has agreed to be sexually active only with you. That's right off the CDC's website. I thought that's the definition we were going with.
I don't think
I understand the emotional cheating aspect. I get that.
Oh,
but usually
okay.
the emotional cheating is a problem because it increases the likelihood of you actually cheating to a
So-
very
No, some
significant
people
degree.
see it as an
Precisely.
issue even without that.
I'm sorry. If you guys
Absolutely.
if you guys are using the definition of monogamy to simply mean have one sexual partner, what does this have to do with a long-term relationship or anything like that?
Because that's the objective of being with that person.
Okay,
You think
that
that- you
doesn't
think that with
matter.
them-
So are you
But
saying
it
that
does matter.
monogamy are you saying that monogamy is just about having one sexual partner? Because then I don't know why you would bring up the benefits of like marriage or being in a long-term relationship, because those things don't have to do. Like all the benefits that you're talking about from monogamy have to do from the long-term viability of that relationship. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about anymore.
Have you just ignored every point? We're like literally when we're talking about monogamy, minimizing the amount of sexual partners you have, and we've talked at length about the benefits that come with that, like the lower on average unplanned pregnancies, the lower on average STDs, the better on average mental health.
Why do you know from the statistics that you're citing that the better mental health that is associated with monogamy is associated with having a long-term partner that
Both.
is there for you, that supports
Both.
you, that
Both.
spends the rest of their lives with you.
Yeah, both.
This is retardation.
Nope,
This
nope.
is so dishonest.
No, I have another study that shows that like people who have a lower amount of sexual partners are more satisfied in their marriage, have more successful marriages.
Marriage!
Also, I know I came into
Marriage!
this late. Are all these studies like in a chat somewhere that I could look at?
I mean, I can start like linking all the ones I'm referencing. I've had the discussion
Yeah.
several times, so I'll have to go
be
and
awesome.
pull up the
You
ones.
cannot cite to me stuff about monogamy if by monogamy you're also involving marriage, because your definition of monogamy is just having one sexual partner.
no.
This is stupid.
The
This is so dishonest,
the study was number of sexual partners, effect on happiness of marriage,
You are so
successfulness
dishonest
of
right
marriage.
now.
You're saying I'm dishonest. Literally, I'm the only person that's come here with any kind of statistical reality. I put forward empirical information, and you guys just want to fuck a whole bunch, so you're just ignoring it. That's literally what's happening right now.
Lactoid.
No,
Lactoid.
I think you're conflating promiscuity and non-monogamy again. That's a
She
huge problem with
is.
this entire
It's
discussion.
disgusting.
But
When
hold
you're
on.
going to
We
fucking
have
other
to
people,
There are
that's
some people
both
who-
non-monogamy and promiscuity.
No, there are plenty of people who
Pat,
are
finish your
non-monog.
point.
Sorry, there are plenty of people who are non-monogamous who are not promiscuous. They have like the same 3 partners. I've known
That's
a
more
non-monogamous
promiscuous than one partner.
polycule.
That's
Okay, but it's
By
different than
definition.
Like, okay, wait. But
I'm
I think when people
saying.
say promiscuity, people think like these people want to go out and fuck whenever they want. They want to fuck a lot of people.
No,
they want to
they
fuck
do.
new and novel people.
No, those are like
No, not
hyper promiscuous.
necessarily.
Those are
No,
hyper
that's-
promiscuous
no.
people. Yeah.
Promiscuous doesn't necessarily that doesn't at all account. So what I'm saying is it doesn't account for people in poly relationships. So promiscuity
like a
and
Mahara
non-monogamy
case?
should be different.
Okay, so
No,
what you're
I know
saying-
plenty of
so what you're
polycules who
saying-
have been
okay.
the same like 5
Oh,
people for fucking years.
Okay,
Zigu,
so if I
go
understand
ahead.
correctly-
Zigu, take
so if I
this.
understand correctly, what you're saying is that we have different categories for this, right? We've got the open relationships that we see, where the two people come back to each other, but then every now and again, if they see someone they find attractive, they might indulge in it and then have sex with them. Like
Some relationships might be like that, but
Okay,
not all
and
open
then-
relationships are like
okay,
that.
and then some of them, or you've got like a hub network, right? And then they have other people on the side who come in and have sex with them from time to time. Like that. That's what
Are we
you're
going to
also
try
talking
to
about?
define like every type of like ethically non-monogamous
I
relationship?
think
Because
we
I think
he
that's part of the
doesn't know
problem.
anything
We need
about
to, because we're trying to
non-monogamy.
be
This
clear
is
about
why
this,
I
right?
meant
This
like
is-
there's no
Because-
education on this.
Because here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I could probably still argue that each of those that I just defined are still problematic in their own ways and are inferior to a monogamous relationship, which I think is the core of what we're trying to say here. Is the
Okay,
Wait,
what
no,
I'm
no,
trying to say here-
of dating
No,
to have
you can't say relationship if what you mean by monogamous is having one sexual partner. Because I
Okay.
was talking about non-monogamous fucking relationships, and then you
Okay.
brought promiscuity into it.
Hey.
So fucking decide which
Okay,
one
but
you
wait,
want to
but
do,
no.
and then fucking keep to it.
But they're not two separate things. If I'm in an open relationship, I
I
can
am
then
so
be promiscuous.
pissed.
They're not contradictory. They're not one kind of would preclude the other. Actually, I'm in an open
Here.
relationship,
We'll put it in this
I'm gonna be
language.
promiscuous.
Put it in this
We're gonna
language.
use this
Promiscuity is a spectrum, right? You can be a little bit promiscuous in which you have 5 sex partners, or you could be
You
very
are talking
promiscuous
about
in which you have
non-monogamy,
30 sexual
non-promiscuity.
partners.
No,
I
and
gotta
only
make my
little
money.
fucks.
I gotta make my money. $2 for fondue, say it's the exact same definition for all three. No, it's not. $2 from Trip to say, what if you're for monogamy but you're single? $5 from Kilo the Giant to say, lactoid, non-monogamy just means multiple romantic relationships. Doesn't have to do with having multiple sexual partners and has no sexual connotation. My question to
Yes.
Katie.
That's the
my
CDC
question to
disagrees.
Katie, my question to Katie.
Maybe the
government!
CDC is fucking out of date.
Look,
Maybe things need to
Yo,
be
so when it
changed,
comes to
because
this,
is
you
all
don't believe in the
fairly new
CDC.
phenomenon.
given that
With
most
relatively
people,
new social
Look, I trust the
phenomena,
science, okay? I follow the science,
Well,
okay?
then
The
I
CDC tells me something, I'm not going to like doubt it for this conspiracy theories.
to be fair, I might actually
Oh my
agree with
God.
this. I have to look at it first.
I will.
But,
I will.
yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, Whick.
I'm getting annoyed myself. Gang, you gotta let me speak when I'm trying to speak. It's my show. Don't take my show from me. Okay,
Mute them.
Just mute me.
I will absolutely start. I don't like to, but I will. Okay, to Katie, to Pep, to Victard. We understand that most people, in general, when they are in a relationship with someone that is romantic, most people engage sexually.
This has nothing to do with my argument.
How now, brown cow? How so? Because we're talking about generalities. We're making general claims. And if you're claiming, as Lactoid seems to be, that having multiple sexual partners leads to bad outcomes, we have to look into ethical non-monogamous relationships because they are, in most part, engaging sexually with multiple partners. No? Yes? Where am I missing this?
Also, the subject was hookup culture. I want to be clear up on that too.
Me. But go on.
Okay, so I would want to see like the actual study, because do they account for multiple partners in long-term relationships? Or are they just, is that like in the data at all? Do they distinguish that or no? Because if not, then it's useless.
The number of the more sexual partners you have, there is a
So they didn't
linear.
distinguish it, is what it sounds like.
The more sexual partners you have, there's like a linear. Look, I'll have to go back and read exactly if they control for this specific kind of relationship. You guys are changing
Because
it
there's a
though.
huge
The
difference.
original discussion was on hookup culture. We were talking. We hold on. We were talking about hookup culture and how hookup culture is toxic. If we want to talk about specific relationships in which there's like 5 people and they all get tested like beforehand, maybe this group of people would be outside the CDC data. I guess. I'm not sure.
I would assume so.
I think in most
Absolutely.
cases,
I mean,
yes,
that's such an aberration. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean,
with
it's
you.
not an aberration in a lot
Why-
of
It absolutely is. Let's be real.
in
Let's be
ethical,
real.
Can I
not in
answer?
ethical
Let's be
non-monogamous relationships.
can
It's
we
not
not
an
do this?
aberration. No,
Dude,
you
can
don't
we
know
not
shit
do
about
this? If
ethical.
I go
How
on
many
Tinder, bro,
how many
let's
people who are
just be
poly
real.
do you know? Because I don't think
Exactly.
you know what you're talking about.
Case in point. It's an
Okay,
aberration.
well, I know
It's not normal.
a lot. Maybe they're not in your area. Maybe you're not friends with them. Maybe you haven't
Okay,
made the right
exact-
friends. I don't
That's
know,
what
but
I'm
I know
saying.
plenty.
Fam, let's not sit here and pretend that if I were to go to Walmart right now and I were to literally interview everyone in Walmart, I'm going to literally
think you'd
find
be
one person
surprised.
in a polyamorous relationship.
Depending
An
on
ethical
that
one.
Sample size,
Pep.
that sample
Pep.
size might quite
Yeah.
literally result in 0 people. That's how abnormal it is. Quite literally.
Zico
I
thinks
can go
gay
to
people
Target.
are irrelevant too, okay?
No,
Don't
that's not
worry
true.
about it.
That's not true.
Got
If I
it.
were-
Okay,
if
that
I were
does
to
help.
talk to some gay
Thank
people
you.
in Walmart, let's be real. They're probably not going to be, oh, I've got 3 other gay people on the side. Here's my main one. They're going to be 2 gay people together, those 2.
Lactoid,
What I'm
the people
saying-
in my
no,
chat, the people
no.
in my chat are asking for the study. Can you DM it to me so I can link it to my
Right.
YouTube chat?
Can I
my
say
thing is,
Brother,
these
so
people-
I will link it, but I'll let you know real quick to everybody in your fucking chat. Literally, the Wikipedia on sexual promiscuity in humans, you can look through. They have in the citations like 25 citations linking every single fucking study, government funded, a lot of them, saying, hey, sexual promiscuity has this horrible effect. Sexual promiscuity has this horrible effect. This horrible effect. This horrible effect. Blah, 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 blah. Like over and over and over again.
Katie, go
Can
before
I
you
talk
explode.
now?
Katie, go before you explode.
Just total laziness. Just not even reading up on this.
Okay. I understand that there was a
Speaking facts.
miscommunication in the panel. Apparently, Lactoid and Zico was under the impression that they can use the term non-monogamy and simply mean promiscuous. When I was talking about non-monogamy, I was obviously talking about non-monogamous relationships, which is why I continue to say non-monogamous relationships. Since I believe Lactoid has some info about non-monogamous relationships, but from what Zico said, he clearly does not know what that even means. So I
Well, I'm the
don't
one
doubt
defining them.
I don't doubt that we have spoken past each other. If you guys wanted to talk about promiscuity versus monogamy, that's fine. But this whole thing started because I said, I think we should encourage people to do whatever they want, meaning go monogamous, go non-monogamy relationship-wise, or go nothing at all, or anything in between. And you guys don't know what non-monogamy is, so you can't even engage with the fucking point. Thank you. I'm done now.
It was on hookup culture. Literally, the beginning of this, the question that Whick asked was on hookup culture. What do you think hookup culture means?
So
What
I am
would it
coming into this
entail?
late, and I do have a
Hookup
opinion about
culture!
too,
People
but
fucking-
you guys
Sorry,
were
go
talking
ahead.
about non-monogamy
Okay,
when I
so
came in,
just
so that's
before
where
we
I
go,
was coming
just to
from.
clarify, we're talking about whatever's interesting to me, and now this is what's interesting to me. So now this
I
is
need
what
to
we're
react to
talking about.
Lactoid. I need to react to Lactoid.
Yeah.
But we gotta let
Lactoid.
What's new?
we gotta let Pep
Yes.
go too, though. Pep.
Oh, that was
Pep,
all I was
please,
saying
I
about
beg
that.
of you.
Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, fuck you. It's Lactoid. It's
Victor here
fine.
is dying. Okay, but go ahead.
It's fine if you want to come here with your studies and your research, which I appreciate, and talk about the value of monogamy. However, when you're talking about the value of monogamous relationships, i.e., marriages and long-term monogamous relationships, that does not simply mean I have one sexual partner at a time. In fact, earlier today, when you and I were talking and Whick brought up serial monogamous people, you guys got indignant about it. This is fucking bullshit and disingenuous. Stop bringing up the positive elements of monogamy when you're talking about monogamous long-term relationships.
What? Okay, hold on.
So anybody knows, like,
It's one and the same. I'm sorry, but like from our
I
point of view, and
disagree.
maybe I'm wrong
They're
with
not
Lactoid.
one and the same.
But that's the
No,
problem.
I know
See, that's the
plenty of
problem.
people
Oh my
who are.
God.
I'm gonna break up
are
with you,
so
go fuck, and then come back
Wait,
together.
wait,
Hubba
wait,
bubba.
wait,
I
can
will
I
let
talk
you
about
answer. I will let you answer, Ziku, but $5 for the trip to say those studies would say reduced numbers should reduce things like STDs, not that reduced numbers do. Their main point is for staying clean, not mono. Thank you, the trip, for the $5.
That's a
Pep?
brainlet response. But
I know. Pep, I wanted to give Pep some space. Then
Okay.
Ziku. Then you can respond to both of them. I'm sure you'll respond to both of them. And then we have to gang. We have to let Victard in. Victard has been so patient.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any measurable difference between having a person who has sex with one person at a time in succession, sleeping with like one person at a time in shorter relationships, than there is with like promiscuity, essentially. I don't think there's a measurable difference there most of the time, depending on the frequency that they're getting in and out of these monogamous relationships. Like, I do agree that you guys are primarily seem to be defending just long-term, like serious, maybe marriage, monogamous relationships, not just monogamy in general. Because I know plenty of people who are monogamous, but they've fucked a lot of people in their life.
Okay.
In monogamous
I
relationships.
understand, but okay. If you are engaging in serial monogamy, you're not monogamous. That's a joke, right? Like you're just
No.
Okay, that's why I want it.
Oh
I mean, there's a definition for that.
That's
So
what we're
some people
trying-
clearly don't think it's a joke, but you guys are
That
that's
is
separate
so
from what you guys are
rude.
defending.
But that's the thing. That's
Oh
why
my
we're trying to
God.
split the difference, right? From and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Lactoid can correct. From our point of view, when we say monogamy, we are inscribing in the definition a long period of time with that person, a long-term commitment.
So
That's
what's
what
like
we're
the
saying,
cutoff?
right?
When do relationships
So-
actually start to be valid for you?
What do you mean by What do you mean by valid?
Valid is a monogamous relationship, because if not, then they're just a promiscuous hookup, is what it sounds like.
That would be the
According to your
case if
guys'
if
definitions.
it's a one night stand short term, like we're only together for like 1 day, 1 week, then I would say no.
Okay,
it's
but
not a long-term
what if one
relationship.
person
I guess
dates
valid
somebody
would
for
be
like a month?
So it
What if
was
they
the
get
intention-
married the same day?
So okay, how long have they been married? Because if they get divorced next week, then that's not a long-term relationship. So it's got to be
Also-
a period of time. So let's say 6 months, right, to be arbitrary. 6-month relationship, like at least, just to be
You
arbitrary.
consider
so
that
there's
to
an
be monogamous, and anything
So
before
there you
that is
go, yeah.
promiscuity? Interesting.
In short intervals, I would say
I
absolutely.
take a lot.
I
Okay,
don't think
I'll
could
help you
disagree
out
with
because
that.
I have a different answer here. It's about intent, right? It's about intent. There's people who are monogamous solely because their partner will only accept monogamy. right?
Mhm.
It's
Forced
you don't cheat
monogamy.
on me, I don't cheat on you kind of deal, right? And I think that most people, well, I won't even say most, but a lot of people that are monogamous fall into that camp. But they're being coerced into monogamy. They aren't monogamous. If you understand the distinction here, like I'm talking, at least when I'm referring to someone who is when I'm referring to monogamy, I'm talking about people who desire, want, and work for long-term, lifelong relationships. They're not always successful, but that is the intent and that is the goal with one single individual partner.
So there are plenty of those short-term monogamous relationships that start that way, that people go into with exactly that intent, that just don't end up that way.
Yes, for a variety of reasons, some good, some bad.
Yeah.
So, like
So
some
those don't
people
You
count
could
as
might
get
even
bored.
relationships
call them
according to
serial monogamers
Yeah, I
at
would.
that
I would
point.
call them serial
But
monogamous.
that would
to
be
be
more
honest with you.
incidental than purposeful, though. That would be a
It doesn't matter. The
professional
end result is the
failure.
same.
Oh my
So I would say that, like,
Yeah, but the intent is
effectively
different.
almost all serial monogamy is with the intent for long term. Because short term ones, people aren't going to be like, oh yeah, I'm dating this person. They're going to be like, oh yeah, that's my like friend with benefits. That's this person. They probably won't even counter it. They'll be like, oh, I hooked up with this person. They're not going to be like, yeah, this is the person I'm dating. People do
But they're
that
not.
because they think there's going to
but
be
then-
long term shit in the future.
Okay, but that'd be a little bit different than like an honest hookup.
I
Wouldn't
can
you
only
agree?
talk, but I can only talk
So
from
when
personal
does
experience.
sorry, yeah,
When
go
I
ahead.
when I went to college, I remember this. When I went to college for the first time, right? I remember meeting this girl and I started talking to her. And from my naive background, I thought that we were like much further along in the relationship than we were. And I learned what the word like talking meant. You know, and I had to ask around. So like I looked like an idiot. That was just me. Like it wasn't necessarily like that to me was hookup culture, but it was also just like the process of finding the right person that like fit my needs as an individual that I could build a life with. You know, and you try on different hats, and like that's what dating as a young person is. So I
And I
feel
would
like
say
that's just
it's a critical failure in principle.
but to expect that you're gonna be able to like find somebody to engage in this long-term relationship with, like best case scenario, it's an unrealistic expectation, and you can encourage that behavior, but like truly, like a lot of young people don't even know what they want, and they have to date a couple different people before they can even
they
try
don't.
and like figure that out.
No, they
Do you
don't.
guys
That's
believe in
nonsense.
sex before marriage or no?
Wait,
I don't
I
think
have
it's
to
a good
do
idea.
this.
No.
You don't think it's a good idea? Okay.
Absolutely not.
You should minimize the amount of sex partners you have
Yeah.
during life. Yes, the data states that you should
But
minimize.
specifically sex
Please
before
stop
marriage.
talking
If you're
about the
in a-
data. Oh my god.
If you're in a monogamous
reality, the
relationship with the
empirics?
intent to hopefully marry a
Oh,
person
God.
someday,
Mhm.
do you think having sex before marriage is bad, Lactoid?
No, I mean, as long as it's like again, like like you're reducing your number of people, and it's like a monogamous intent. I like I said, I don't really think marriage is particularly important. So if you never got married, I wouldn't really care.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're
Can
asking the wrong
I
person.
can I say
Yes, you
something?
can, Katie. You can, but after I read this, I've been paid money to say this. Tell Katie she apparently took the black panel to heart because she culturally appropriated weed and cornrows, and tell the Raven cosplayer from Wish.com that her anecdote about a polycule doesn't mean shit to CDC data. Pick a definition and quit equivocating. Stasis,
Who's the
that was
Ravenclaw
mean.
thing?
Stasis, that was a mean
wow.
statement. But I read it because you paid me.
I
so
don't care.
Who's
I'm
the
not bothered by it.
Ravenclaw?
I just
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Pep, are
Pep
you
is
the
I'm
Ravenclaw?
assuming
Yes,
it's
Pep.
me, yeah.
Yes, it's you. Yes, you are the Ravenclaw.
Oh. Well, I hope this guy's monogamous because I wouldn't wish him on other people.
Yes.
Anyway,
But he
moving
would be
on.
on someone. He would be the woman he picked.
Okay, Katie, you were going. Go ahead.
I mean, that kind of person, she picked him, and poor girl. Okay, let's continue.
Women pick crappy dudes all the time, fam. I mean, that's a
Yes, and we
discussion.
should discourage
That's a
them for doing
discussion.
that. Yes,
Why-
we
so
should
we should
control
discourage.
people.
We should discourage that. Oh, you're mocking me, okay? Because I would agree. We
Yes.
should discourage it. Absolutely.
I know.
Don't pick
Sorry.
crappy people that treat you poorly. Yeah, we should 100% discourage that behavior.
Okay.
God forbid we say, pick a man that cares for you, loves you, and has some respect, right?
God forbid.
God
Anyway,
forbid, okay.
I'm gonna blow your mind, Zico, with this. Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's imagine there's a couple, and I know you're gonna say that it's not significant in terms of the population proportion, and I agree that it isn't. But I'm just really interested in yours and Lactoid's definition of this. Let's say there's a couple who's been married for 20 years. Okay, they've been monogamous. They have been together. They've never stepped out or anything. Now, after 20 years, the husband comes to the wife and he's like, "Baby, I want to open our relationship. I want to become non-monogamous. And she says, baby, I've been fantasizing about this guy in work for a long time, and I'm ready to take our road to the non-monogamous side of town, okay? And then, are they promiscuous now? Like, is that, how would you define this?
I would say if she indulges, yeah, she's become promiscuous.
More promiscuous
No,
than
they're
before.
both. They're in a non-monogamous relationship now. They have agreed on it.
Okay, so is she having sex with the dude from work?
Yes, and the husband
It's more
and the
promiscuous.
husband is having sex with other people as well.
Then he's
also
being
being
more
promiscuous.
promiscuous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are simply using the definition of promiscuous for non-monogamous, and now that I know that for 100%, that's good
Hey,
to know.
wait. How many people? Give me your definition here. How many people do you have to sleep with
We
before
have
you suddenly?
already given
Hold
definitions. Oh my fucking God.
up. How many people do you think that you have to sleep with in order to be a promiscuous person? Give me a number.
Can I Google promiscuous?
It just means
Yeah,
sexually available.
Having or characterized by many transient sexual relationships. And I think that's the definition that we're trying to change. It's not just multiple partners, it's the quality of the relationship as well.
But that's ridiculous.
According to the dictionary fucking definition.
That's ridiculous. But that's not how you operate in reality.
Okay, so now we should ignore.
There
if you
can
had
be
sex with a dude
poly
you
people
met
that are less
tomorrow-
promiscuous and poly people that are more promiscuous.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it's
I
like
mean,
it's a separate category, and it's like a separate facet entirely. It's a different trait.
Okay, but let's not play games here, right? If
No,
I have an
a
open
poly,
relationship,
but even someone who is in an ethical non-monogamous relationship, 9 times out of 10 are going to be more promiscuous than the person who's in a ethical monogamous relationship.
Can we? Are you joking?
Okay.
Let's ask the serious question.
Not 9 times
Why-
out of 10.
hold on.
No.
Why would they need an open relationship to not be promiscuous? Go ahead.
Because they can love more than one person at the same time, and they
Would you
want to
say
fuck more than one
Would you
person
say
at
8
the same
times out of
time.
10? I don't know about 9 times out of 10.
I
go
would
with 8.
say
I go with
I would
8
probably say
personally.
like maybe 6 to 7 based on the poly people.
Okay, hold on. Let's.
I don't even know what side
This
we
is
are
fuck. Yeah,
even
this is ridiculous. We don't have to play
Can
like.
I
Wait,
help?
hold on. We don't have to like do this. So when you just listen to how we're using it. When we're talking about promiscuous, we're simply saying.
So we're discarding the dictionary.
Hold
definition.
up. Listen to me, because
Are you-
under the dictionary definition, what does transient mean here? Huh? I don't fucking know. What is it? What's the length of time before something becomes transient compared to non-transient? Like we can play the games. We can play. Hold up. We could play these games, right? But let me explain to you.
Or you guys, you can just say
if
promiscuous
you
when
would
you mean
prefer
promiscuous.
if you would prefer that instead we just use the term somebody with a proclivity to have more sexual partners. If you want me to like say that whole fucking sentence out every time, I'll say it.
You can
I'll say it to make you happy.
promiscuous without
Yeah, we
saying
don't need
non-monogamous.
Because that's what I'm talking about is the problem.
For what we already have words for.
Yeah. Having
That's just
more
what it's
sexual
related to.
having more sexual partners is bad. Okay, that is the ultimate point here. So when you have somebody who's going and having shit happen
Katie, you're
like
up
in
after
a
that.
marriage, that is more sexual partners. Ergo, bad. That's it.
Okay, Katie, go ahead.
Okay, I think we can use the word promiscuous, and you don't have to say a lot of words, Lactoid. You can just say promiscuous. But when I say, hey, we should encourage people to be either monogamous or engage in non-monogamous relationships, you don't hear the word promiscuous in your head because you're uneducated on a topic. So you'll say promiscuous, and when I say non-monogamous, you'll actually understand what I mean, and then we cannot speak past each other like how we were meant to do from the beginning before you started pretending like what I'm saying was something different.
Well, so this is the ultimate problem with this, though, is because if you're going to accept our definition of promiscuity here, which is having more sexual partners, how can a non-monogamous person be less promiscuous? By definition, if you have more than one,
that's literally
then
why we're taking an issue with how you're using these words.
But so then there's two problems though. One, there's the objective
Yes, you
reality
guys
of
can't
why
use
are they-
definitions.
so hold on. Why are they in an open relationship to not have sex with other people? That's just the first question, right? Like just
to hold
functionally,
hands.
What's
There's
the
a
purpose
difference
to do that,
between
right?
having sex
But the
with like just
second thing
random
is-
people they come across that they want to
Mhm.
fuck versus wanting to be in relationships, sexual relationships with
Okay.
people.
So can we not use the word that they're being promiscuous?
Yes!
Yes!
Literally!
We can't. So what word do we use to describe the act of having sex with multiple people? What word do we use?
It depends on the context in which it's happening. An orgy is fucking different from like a 3-person poly relationship. There's different words for them.
Wait. Why is it? I mean, if we want to play super pedantic games, why is that? Why is that the case?
Because they describe entirely different things contextually.
Well, why? I mean, you could have a,
Why? Because
where's the line? Where's the line between an orgy and a 3-person non-monogamous relationship?
I don't know if we want to go down.
So we're just okay.
10 minutes,
so
20 minutes, 30 minutes. Where's the line?
This is literally what I was asking earlier about what defines like serial monogamous versus like an actual relationship. Because apparently, you're doing the same thing in reverse at me now, as if it's like legit though, instead of joking.
I understand when you guys are like trying to explain like the non-monogamous portion. I understand what you're saying. You're saying this is different than like somebody who just goes to the bar and takes home anybody. And I can agree with you that they can be different in scale, but I think promiscuity does apply to some level to both encounters, first of all. And second of all, you guys shifted to non-monogamy after we were talking about hookup culture. Maybe you didn't.
To be fair to Pep, that is true.
Yeah. I'm not gonna hold that against you, but
I've got here like and gang. To be clear, the only original guest that I had was Ziku. Everyone else is a replacement. So I appreciate you all being and bearing with me here. My struggle, what I am having a problem with, Katie. Well, your size, first of all, that's a problem. Okay. Second of all, right? My second problem is I think we are trying to retreat to word games to dodge the main point of Lactoid and Ziku's point here.
No, because they're making different points, and every time we make progress with Lactoid, Zico brings us back. And then whenever we make progress with Zico, Lactoid brings us back. This is bullshit!
No. Wick's right. As usual, Wick. Good job. Yeah. You're good. Yeah.
Because I think literally though, because I think we would agree that being promiscuous does increase your likelihood of STDs. That is a risk. Yeah.
Thank you. At least, okay, level 1.
Well, even by definition, a non-monogamous ethical relationship, by definition, because there are more people that you were engaging in sex with, but increases that risk. I hope. Well, she's having network issues, but it does increase the risk, right?
I don't think so. If it's the same 3 people all having sex with the same 3 people always, that is safer than somebody having like a 1-month relationship with somebody, then another 1-month relationship with somebody, then another 1-month relationship with somebody.
Yes,
if it's
but
3
it is
people having the
less
same
safe.
sex with this,
but it is less safe than 2 people having long-term.
Maybe
sex with
just
each
from
other.
like the pitfalls
Just a numbers
of
game, right? Mm-hmm.
If it's all contained within the same unit, it's not if like nobody has STDs and they're only fucking each other, where is the STD going to come from?
I see what you're saying.
And if they all went and get tested beforehand, and mitigate
Mm-hmm.
that.
But does it increase the risk? Because now you're relying on more people to be honest,
relationship
right?
risks of I was just gonna agree with that. There is more of a risk of just the normal pitfalls of relationships, but I feel like a lot of those pitfalls happen because people who are only compulsorily monogamous end up stuck in monogamous relationships. I'm not saying every cheater should be in a monogamous situation. Sometimes they're just in shitty relationships and are too chicken shit to get out.
That's a point you brought up actually that I wanted to get Lactoid and Ziku to answer because I don't think they ever engaged with it, and I'm curious what they would say. The point that you made much earlier about how monogamous relationships would be better, healthier, and more happy if they were allowed to cheat in a controlled fashion or to
Wait, I
go.
said that?
You said something akin. You said something akin to it. That
cheating is kind of poisoning the well a little bit.
Okay, use a different word if you want, but engage with other people sexually in a controlled fashion.
That is what you said something akin
I'm
to that.
saying, in like an ethically non-monogamous relationship.
Yes.
That wouldn't be like cheating in a marriage, though. That's entirely different.
You were
because
saying
you
that
need consent from both partners.
Yeah, but you were saying that the reason why some people would be unhappy in a monogamous relationship is because they can't express their sexuality with other people.
Yes, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Pep, would you leaving aside like this scenario where you have like let's say 4 people who all get tested, don't have a lot of sexual partners, and they all agree to like form some kind of fucking squad.
Relationship?
Yeah, sure. Let's say you have let's say you have this kind of scenario, okay? Leaving aside that scenario, don't you agree that we should discourage people from just like going to bars, bringing home people, and just sleeping with them? It's probably a good thing to discourage because of all the risks that come with that.
I have a lot of opinions on this that probably not everyone agrees with because I'm extremely pro sex work as well, because I recognize that I think physicality and physical connection between humans is really, really important, and it's more stigmatized than it should be. I don't necessarily think that hookup culture, where it's just like meaningless sex, is the most wholesome thing that we should be encouraging. I don't think we should be encouraging that as like the main goal.
Should we discourage it?
I don't think this is kind of like another panel. I think maybe we can say, hey, this is like the fast food of sex, but we shouldn't demonize it. We shouldn't be like, no, never do this. But we should be realistic about how it has more risks and it's not going to lead to long-term relationships. I think we should just be logical about it.
So you wouldn't like. So you're really kind of try to get out of saying you would discourage it.
I don't, because I don't think we need to necessarily discourage it depending on people's goals. If all people want is just like a physical hookup, go hook up with somebody or see an escort. But if people want an actual long-term relationship, then yeah, we can just, if people,
So you don't think we should
if
discourage
somebody is
hookups?
asking for, if someone is asking for advice on like relationships and dating, and that's what they want, I would discourage hookups. But if people just want sex, then I would encourage hookups.
Victor, do you think that we should encourage people just wanting sex or discourage people just wanting sex? Or neither? Is it neutral?
I think I mean, I think that if you do encourage people to just want sex, then you also have to be open and realistic with them about the potential consequences.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Come with that, including the STDs, potential pregnancy, whatever that may be. Yeah, so like all these things are realities of just like how we live and what we want. But if somebody wants to just engage in mindless sex, if that's like if that's what they want, like they should be allowed to do that.
Well, we're not
Really
talking
quick before
allowances
Pixie-
here.
or
Just
before
real quick.
Katie really
We're not,
quick,
we're not
because
talking allowance.
it's
No one
kind
is
of
saying you
like-
should ban it. Right?
But it's kind of like,
sorry, if
is
somebody
it
comes,
discouraged?
if somebody comes to me and says this is what I want, then yeah, I'd say then that's probably what you should do. I would absolutely encourage them to seek out that avenue, because
Is it
that's
discouraging
No.
people
Can I
to
ask a
to tell people to wear seatbelts? Is that discouraging them from driving, or is that just warning them of a potential consequence?
No, you discourage people not wearing their seatbelts. If you see somebody not wearing their
But are you
seatbelt, hey
discouraging
buddy,
so
please,
yeah,
you should buckle up because I don't want you to
discourage people from
die.
not wearing condoms. Discourage people from not wearing
Yes,
condoms.
yes,
then.
that too. We should discourage
But
all
don't discourage
activity.
people from having sex.
We should discourage all
But that's
activity that
not-
leads to negatives.
So we should discourage people from driving at all.
Ideally, you shouldn't drive more than you have to.
Well, to be fair, right?
I mean, yeah.
don't
okay.
be a street racer. How about
Fuck
this? How about
NASCAR.
this?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't eat fast food if you can avoid it. You probably shouldn't smoke cigarettes if you
What
can
if people
avoid it.
just want fast food though? I mean, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
people want bad things.
Exactly. Is your desire just your God?
What if the heroin addict really wants the heroin?
No, but I
Yeah.
think anything in
if
moderation
it's
is not anything. But I think like if people indulge in moderation, why is that such a problem?
It's a little cocaine.
I think
right?
one.
It's a little smack here and there.
I think.
If somebody does heroin once in their life, I don't think that they're like a morally bankrupt person for doing that.
I'm
or
not
that
sa-
it had like a
Perhaps
huge
not.
impact on their life.
perhaps
I don't
Yeah,
think that it has
right?
an overall long-term consequence.
You're right, and
Okay.
yeah, you're right. If somebody has one hookup, I'm not going to like demonize them, but I'm saying that
Yeah.
generally the activity itself should probably be discouraged, right? If you see someone
Maybe
about to
it's
shoot up
fine.
heroin,
Sure.
even if it's their
Hey.
first time ever, you say, "Hey, maybe don't do that. It's not that good."
Katie,
you go.
Katie. Encourage people or discourage people from having sex?
Okay, Wick, I think it's really funny that you're not capable of understanding that when I said at the beginning, and Vikram is saying now, and Pep said earlier, that we want to encourage people to make their own choices, that's not an answer to you. I really think that's funny, and also I think it's incredibly immature.
Would you say
Secondly,
this for anything else, though?
secondly, yes, I would say that for anything.
For
Okay,
smoking?
whoop.
For heroin use,
For
I think
cocaine?
it has to us. We're looking
Wait,
at
no,
differently. Like
no,
we're
Pep,
asking whether
sorry.
we want milk. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I am pro legalizing all drugs, so fuck you. Second of all, I don't like it when people smoke, but unless it's
If you had a child who was 18 years old,
Wick, I'm
just
not
turned
done
18 years old,
speaking.
they said, I want to smoke, Mom. Can you help me smoke? Would you help them?
I'm not done speaking.
If my child was 18 years old and they wanted to smoke, I would hope by that point that I'd raise them that they would have. I would say I encourage you to make your own decisions.
Oh, what do you want? What do
I
you want
encourage
for
you to
your
make your own.
child?
If
Don't
that's
get-
what
Katie,
if that's
finish.
re-
No,
if
I
that's what they
interrupted
want, if
Katie. I'm
that's what they
sorry.
want to do.
I interrupted Katie. I'm sorry. Katie, finish. My apologies.
Yeah. So the thing that is really frustrating about talking to people who have like religious elements into them, but also some other people, is that they treat morality as objective, and they also really like to enforce their morals onto other people. And the notion that other people might view like freedom of choice, even to make bad decisions, is like beyond them. Like they can't handle that. They want absolute control over what they think is good for someone.
No, it means nothing. I'm sorry.
And I think that because of that, there's an immediate incompatibility in this conversation, because I believe in freedom of choice to the extent that I believe people are allowed to make bad decisions on their own. And I believe that freedom overrides the control that you want to have over people's lives. You disagree, and that's okay. But that's just where I'm not going to move.
If
This is the
I see
problem.
Ziku, but I got to respond to this. I was
Okay,
addressed.
okay.
See, to Katie, I'm with you. I don't think I should be coercing or forcing anyone to make any decisions, even if they want to do something incredibly harmful, even if they want to do heroin or these things. I should not, as an individual, right, outside of very, very specific circumstances
Like
where they're
bullying
actually
fat
harming
people, right?
other people, right, where they're actually harming other people, I should not be forcing this. But there is a substantive
You
difference
support bullying
between,
fat people, Wick.
yes, because that is not force, that is persuasion, and there is a difference between these two things.
Bullying is not
Fundamentally,
persuasion. It's just bullying.
I can say,
It's just abuse.
I can say, right? I can say that, hey,
That you're abusive. Yes.
do you think
She
that
got you
because
there,
I want
Wick.
people to be skinny, not skinny, because I want people to be healthy, that because I want people to live longer, because I want people to have happier lives, that I'm abusive?
I think that if you're disingenuous to the point where you call bullying persuasion and you say that that's not you trying to force your will onto someone, then I don't know how to engage with you, because that's very silly.
Yeah,
I
I
am
don't know the
not-
backstory to this, but bullying is suboptimal for that, and it's shown not to be
And
super
let's
effective
scale
either.
it. Let's scale it down then, because I
That
think it's
data is
important to scale
awful,
it
by
down.
the way.
No, no, I'm
Is
gonna
it?
finish
I'm
engaging with
happy to
this. I'm
have
gonna
better
finish.
data.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
I'd like to go through because the actual how they define it's
Yes,
fucking
what-
bullying is actually crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a very specific thing. Most people colloquially do not mean this,
Yes,
right, when
yes.
they say it.
What do you
Um,
mean? Well, I guess never mind. This is a deviation.
It's
Yeah,
an
it's a
awesome
deviation.
topic, but this is a topic for another day, right? And
Okay.
we can have this discussion again. But Katie, the fact that you would not encourage any behavior, right, is weird to me. Obviously, I encourage people to do things that I want them to do. I encourage people to be less racist. I encourage people to vote. I encourage people to be less condescending. I encourage people to interrupt me less. I encourage these things, but I don't enforce them, right?
And
I
you
don't
know what's
sit
great,
there
Wick?
and provide penalties to those who don't
Good.
do it.
You know what the difference is? I think individuals can go around and encourage things, and that's fine. But when we talk about what society should encourage and discourage, we're no longer talking about people individually influencing their own personal sphere of influence with their own morals and values. We are saying that a society should have its own morals and
Yes.
values, which is
Society should be less racist. Society should
let's not
have
get carried
healthier
away, Wick.
standards. Society should encourage all of these things. Yes,
should what things?
being less all sorts of values, right?
No,
I
no,
think
give
society
me
should
the
encourage
values,
equality.
Wick.
I
Give
think
me the fucking
Are
values.
you against
Give it to me.
anti-smoking commercials?
Am I against anti-smoking?
Yeah.
commercials?
Anti-smoking commercials have been shown to reduce smoking. Are you against anti-smoking commercials because that's society pushing a viewpoint on people?
That's not really society, unless the
It's an
commercial. Wait,
organization. It's an
is
organization.
the
I guess,
commercials?
right?
Are the commercials from the government?
There's
A
only
lot of them get funding from the
couple.
government. Yes, the Truth Campaign, for example.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think some things are okay for society to discourage and discourage, and some people are not, and some
Then-
things are
then
not.
I agree with you. I agree
I think
with
yeah,
you.
a lot of us agreed on this from the
Awesome,
get-go of
Wick.
we
Look
should
at us.
we should encourage safe sex and we should encourage things that make promiscuity safe. I think we all agreed on that before, correct?
Yeah, but Wick is incapable.
Ziku, no, I'm going to be the better man. Ziku, take it away. Go ahead.
I think the reason why I have such a huge issue kind of with your opinion from the top is that it's what's the best way to put this, right? You're saying that
Nihilistic.
you
You want to
want
say
to
nihilistic.
it isn't like there's not really a word. It's kind of this do as thou wilt type of mentality where you say I want to encourage people to do whatever they want to do. As
Yes,
such,
live and let live. Sorry.
exactly, but there's nothing tangible about that, right? There's nothing to converse because people will do that regardless, right? The
No, they
question
wouldn't.
is, yes, they will, right?
No,
Right?
they
So-
wouldn't.
as opposed to what are they? They're going to be controlled by a spider monster in
Okay,
their
so for
bedroom?
example,
Like they are going to make the choice they want to make.
So for example, before we normalized gay people wouldn't enter gay relationships. They would marry straight people.
And some of them did.
So when you discourage them socially from doing something, they did what you told them to do.
Okay, so clearly at some point they decided to fight against that message, right? Clearly at some point they made commercials, they put it in the TV shows, they wrote books, they made movies. Clearly at some point we've shifted in society from that position. Can you agree? Okay.
Sure.
So with that understanding, that means they
That we
did
should
make the
oppress
choice.
people until they're tired of being oppressed.
Either way it goes. Either way it goes, they still made the choice to do something different. And they fought against it in society. They pushed their messaging and they got what they wanted. The long and short of it is, no, wrong. The long and short of it is, people made a choice of what they wanted to do. It's already destiny. People are already going to choose to make a choice. What we are saying
they
here, hold
chose.
on.
Okay,
But what we're saying here is what do you think people should do? And what you're saying is nothing. They should just do whatever. That's just no conversation to be
You just
had.
like discount your own point in your same message.
How did I discount?
The point is that we are assuming that those gay people would have liked to enter gay relationships. They have made the choice to enter straight relationships because society discouraged them and stigmatized them having and disallowed them to have gay relationships. Meaning, while they made a choice, they made a choice, it is not the choice that they wanted to make. It was a choice enforced by them by society.
Okay.
So
the negative consequences they occur otherwise.
Housekeeping. I got some housekeeping to take care of. I know some people. I want to give a chance for those of you who have other things to do at 8 because I have a 2-hour panel. I appreciate you bringing your time. We're not ending. We're going to open it up, but I want to give everyone here to have a chance to have a closing thought, and then if they need to go, they can go. I would love for you all to stay, but if you have somewhere to be, you have somewhere to be because this conversation is interesting to me. I'd like to keep it going. We're going to start with Katie, and we're going to move our way around. Katie. Closing thoughts, brief, concise.
Whick, I love you. You bring me endless frustration, but our sexual tension is undeniable. And if I was more promiscuous than I am, we would fuck. There you go.
Well, I mean, maybe if you bought me dinner and charmed me a little bit.
I don't buy people dinner. I'm just like, do you want my body or not?
Fair enough.
So
okay. Well, thank you for being here. I'm sorry for frustrating you, but that's that is what it is. So thank you. Lactoid, speaking of being more promiscuous with me, if I had the chance. Lactoid, go ahead.
What's up, Whick? Yeah, no, I think all the empirical evidence demonstrates that I'm correct, as usual. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you for being Katie and Lactoid both were last-minute replacements. I really appreciate you coming in with the strength and fire of 1,000 Suns. You guys did great. Appreciate you being here. Not a last-minute replacement. Someone I decided to bring on last minute because they wanted to. Pep, please.
So I would say Lactoid's data is not as good as he says it is because it doesn't take into account the separation between things like ethical non-monogamy and promiscuity. But besides that, we do agree on some things like discouraging the unhealthy behaviors related to hookup culture. But I think, overall, there's still a lot of disagreement between both sides.
When we get to the open, I'm gonna ask you about the healthy behaviors of hookup culture. But where can people find you?
I'm Art by Pep on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, etc. I stream Sundays and Thursdays usually.
Check her out. Okay. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your contribution. Victard, another last-minute replacement.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way.
No, anytime. No, thanks for having me on. Happy Memorial Day. Look, I think that you guys do raise some good points about hookup culture having some negative consequences. I think there are some better ways to address those negative consequences as they come, than to just blanket say that hookup culture is wrong and therefore should be avoided. Because I think sex is cool. I would like to see more people having sex. And I think that's a good goal to shoot for.
Yeah, if you want to see
the
more
most
people having sex, I got some websites for you, but go on.
Oh, hey, there you go. I'm sure we've been to the same ones, but yeah, I think that if you want to encourage, especially this procreation stuff, like let's get more people fucking, right? All
Where
right.
can people find you?
I am. Let's see. Geez. The road to hell on Instagram and Resident Trapper on Twitter. So find me there.
Check them out, gang. Check them out. Thank you again for being a last minute replacement.
Anytime.
I really appreciate you coming on. Last but certainly not least, the one man who stuck with his commitment.
Indeed, I have
The
honor.
one man who decided not to ditch me for either reasons that could be avoided or reasons that couldn't be avoided. Ziku, please.
So my final thoughts is I mostly agree with Lactoid. I think we've been in sync for most of the conversation. I would say the conversation of marriage would be an interesting one. I think me could have in a very friendly manner. I don't think there'd be any nipping and napping, but definitely interesting. I think overall, when it comes to dating and having relationships, I'm gonna say for this conversation, I think that monogamy is superior. I think the results of it, of having children that are less confused about hierarchy and their family, children that know who their fathers are, children who know who their mothers are. I think children knowing where they came from, both in the just objective, I come home, here I am, and even in a spiritual and just like more meaningful, symbolic way of having a lineage is superior to having these kind of wishy-washy relationships or having these different little polycubicles. I don't know. I'm with Lactoid. I don't know any data. I haven't seen any children result in this and be effective or be good in any way, shape, or form. I have seen very many times when you ask the people in these poly relationships if they're happy. Usually, when you start breaking it down, they're really not. So ultimately, I think monogamy is superior. I think we should be encouraging people to be monogamous and to take care of their families.
Where
That's
can
how I
people
feel.
find you?
You can find me at BassFZZ on Twitter and on YouTube. Been here for a minute. BassFZZ.
Check him out, gang. He does some great stuff, especially on YouTube. Give him a follow if you can. Give him a subscribe. Gang, if you've liked this conversation, you want to support me, it's the end of the month. So this is the last chance to get in your Wick bucks, right? So send me some Twitch subs, send me some bits. Thank you for the super chats that have come through. This is how we fund this channel. This is how we keep these conversations happening. The more money I get, the better guests I can get, the better production values I can give you where my mic doesn't suck, right? We can get you better entertainment, and I can do it more often. But if I don't get support, I can't do this as often as I'd like to, and I want to give you guys content. So please support me through super chats, donations, anything like that, subs, gift bits. That's great. We're not ending this. So if you want to be in on this, if you have some big problems with what's been said, or you just want to come in and give your thoughts, how do you do that? Well, you go to the Discord. I'll put the links in chat. And once you do, you accept the rules, you jump backstage, and I'll pull you in. Cool? Cool.
I actually got to bounce.
I just want to say,
Peace out, Lectoid.
nice seeing you.
Yeah, I might bounce as well.
Yeah,
Just
I understand.
what you
Well,
say.
if everyone's bouncing, then we could just end.
I got another panel, so I got to.
Yeah, I understand. But go on, Pep, I think.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna call polycules polycubicles from now on.
All right. Let's move on in. All right. The second.
Hey, y'all.
What's up?
Hello.
Prime.
Okay, that was a lot. Oh wow, thanks for really
overwhelmed with the enthusiasm.
Yeah. but happy to see some familiar faces here. And more. We have one more person coming. Hopefully they'll be here soon. But while we're waiting, can someone fill in the space?
Sure. So we're talking about a couple of topics here. The first one, see, I don't want to get into it because I would like ruin the format.
No, that's
It's
no, we
fine,
don't,
so
no.
Yeah, you
Talk
don't get
about the
into the
topic.
actual comment.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. That's not how this works.
fill the dead air. Just say some words so that people know that we're live.
Here, what do you guys think about this being the original Bud Light transpost, I guess? Should we get more or less
I
mad at
so don't care. I just like, even as someone that's involved deeply in like the trans issues culture war, like the fact that Bud Light got bullied into fucking trying to boost their ESG score and it backfired some, but like Anheuser-Busch lost 2% fucking worldwide stock and everyone's going to forget about it in fucking 3 months anyways, is just so I don't know what to say other than conservatives are fucking dumb.
Scott,
do you think they would explode if they saw that?
I don't know if it's going away as fast as you think. I think the outrage of it's going to go away, but I think a lot of people are just sort of like mentally associated like Bud Light is the gay beer now. And so there's going to be like a lot of conservatives that are just like, when they go to the bar, they're just not going to order it. And they're going to make assumptions about people who do.
Yeah, except Anheuser-Busch owns like the other beer they're going to fucking drink.
Oh, no, for sure. And in fact, those have like had like super masculine campaigns now. Like Harley Davidson is on Budweiser. Like, real big manly beers. You know, make sure to capture the audience that you lost.
But those other brands that aren't owned by Anheuser-Busch are also have like pro LGBT like ads.
Yeah, Coors. Yeah.
Not Youngling. Not Youngling.
Grandpa, mute your fucking StreamYards and unmute your Discord.
Oh.
There you go, brother.
But Youngling beer is like, I know they've kind of like taken over some of the market share too.
Yeah, I mean, like, there'll be a balancing. You know, like you know what it really reminds me of. Most of you are probably too young for this, but like counterpoints might remember. Remember when like the cancer paper, as everyone was calling it, like got added to cigarettes, and it was really just like a piece of paper to like make sure like moms didn't burn down their trailer park falling asleep with a cigarette, so that the cigarette would automatically go out, and it like changed the flavor of like cigarettes, and so many people were like, I'm done with these now, and literally everyone that smoked continued smoking despite it. They just switched fucking brands. Like they just went from smoking like Maverick menthols to Newports, or like they went from like fucking, you know, one brand of cigarette to another, and it was just like, okay, so you guys just did the same thing you were doing but changed your brand. Cool. That's honestly what it reminds me of.
Well, no, because I think this is underestimating how malleable things actually are. So for instance, like in the 1980s, like seatbelt usage was at like 8% or 10%. And then they started the click it or ticket campaigns, and the click it or ticket campaigns actually got seatbelt usage up to 80%. And then same thing with smoking. I'm pretty sure smoking is down to like, 13 or 15 or 20% or some shit now. Whereas before, I'm sure it was like 50 to 70. So like, people are
reminding
malleable.
me how much I hate Ralph Nader. I had forgotten how much I hated Ralph Nader, and then I'm like, wait a minute, fuck
All right,
that
hold
guy.
on. Emergency, I'll be right back.
But I mean, smoking was lower, but then vaping happened, and then that pushed that right back up.
Right. Not back up to where it was in the 50s and the 60s.
Well, I mean, fair enough, sure, but like it's like
vaping's pretty new. Like it's the trend is still going, as far as I can tell by the data, going the wrong direction. At least among the younger generations.
Yeah, it's a younger man's game. And I'm curious what it'll be like in 30 years. Like, I'm not. There have been some efforts to like.
I think Australia has banned or looking. I don't know. They've introduced like some sort of legislation. Yeah, something like that.
Which I fucking hate.
Well, so
commie countries.
I tuned into your panel or a little bit. Shouldn't society be encouraging or discouraging unhealthy?
We should discourage cigarettes, not ban them. New Zealand is banning them. You can't buy them anymore if you're like a certain age. Like they're phasing it out. So like if you're currently like a 50-year-old smoker, you can still buy them. But like if you're under 18, like you cannot legally buy cigarettes in New Zealand now for like your whole life.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if they're not there present.
Okay, I'll be back in like 5 to 10. My son has been flushing too much toilet. My 5-year-old son has been flushing too much toilet paper down the drain, and now there is backup water in every single fixture in the house. So I'm gonna go plunge. I'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Agent of Chaos.
Agent of Chaos. All right. So
I do remember when those seatbelt laws first started coming in.
I count.
Hi, Cal. Mute yourself on StreamYards.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, friend.
I stayed unmuted on the other one. All right. Yeah. Sorry. I remember when the seatbelt laws first came in, and I remember all of the same predictions about how it won't work. Everyone will still do it. You can't force me to wear one. I think they've reacted the same way to helmet laws on motorcycles and stuff like that. That's always the reaction at the beginning of some new regulatory thing.
It was
Scott's
I
want to point out
about
that
that.
that's
I'm
not
sure.
the same thing as a boycott.
I'm sure. Like I said, I know Scott's gonna have something to say about that. But like, I was having a conversation with someone. I can't remember who. I'm not trying to diss them. I just don't remember who it was. It was recently, a few weeks ago, about like changing the laws, like using laws to change culture, and whether that was a good thing or not. This other person disagreed with me. I think they were a libertarian, right? So, not much upstairs. But I thought like
I challenge you to find one clip
so, like,
in context where I don't walk circles around you.
A great okay. But I think a great example, one that I didn't think of at the time though, is the seatbelt laws, right? Like there are a lot of people who are saying we're not going to do this. Like it doesn't matter. There's like those old news clips, right, of people when the seatbelt laws changed, and like never, man, this is the dumbest thing. Why would I wear? Like,
no, it's worse. Those old clips you're referring to is not seatbelts. It's drinking and driving laws.
Oh yeah.
Those old clips are like, what is this, communist America? I can't have a beer in my fucking.
They were right, by the way. No. They were right about that. The laws against drinking and driving are fucking ridiculous. Laws against drunk driving are somewhat reasonable, but laws against drinking and driving, ridiculous. There's no basis for them.
Oh, could you explain that, please?
So, for example, in Mississippi, which is the only state that has drinking and driving legal, the idea is if you're not drunk, right? Let's say you have one beer on your way home from work and you're not drunk. Why shouldn't you be allowed to do that as opposed to, oh shit, I'm about to go drive. Let me pound this last beer real quick so it hits you in 5 minutes.
I hear you.
Yeah, okay. As long as you're not drunk, it doesn't make sense. Why shouldn't I be able to drink and drive?
Which is why we have the alcohol limit. Like
right.
Most
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But even then,
the objection here is to the open container laws.
Exactly.
Well, so I'm definitely not an expert on alcohol consumption, but isn't there a difference between like drunk and impaired driving? Isn't so in terms of like the legal limit, like you can be sort of under the legal limit but still impaired but not drunk. Is that correct?
So the laws. So if the typical is above 0.08. If you're above 0.08, you are legally drunk driving. But even then, even if you're if let's say you smoke a bunch of weed or whatever and you're high, you can get arrested for impaired driving, even though technically like they don't have a number that you're over.
Right.
But if you're like, I've seen videos of people getting pulled over and they, just chugged a whole 6-pack, but because they're alcoholics, they're not drunk at all. And like the pass a sobriety test with flying colors, and the cop will not every cop will do this, but the cop sometimes will just let you go because you're not actually a danger. And so like if you're somebody who has one beer on the way home and you're not drunk at all, why should we arrest this person and ruin their life for not making anything more dangerous? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, Go ahead. You go first.
It's just like I think it's a gray line of like, well, because like I think it even depends on whether like you're a man or a woman, or even just like how you metabolize alcohol. Of like, I think you can be like pretty much walking that line of like whatever that 0.08 and still be like heavily impaired. But for someone that, like, that's why it's I don't think you can make any sort of like universal prescription as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's why government sucks, because it makes universal prescriptions.
I would
That's
make
why it's stupid, and you should stop supporting it. You just defeated your status.
If you're above 0.08 because you had, like, let's say 4 beers while driving, well, then now you're going to get pulled over for drunk driving, and like you're going to get sobriety tested, and if you're drunk, then you know that you should be, arrested. But if you are not
never
drunk at
have
all,
to take that.
see, I'm just saying, right? These fucking big government losers. The video in which people are complaining, they were right. They were right the whole time, and people meme on them. It's crazy.
When it comes to laws made with the
my prescription would be like no alcohol. Like, you should not be drinking alcohol. Like, ideally, I'm not going to enforce it legally, but I would say like even one beer, I wouldn't want you behind the wheel. Just like you. So I'm curious, Lactoid. Would you let's say you're going in for surgery? Would you allow your surgeon like one beer and they're under the limit?
For a surgery, I'd be uncomfortable unless they were like a raging alcoholic and they needed a beer. Well, kind of, right? Because alcoholics get the shakes, right? And if you have somebody who's like has the shakes while they're doing surgery on you, I would actually.
That doesn't answer my question. As in, would you be okay of like using your same guiding procedures outlined? Of like, yeah, you can for an alcoholic, you can. So let's say the alcoholic surgeon, they've chugged a bunch of beers, and let's say they pass the tests. Would you allow them to operate on you?
First of all, the answer is yes, but second of all, this is more or less irrelevant to the point, because like currently, if we wanted to have the standard, well, if you have any alcohol in your system at any time, you're drunk driving, right? You could have that standard. What I'm saying is it doesn't make sense to have a drunk driver standard and then not have the separate standard of, even if you're not drunk, if you have a beer in the car, it's a crime, as opposed to slamming it right before you jump behind the wheel. Because I know a lot of people, when you're out at the bar, they're like, oh shit, we got to go to the next place, finish your drinks, right? And they'll chug like some really strong shit, and then they jump behind the wheel, and then that'll hit them in like 5 minutes and probably put them over the limit, as opposed to if they just sipped it on the throughout the whole drive.
Yeah, I will fully grant that there's almost certainly inconsistencies in how the law is applied, or even just the laws in general.
Based.
Synth, you want to say something? And we're just we're waiting just at counterpoints, but go ahead, Synth.
Yeah, I mean, the topic's kind of moved on, but there are plenty of things in law that are context dependent. So they're not like they're not making universal prescriptions exclusively. There's plenty of ways that the law can do things, like make in word like reasonable into the law, and then make it up to the jury, and in some cases a judge, if it's the case that what you were doing actually did fit the standard of reasonability. Sort of like know it, I know it when I see it kind of things, which I think are like they're useful. They make the world go a bit smoother.
Yeah, I was talking last night about and it's one of my favorite topics as a libertarian. Super interesting to everyone that's not a libertarian. Contract law defenses and unconscionability in contract, which is like I find to be like a really interesting thing as a libertarian, as to whether or not that will be something that voluntary kind of legal systems would enact anyways, which is kind of like what you described. Like, I kind of know it when I see it, is that like there isn't like a real good metric for like what is an unconscionable contract, but like there is like an absurdity level where it's difficult to understand, where it's so difficult to parse out, that even though it's not technically fraud, it basically becomes fraud, because it's like, well, I would need a team of lawyers to have really understood what this contract meant at the time, and I wasn't informed of what these things would mean, right? So I mean, like, yeah, sure. I mean, like, yes, I grant that. I was mostly just memeing because we're not actually in the debate, but yeah, no, I grant the idea that there can be gray areas that are enforced in the law, but I mean, it's like, then it becomes a question of like, well, what mechanism determines the arbitrary line within the gray area, and it becomes a judge or a jury, and like neither of those are really all that dependable.
Well, if we talk about what are potential alternatives we can use, it starts to become pretty limited. Like if we say we want it to be enforced by like arbitration agencies or something, then you have like You have issues you run into there with like the same kind of issues you run into with the jury, which is just how do you determine bias. You could do like a market mechanism or
That's not
something.
true.
But
there's a market mechanism that doesn't exist for the jury, that exists for an
there
arbitrating
is a market mechanism, but a market mechanism doesn't eliminate bias. It just means that you have incentives against it, and you have incentives in favor of it in some situations.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like there's no such thing as like from a pragmatics perspective, like our ability to ascertain objective truth being perfect, right?
I agree.
Like there's always going to be bias and subjectivity in every situation, but yeah, I just don't think that judges or juries are a very good one, because the incentive structures are set up in such a way to be negative.
I think that juries have a place. And the place for juries ends up being if you can. One is increase the sample size of juries, and two is to make sure that you're not pulling people from like one very specific location, and three is going to be to completely reform the process of voir dire. It's pretty bad as it exists currently. But with those, I think that you could
just,
like have
the problem I have with juries is that like they're regular people, like they're retards.
But you want regular. Oh no, but you want the whole point of the arbitration agencies is you want regular people to be able to vote with their dollar, right?
Well, I mean, you would still have a hierarchical system, right? So like the arbitrating firm is full of experts, and then under that would be the insurance company that is full of experts. So the voting with your dollar is based off of like a kind of like a macro kind of scale of all of the transactions within the market, right? Not
the experts are supposed to be representatives.
A jury hinging upon one person that's just a fucking idiot that doesn't get something and can hang up an entire jury.
Well, I agree that with like a very small sample size in a jury, there's issues there. But in terms of like saying that like the arbitration agencies avoid the biases of normal people, it seems like the arbitration agencies are just expert level analyses on how do we capitalize on the biases of normal people. That's exactly what they're doing, right? Like you want normal people to be able to have these representatives that they're choosing by voting with their dollar. And it seems like that ends up just sort of magnifying, or at least retaining the exact same problem that you're alluding to.
I don't know that it's
before you guys
taking
do,
the
I'm
bias.
curious. Like, is this the exact same arbitration system we have now, or are we talking about like a proposed arbitration system?
It's a proposed one. The idea it's like this sort of like idea that's in libertarian philosophy, or like sort of ANCAP libertarian philosophy of doing the same thing that we do currently with the court system, with instead like a market in which you have like competition between these arbitration agencies who can determine who is in the right or wrong in a contract dispute.
Okay,
so they do. Arbitrating firms do exist currently, pretty much in two areas. One is in Wall Street. A lot of firms and hedge funds and things like that will voluntarily set up arbitrating firms to like handle disputes, to like make it cheaper, and it doesn't really work, mostly because the court system is already above them anyway, so they're just adding a layer of fucking cost. And then the other one is like in certain employee negotiations. Some people will sign up if you work for an employer that like you agree to go to an arbitration firm, as opposed, like you waive your rights to sue them civilly, and you go to an arbitration firm that basically just represents the fucking company and is there to fuck you out of getting any money.
Yeah, I was aware of that part, but I didn't. So, is what the proposing the libertarian thing, is that like, in what ways is that different from this current system?
I mean, well, the way that it's different is that like in the current system, you still have a monopoly enforced by the state on like final decisions on basically everything, right? Like they are the criminal justice system. You don't get to have a parallel criminal justice system. For civil matters, you're sometimes allowed to waive your rights, but even then, you could still take it to fucking court and say you say this contract was unconscionable, or like you could say that like they broke some law somewhere in the agreement for the arbitrating firm or something. Like it still exists. The proposed solution in libertarian theory, and of course this is not the domains of what ought be done. This is just like, hey, people said, what happens when you get rid of this, and then like people come up with it. So a great book by this is a pacifist, Robert Murphy. He's an ANCAP, but also a pacifist. He wrote a book called Chaos Theory, which, if you just Google Chaos Theory, you're going to get 1,000 different books. So make sure you put in Robert Murphy. He could have had a better title.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But yeah, the idea is like, what could it look like if it was purely voluntary? And so the idea is basically that, you know, you have an insurance company that represents you in disputes, right? And then when you have some form of dispute with someone else, they have an insurance company that represents them. And if they can't come to an agreement, right? Like both sides are arguing and they just cannot decide who is at fault for whatever interaction, who needs to pay, then the insurance companies agree to a third party arbitrator. And they say, like, look, we're going to elevate this to arbitration. And then your firm, Geico versus Nationwide, will go to this voluntary court. And this third party will basically determine who is at fault, who committed the crime, who needs to pay damages or whatever. And then let the client and the insurance provider handle it from that point.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting. So we'll wait. All right, we'll just wait 7 more minutes. We'll wait till 8:30. And if Counterpoints is back, we'll get started. But within that 7 minutes, I did want to go back to that idea previously that I was talking about like changing the culture. And so, like, do you think, or with especially the drunk driving laws, do you think that was a good idea? I'm talking to Lactoid and Scott. Specifically, that like it was good that we use this power, even if you would disagree with like state power in general, but that since we have this power, that it was good to use this power to change how people behave.
Drunk driving laws I'm okay with. Drinking and driving laws I'm not. So
okay.
I think there's a certain threshold for risk that, like, so everybody when they're getting driver's licenses, you know, there is something of an agreement there, and you're agreeing to a certain level of risk. And when you are in a condition that's causing undue risk to not only yourself, I'm not really concerned about, but to everybody else and pedestrians and houses. I mean, drunk drivers will plow into houses, and I mean, I think at that point, the people did not consent to that heightened level of risk that you're putting on them through driving while drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to give you a libertarian answer, right? Like, he was like, even though you agree that it's bad, will you agree that it's good? No. Like the state should be abolished. You know, in terms of like, will I support additional state regulations? No. The thing that is interesting about that question, though, is the usage of public property, because public property is stolen property, right? That's what public property is. It is the government stealing land that belongs to someone else, and then maintaining that land with stolen funds, right? It is the ultimate form of bribery and coercion and violence, is the existence of public property. And so the problem is well, what do we do with public property? And that actually becomes a really contentious debate within libertarian circles. It doesn't really like trickle into like the rest of the political space, which is like, you know, this becomes like, you know, Hoppa's kind of private borders situation versus the open borders libertarians and things like that. And so my answer is much the same that I have with border control mechanisms, is that so long as the state owns public property, it is in the public's best interest, but also it is the most right thing morally to attempt to hold that public property in trust, because it is owed property to the citizenry that have paid taxes for the crime of stealing from them in restitution. And so they must maintain a certain mechanism of control to the best of their ability, like a private property owner would be. It's a really, really confusing way of basically laying the foundation for what I would say is that certain laws are not necessarily justified because the state isn't justified, but are the best course of action for the state in regards to public property. So,
like in all libertarian
highways,
values, it just goes full circle into just being public property again. Like, I don't understand your, like, do you not see
you're
that?
too stupid to understand what I'm saying. Please don't.
Oh,
please don't interrupt me.
okay. That is exactly what a libertarian fucking say.
Okay.
You guys
No.
are
It's
not
just you.
logically.
It's just you.
Yeah. It's just me.
So
I'm the libertarian saying that.
Property, the public property, right? I think that the state is capable. We should suggest that the state do things like stop drinking and driving on public roads, because they need to protect those roads to a certain extent in order to return them to the people. But in terms of your private roads, like the road in between Disneyland, right, connecting Disneyland to the highway, or your farmland and things like that, I think you're perfectly justified in just shooting and killing any goddamn cop that decides that they want to fucking stop you on your own private property from doing a goddamn thing. They're nothing but a bunch of criminals that need to get the fuck off my property. In terms of public property,
It gets on Rumble and then just immediately
Shut
become.
up, holy
Yeah.
shit. On Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Okay.
You're
All
justified.
right.
I'm not saying it's smart, but I mean, they're fucking criminals. You might as well.
Okay, dude, literally all you have to do is like Google communitarianism and read the fucking Wikipedia between the balance of rights and responsibilities between the individual and the collective, and your fucking philosophy evaporates like instantaneously. But you have this one moral axiom that you've taken. Hold on. I listened to you talk for fucking 8 goddamn minutes, and I promise you, every time that you talk for 8 fucking minutes, I'm gonna do it right back to you. I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna start a fucking chess timer.
Well, make an argument, bitch.
No. You had like 6 fucking
Don't
minutes.
tell me to go read something else. Make an argument.
Okay,
Maybe if you shut the fuck up, Scott, you can.
Thank you, Nina.
I'm just helping Counterpoint's retarded ass.
Look,
Make an
Come on,
argument.
I want
Regular show's
Counterpoints to get his points out, and then we do want to like start the show.
For sure.
'cause
Just
we got
make
everyone. Counterpoints.
Okay, no. So I'm going to set up, because we are both free individuals in a free society who cannot exert control or coercion over each other. So I'm going to set up a contract that you can either agree to or not agree to, but I'm going to enforce it either way. I'm going to set up a fucking chess timer, and for each time that you go on like a 4 or 5 minute fucking rant about like libertarian principles, I'm gonna go on a fucking 4 or 5 minute rant about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. It could literally about Warhammer 40k lore if I fucking want to. And by the way, here's my actual
Sounds like a bitch
point.
ass move from someone who can't.
Well, yeah. So here's the real argument. People are not born as individuals. They are born as a part of a family. They are taken care of by other people. They are helpless and defenseless without the exertions of other people.
You will be assimilated.
Basically, your rights only exist insofar as they are cooperative with other people. So now you can have the tyranny of the collective where you're abused and you're shit on and you don't have any rights or responsibilities or any of that kind of shit. But then also, individualism is its own thing of cringe. So the point is that every effective society throughout the entirety of human history has worked as a balance between the individual and the collective. And just to say, it's only the individual, it's only coercive force, it's only this, it's only that. You're taking a mono fucking variable and you're applying it to human societies. And I'm so fucking sick of it. I can feel my optic nerve already bulging based off of what you've said in the past. And I want to gouge it with a fucking scalpel in order to relieve the pressure that's in my brain from fucking libertarian brain rot.
Okay.
One sentence response. No, just one sentence response. One sentence.
One long run-on sentence.
Libertarianism is a descriptive legal philosophy of how different individuals engage with each other. As a collective, you dumb fuck, you don't know libertarianism.
Then it's insufficiently powerful in order to create a coherent society.
Okay. All right. Then we'll move on. Though
Also,
I
good
would
evening
love.
and hello. Good to see all of you again.
Yeah.
I got the poop out of my pipes.
All right. Well, let's hope that's not innuendo.
What are you drinking?
But yeah, we'll I would actually love to have you guys go at it one-on-one, because I think you guys are both really interesting.
Sounds super gay, man. Like, I don't know, man.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
that's why he was a Marine.
I try to be nice.
You can get a little gay.
All right.
I'm shotgun on top.
Okay. All right.
No.
So,
you can't call that.
This is the Memory Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of individuals here. Really excited to have them. If you're new to this channel, hit the follow button. What was it? Biggie Miggy. Thank you for following Biggie Miggy 1776, a true patriot. All right. So yeah, thanks for following the channel. We really appreciate it. And if you also new, consider following if you've enjoyed it so far. We've got a lot of good stuff for you, and also consider subscribing to the channel. All right, let's go to Foreign Patriot. our friend Lactoid. Lactoid. Thanks, thanks for being here, friend. No, and I want to say this to all of you guys. Thank you all for like coming through on Memorial Day, right? Like, I'm glad you guys didn't have like plans of family or whatever, right? With me. But seriously, thanks for spending time with her. I wasn't sure how I was gonna go. But Lactoid, please.
Oh, happy Memorial Day, Prime and everyone else. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm looking forward to the topics.
Okay, let's go with our friend Scott back with us. Scott, let's see if you can scare off another person from my chat, from this panel immediately.
All I did was call him a rape apologist. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube and on Twitter if you search Fabian Liberty, and on Rumble. I'm live on Rumble right now. Rumble is a place to be. It's nice not being so heavily censored on Twitch. It's a fun experience. You should come check out Rumble more.
And forgetting that other people are on Twitch. All right, let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, I'm glad to have you back. You weren't here with us last week. It wasn't the same without you. I can't just have one Canadian. I need two Canadians at least. Balances out the panel. So, Corey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much. And yeah, super great to be back. Even though I was celebrating along with Lactoid a Canadian holiday last week, I'm glad to be back, even though it's an American holiday. But I totally missed being here with these familiar and fine faces. And just so you know, we're clear, the debate and entertainment starts now. None of that occurred earlier. But yeah, super grateful to be here and to get into it. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. Twitter, Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a scientist, cover science and research. And yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Next is one of my favorite people on the internet, honestly, like honest to God. My friend Counterpoints, who, you know, we really get to see because, you know, babies and families and, you know, work and life outside of the internet, which I don't quite understand, but I'm told exists. Thanks for being here, Counterpoints. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing beautifully, and honestly, I'm hoping to join you in the terminally online world relatively soon. I might get some VA benefits for not being able to turn my neck, and if they start giving me $1,500 to $2,000 a month, and then my YouTube keeps doing good, then maybe I'll be in the full-time internet cage with you guys, and then I can slowly like rot and lose my brain and scream at people every single day for a living. So that would be fun. If you want to help me with that living, then you can type in Counterpoints Common Spelling into YouTube. You'll see probably a few dozen Warhammer breakdown videos. So you can see a very interesting, hyper-violent, grim, dark science fiction setting that I like to break down and explain for newcomers. And then alternatively, if you're into yelling at people about political subjects, or basically you think that I'm relatively intelligent even if I'm an asshole, and you want to see my insights on political subjects, then check out the Counterpoints Coliseum or the Counterpoints Essay channel. They're all linked together. Check them all out. I identify as center right. And, you know, but I'm obviously a socialist or a communist to right wingers, and then I'm a fascist to left wingers. So just whatever floats your boat, I'm here to fight it out.
Okay. All right. We're all about the government
all
benefits.
three to me.
True. The ultimate centrist fascist based.
We're all about the government benefits, living on the government dole. We got only big fans of that here. But we're not about injuries. So I'm glad you're still functional for your family. So shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Nina. Nina's back. I feel like did you like color your hair or something? I feel like something different is happening here. Am I wrong?
I'm parting it differently, so I'm doing a side part. So we got a
And
little
I
bit of
noticed
different
these
hairstyle
things
today.
because
Thank you.
thank you so much. But yeah, please, Nina, thanks.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be on. I'm from twitch.tv/Nina. So Scott, please don't get me banned for saying some crazy shit on Twitch. But we stream every single day. I'm on, I think, 122 days in a row streaming, so I'm always around. So if you guys are interested I'm a far leftist, social democrat, all of the fun things that I like, good things for people, and I fucking hate libertarians. So, yeah, this would be fun getting into it as always. I also like to yell at people too. So if that's another thing that attracts you as well, counterpoints and I have the same thoughts on that.
Thank you. All right, next we have Synth, who we haven't had here in like forever. In terms of our closed panels. I was very excited. Like I saw you on the other panel. I literally don't even remember where. These things all run together for me. But like I saw you somewhere else, and it was really cool. And I was like, let's have this person on again. So how are you?
I'm doing really good. I'm glad you reached out. I guess to introduce myself, I'm on youtube.com/synth, SINTHE, the way it's spelled on the screen. And I mostly do debates on ethics, philosophy, and things like that. Sometimes economics.
Okay, thank you. And finally, last but not least, we have our friend Aiko back with us again. How are you, friend?
Doing great. Between semesters now, so I've got some time off. It's kind of
Hey,
unusual for
all
me,
right.
yeah.
Dog.
Yeah.
Please cut your
Like 2 weeks.
audio off and cut your Discord audio on.
Damn it. Okay. I'm the only boomer liberal on Twitch, as far as I can tell, and I'm proving it every show.
So what I think is happening is that's the last button you clicked, right? And maybe you're hitting the space bar or something, and then like it's like is that button is selected, the mute button here, and then it's like hitting it again. So like maybe click anywhere else to make sure it's not the last button clicked.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure.
Sure. All right, so let's get started. I actually wasn't sure which one to go with for which of our topics. I usually say like the most contentious one for the second one, but like, what do you guys think? What do you think is most contentious here? Like, what would you guess? The second one you think most contentious?
I think the second one personally.
Second one, okay.
We can do that. I got a bunch of pro-Russian people in my chat fucking malding, so we can make them hang out for a full 90 minutes before we indulge them.
Okay.
And that's precisely why I figured the Lukashenko one would be more contentious.
Okay, so you think Lukashenko?
Well, only because I think most people agree about the other topic. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I know at least two people in this panel might have a position that's a bit more extreme than the rest of the panel.
Okay. All right, we got to vote for this. Which one you guys think is more contentious? Okay. Topic one being Lukashenko, or topic two being the prison solitary confinement. Okay. So Lactoid.
I think number two is more contentious.
You think it's more contentious, Scott?
Probably number one.
You think number one? Okay. Corey.
Number two.
Number two. Contour. Two. Nina.
One probably.
One. Okay. Synth. Two. And Aiko.
I said Lukashenko. Which number was that? Okay.
Hi.
One.
Okay.
So Prime's the tiebreaker.
Prime, you're the tiebreaker. Go ahead.
All right, look, we're just gonna.
We have 4
We're gonna go topic one, topic two. All right, because I don't know now. All right, so Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko said that countries that join the Russian/Belarus Union will be given access to nuclear weapons. This follows Russia fulfilling a promise to give Belarus nuclear armaments last week. Do you think that this escalation deserves a response from the U.S. and/or its NATO allies? What if other countries do join and this promise is fulfilled? Should the West allow this level of nuclear proliferation, or should we avoid any direct conflict so as not to start another war? Or is this being passive at this point the trigger that will start that war? So yeah, we're in like a pretty dangerous situation. Now, this might have just been hot air from Lukashenko, right? So he's on a television program, and he's like responding to, I think, a comment that the Kazakhstan president said previously. And he's like, yeah, like if you come and join our crew, we'll just like hand out nuclear weapons, right? Like Russia just gave them apparently nuclear weapons. They had stated this in March, and now they seem to have been delivered. But this idea that like a bunch of probably states that are closer to Russia all of a sudden are now armed to the teeth of nuclear weapons and united in a cause. It seems like we've done this before. Yeah, curious, like, what do you guys think should be done? So we'll start with our friend Lecter.
So I I hate to, I guess, burst everyone's bubble, but I mean, this is kind of just hot air. The nukes that Belarus received are still in the control of Russia. Russia determines if and when those nukes are used. Belarus does not get a say. Belarus and Moscow are also both part of SISTO, which is an alliance similar to NATO. And all NATO countries are protected by Article 5, which includes a number of countries, like the US, that station nukes on other NATO members' territory in order to defend them, according to Article 5. So Moscow deploying their nuclear weapons on a SISTO allies territory, like Belarus, isn't really something to freak out about, because it essentially is the exact same thing that NATO does. And it's certainly not something that justifies any kind of escalation. Again, it's not like Belarus has the independent ability to use these weapons. These weapons are still entirely within the control of Moscow. It essentially is just them rearranging where their arsenal happens to sit. We have nukes in Turkey, for example. I mean, it's kind of the same concept.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, so I will reiterate most of what Lactoid said, except I don't think that means it's hot air. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's actually pretty concerning that, you know, the United States has our nukes in Germany and Italy and Belgium and the Netherlands and Turkey, etc. And that Russia wants to do the same thing. I think what you're seeing, you know, is kind of a couple of things. Like, first and foremost, anybody that says that this is a reason for us to attack is literally just gobbling up like foreign council relations propaganda bullshit. Because if you believe that it's justified, then you believe Russia's invasion is likely in part justified, because NATO fucking expanding and like having, you know, defensive pacts and having the means to fight back is very, there's very little difference between the two. And also there's very little difference in the sense that, yes, they're Moscow controlled nuclear arsenal. I think what you're seeing is an escalation, and that's because the United States and Western powers, you know, have decided that they don't want peace. What they want is war. They want a justification to keep murdering hundreds of thousands of people. And instead of coming down and sitting to the table, you know, they tanked negotiations. They want to make sure that this war continues instead of trying to stop it. Hilariously enough, the only person that might be trying to stop it is Hui from China. Though it doesn't seem like his 12-part plan is really that serious, because a ceasefire would require Russia to control portions of Ukraine during the ceasefire. But instead of trying to have peace negotiations, what is the West doing? Oh, the West is sending its air to surface cruise missiles. In terms of the UK, it's, you know, President Biden just recently said, oh yeah, we've been training Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16s, and they've been gearing up for the spring, you know, summer offensive of Ukraine. And then they'll see how that goes. They'll just let a little bit more, you know, war go. They'll just let a few more 100,000 people lose their lives, and then maybe we can talk about peace. So yeah, I think this is just a natural occurrence of the West refusing to talk for peace and instead wanting the slaughter of Ukrainian people.
Okay, Corey, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, largely because I pretty much echo all the same sentiments that Lactoid started off with, where, like, yeah, should the West allow this level of nuclear proliferation? I don't think they should interfere. Whatever, if any country actually wants to develop their own nuclear weapons, then I'd say, like, go for it. I think every country, including Canada, I think even at individual level, every person should have a nuke, actually, to only ensure a just society. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'll leave it, as in just let it play out. And the West should not interfere. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, friend. Corey's awesome. All right, friend, counterpoints.
No, I'm hoping Corey's fucking with me. Jesus Christ. So, okay, no, I do think that this is the same geopolitical militaristic detente that we've had for the past 100 years, which is mutually assured destruction. I'm pretty sure a tactical nuke would be reviled by the international community, and there would be like total demands for Putin to step down. And if he didn't step down, then basically we might make him step down. Then, when it comes to the defensive pacts, I don't care. Russia, the one thing I agree with is that Russia and people within their sphere of influence have the right to self-determine their own like geopolitical realities, but that also stands for Ukraine. So if Ukraine wants a certain amount of territory, if they want to be economically entangled with the European Union, if they want to have a defensive pact with NATO, if they want to use Western weapons, if they want to defend their territory that they view as sovereign within a certain thing, and then the Russians have a dispute, and if they want to continue the war, not the Western hegemony, but if Ukraine wants to continue the war because they don't want to concede ground, then that's up to them. Finally, what I would say is I think that there's just militaristic or military reality on the ground that I hope sober people, I hope sober people and powerful people are looking at, which is if Ukraine takes back Donetsk and Luhansk and Crimea, they will probably be facing an asymmetric war for the next 50 years that will cost thousands of lives for territory that ultimately they shouldn't, we should be able to find some concession on. When it comes to Crimea, I think, or basically like southern Ukraine, I think that Ukraine has like a legitimate grievance over like natural gas deposits, but I think you can come to an economic middle ground on that. And when it comes to Russia having access to a deep water port, I think that we can come to some kind of negotiation on that. Final statement before I yield. Basically, don't think of war as like chess pieces with units moving back and forth like a real-time strategy game. War, as Clausewitz said, is diplomacy by other means. So look at the goals of Ukraine, look at the goals of Russia. What do they want? How do we get there? How do we get a deal where everybody is annoyed but can accept the terms? Yield.
Thanks so much for that. Let's go to our friend Nina.
When it comes to anything related to Ukraine, I always find it so interesting what people's stance towards it, because I feel like this is one of the most black and white wars that we've ever seen. It's like literally somebody invading a sovereign nation, which is odd that, of course, the libertarians turn around and then like support Russia for some reason. So they're like pro-imperialism. It's really odd. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So the point being, like, I agree with that, where I do believe it is like kind of like a hot air flex, like where, because again, look, he's right. Like Lukashenko doesn't have any fucking power over it. And it's really funny. It's like, I was reading the article earlier, and he says, um, basically, if you join the union, you, I think it's very simple. You have to join the union between Belarus and Russia, and that's it. There will be nuclear weapons for everyone, which is like such a comical, like onion ass article, like statement that, like, I don't know if this is like on a comedy, uh, show or whatever, but like it's just like I really don't feel like this is actually that much of a flex by any means. It's just like kind of, or it is a flex, but it's like it doesn't actually mean anything. It seems like it's just come like some like I mean, obviously Lukashenko is a Russian puppet, we all know that. So I think he's just trying to like look cool without like being more complicated about it. But it's just really dumb, and I don't really think this means anything in my opinion. But it's also very funny that Tim Pool would probably agree with this, where because he specifically said, I think that the individual citizen should be able to own a nuclear warhead, which is why I really appreciated Corey's joke.
Okay, please. Let's go to Synth.
Sure. So I guess to start out by just answering the questions and the prompt, like I think that it's not really the case that we have much that we can do in this situation. It really sucks to see that nuclear capabilities are increasing anywhere. But I think that maybe to add something to the discussion that's not just repeating things that other people have already said. I think we've got like a very weird misweighing of nuclear existential risk. We have a view that if there's a sufficiently small chance of a nuclear war happening, like call it something like 0.5% or less, seems like we just treat it as though there's zero chance of it happening, and we overweigh direct death due to war. I think that what people need to consider is it's not just the damage. Like even one nuclear strike would vastly outweigh the deaths, direct deaths due to war in something like Ukraine. But that also escalates into more and more nuclear strikes. That increasing rate of nuclear strikes could end up meaning a lot less future lives that could have been lived, and then those deaths won't even be tallied. Though that like countless numbers of people could exist who otherwise won't if something becomes a nuclear war. So even really, really, really small minuscule increases in the chance of nuclear war increasing are worth considering. They're worth avoiding. But that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Aiko.
Yeah, so I also agree with at least on a factual basis with everything Lactoid said. Like, it is true that Russia will continue to control the nukes, and also like we're talking about tactical nukes here. We're not talking about like the big stuff, that people are most afraid of. But there's and in fact, we pulled out those big nukes out of Europe. It's just technical nukes in Europe on the American side as well. But there's another factor here that I think sort of also like tempers any fear I would have of this, and that is these countries that are listening. I'm specifically thinking about countries like Iran, but maybe especially countries like Afghanistan who have reason to fear this. It is true that Russia is pulling those nukes into Belarus. In fact, I think they're there already at this point, or at least Lukashenko says they are. But he's also Putin has released plans to annex Belarus. So if if you're a world leader and you see those things coming hand in hand, especially if you're like the Taliban, and you're like, yeah, we can have nukes, but the country that's promising this got their nukes and is immediately being annexed. So I'm not sure how many countries are going to want to accept that offer.
Okay, open to the panel.
If we have internet ICBMs that can hit anywhere on the planet, what is really the concern with like some nukes being shifted over to a different country that is still within the control of the mother of Russia specifically?
ICBMs.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually to kind of answer this, because I literally had a question in chat that was the same. They're like, why is the differentiation between like an ICBM and a tactical nuke, required for this conversation? So I think the differentiation would be is like a tactical nuke would be a deterrence against an invasion, where if you actually have like armored columns moving into your country or whatever, you're not trying to glass an entire country. What you're trying to do is vaporize an entire like military almost instantaneously and deter them from continuing the invasion. So the reason why I view this as a problem, even if it's not totally related to the original subject, is you can have tin pot dictatorships that can avoid any kind of overthrow, like North Korea. They can basically tell you to go fuck yourself, and we can't really do anything about it because the risk is too big.
Yeah, counterpoints.
We could invade Belarus anyway, though.
So piggybacking off of what you were saying, a little bit, like that's kind of a point that I was surprised so many people were missing, right? Is that it's not really about mutually assured destruction. At like you're thinking, I think a lot of people are thinking about like countries versus other countries instead of thinking about what does it mean if Russia can place a tactical nuke in a country. Well, once they do that and it's Moscow controlled, then they can have their military there to protect their asset. And whatever dictator, whatever tin pot dictator, or whatever individual they have, that is in. You're right there, Lactoid. You got baby fever on screen. I saw it.
I saw it. I was like, is that a kid? I was like, oh shit, that's a kid.
Have you ever seen?
I was like, is that real?
Yeah. I didn't know it was real for a second. I was like, holy shit.
There you go. So what I'm saying is, so when you have this system set up, what this allows countries that are willing to work with Russia, that are willing to ally themselves with Russia, essentially they're essentially allowing themselves to maintain whatever power they want, because they build this closer relationship, and then these nearby soldiers can put down revolts. They can because like now all of a sudden Russia's like, oh, this coup against whatever country it is that has these nukes. What happens if they get control of the nukes? Oh, we have to, for the security of our defensive pact and everything, we have to protect these nuclear weapons. So you have these countries. It doesn't matter what the citizenry wants. If the people that are running the country decide to take in these nukes that are Moscow controlled, all of a sudden they can align themselves and they can protect themselves from invasion. The West doesn't want to go in because they don't want to cause problems or anything like that, but also they can maintain their own political power, because anybody that attempts to try and stop their authoritarian rule, all of a sudden Russia gets gets to come in and put down whatever thing is occurring.
But they could
So are
already
they not
do.
just
They
controlled
could
by
already
Russia
It could be
then?
justified.
They could already do that though, right? Because they're both part of SISTO, and SISTO has Article 6, which is basically identical to NATO's Article, or it might be maybe Article 4, or 4 or 6, but it's identical to
None of
NATO's
these
Article
fucking
5.
paper. Yeah, sure, but the papers don't matter as much as selling it to other people, right? It's a lot
Okay.
easier to
All right.
sell
What?
this idea that we had to protect the nukes, and they're already stationed in the country so they can mobilize super quick, right, to
Okay,
put down
sure.
things before they get bad. Then, as opposed to like, well, technically we have this piece of paper, so it's okay for us to invade.
This is already a thing. So, for instance, like Pakistan, we know that they're corrupt as fuck. We know that they treat their people like shit. We know that they back jihadists. We know that their intelligence was feeding intel to jihadist organizations, and we didn't do shit about it because the truth is that there was enough sympathetic military people up there where even though they were playing both sides, they had fucking nukes. So what are you gonna do? You know, like I don't know if you guys have seen the "It's Always Sunny" in Philadelphia clip where like Charlie gets a fucking gun. And they're like, "Oh, Charlie, I don't think anybody should have a gun." And he's like, "Well, I do." So the end. Like that's kind of what.
So,
that's kind of what a fucking, that's kind of what a nuke does.
Is the concern here then just like it's nothing to do with, I guess, a threat to Ukraine, but more about just we wanted to potentially invade this country, but now we really can't?
Well, my concern with tactical nukes being in the hand of like Russian and Belarusian forces or whatever is like, what if they get their fucking asses kicked by Ukraine and they decide that like, well, the West isn't really going to do anything because the nuclear escalation is too high. Also, my name's Vladimir Putin. I have cancer. I'm going to die in the next 6 months. So let's just roll the dice and see what's up. Like that would be my fear. But that would be playing into since like 0.5 versus 1% nuclear scenario. I would say that if Putin has terminal cancer, that could literally increase the nuclear risk by like 0.5%.
I see. Okay, I see the concern. I just, for me, when I'm like, so North Korea, North Korea, like getting nukes, I think matters because they didn't have as close relations with nuclear powers as Belarus does, in the sense of Russia is obligated by treaty to defend them, and the U.S. knows that, and I just think it would be very irresponsible to attack Belarus, regardless of whether or not there was tactical nukes in their territory or not.
Yeah, I think this goes back to Scott's point, which is basically this isn't so much about like what actually tactically or strategically is going to happen. It's a sales pitch to Central European and Asian powers saying, hey, if you align yourselves with Russia, we'll give you nukes, we'll give you training, we'll give you economic incentives. You can stick your middle finger up to the American superpowers. And then basically you won't get invaded because what are they going to do? They're going to invade against Russian nukes? No fucking way. And like, by the way, like I wouldn't be surprised if like Iran did this because we've sabotaged Iran's nuclear program over and over again. What's really technically to stop Iran from saying, yeah, we'll take advantage of this, put some Russian bases in Iran, we'll take some nukes, and then we don't have to worry about American invasion.
And we also don't have to worry about our country becoming destabilized because now Russia has an interest to maintain the stability of our dictatorship because of the nukes.
Yeah,
that would be a big deal. Yeah,
I mean, I figure they did that already with the when there was the uprising in Belarus previously.
Well, and they also did that in Syria. By
Syria,
yeah.
Yeah.
So they did that in Syria, which, by the way, is the other second warm water port that Russia has. And so this is where I'll concede to my Russaboos in chat. So what the United States effectively has done, I don't buy in that countries voluntarily deciding to become a part of like the Western hegemon or a part of like the Western defensive pacts. I don't view that as like this ultimate nefarious game. I think this is just the reality of geopolitics.
To be fair, that's impossible, right? Like a country can't voluntarily do anything. Every person in the country agrees to it.
To avoid the libertarian conversation,
to avoid reality.
Let's just assume some level of sovereignty for nations and the fact that elected governments can make decisions on behalf of their populaces. Let's just assume the past 400 to 1,000 years of like civic history. So if we assume the past 1,000 years of civic history, then I think that the United States as a hegemon has backed Russia into a corner, effectively saying that you're not even entitled to warm water ports outside of your borders. You are not a peer to us. You must bend the knee. And I think that is a geopolitical estimation that has cost hundreds of thousands of people their lives.
I want to get back to what counterpoints I thought was pretty interesting. But Lactoid, so are you at all worried about nuclear proliferation? Do you think this doesn't count as nuclear proliferation because Russia has the keys to the nukes? Right? Like, would the Cuban Missile Crisis not have counted as nuclear proliferation and an escalation, even if Russia had control of the nukes? Like, I want to get more of your thoughts on this.
So at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, there wasn't the ICBM technology that there is now, where with current technology, you could hit anywhere in the world with a large weapon without much restriction, right? We don't have a good way of stopping it. The time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was the range was a lot more limited, which is why there was an interest in putting them in Cuba as opposed to keeping them in Russia. So where we are now, I'm not actually concerned, at least in terms of like a nuclear Armageddon standpoint. I'm not concerned exactly where the bombs are as much as I'm concerned with who has the call in using them. So if Russia's stationing them in different places, but ultimately it's the same actor that gets the say in using them throughout the whole time, then that doesn't really concern me much. If you had a scenario, let's say, where Russia was selling nuclear weapons to Iran, and Iran now gets like a different say, they can use them if they want to fulfill their own geopolitical interest. That concerns me far, far, far more, right? Because now we have a totally different actor with totally different interests. And in Iran's case, they're also they're a fanatical theocracy, where I think there's more of a risk as opposed to Russia, which although a lot of people criticize them, they are more of a rational, self-interested actor, where they recognize the consequences from nuclear Armageddon would not actually help them out.
Okay, opportunity. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was going to say opportunity to meme here. But maybe that's what we need. Maybe we don't need, like Russian, or we don't need a nuclear, sensible policy. Maybe we need nuclear accelerationism. Maybe what we need to do is arm Saudi Arabia with nukes and arm Israel with nukes. That way, it's basically like a Mexican standoff with nukes in the Middle East, and like the entire world's oil supply and holy sites are all at stake. So basically, what happens is
Israel has nukes.
Well, yeah, so we need to arm Saudi Arabia. We need to arm, Tehran. That way they can do a Mexican standoff, but with basically the world's entire oil supply and all of its holy sites as collateral.
Is that you like shit posting? Or
yeah, it was a shit post. Yeah.
Or we just stop using oil. There's also that option.
It's also that option.
Yeah, one could potentially make the argument that tactical nukes that are closer, that are spread out further, is actually in a way safer, right? Like the thing about ICBMs is that they're slow. Other people know that they're occurring, and there then becomes this lag time between when they strike and when other people, when MAD kicks in, right? Is like another country gets in this position where they're like, Russia's shooting out the nukes. Like, and then that becomes that kind of like, does someone stop the other countries from deciding to shoot out the nukes? Whereas like a local tactical nuke is a slightly different scenario. I think it's easier to probably avoid like this like domino effect of everyone shooting off their nukes when you have something that's less predictable, that happens much quicker and is localized to a specific region. That also,
why is that safer?
I'm not exactly sure either.
If you can't really stop it, I mean,
I know, we hear you, but like there is a nuclear crater, right? Like that's happened somewhere in your territory. So like that's just happened, and like
so what I'm saying is, again, I'm not in favor of potential. Like I'm just doing like an internal critique here, right? Of like the idea of this. And so what I'm saying is that if we're looking at like whether or not if we're assuming that the Russian nukes are Russian nukes no matter where they are, which I would not assume in certain countries, like Iran will have control of their fucking nukes. Even if Russia doesn't give them control of it, they will take that shit over. Like they have the economic power and the amount of scientists and shit to be able to take that shit over. But nevertheless, assuming that they remain in the same country's possession, when someone sends out an ICBM, I think it is more likely that other countries respond by shooting off their nukes, as opposed to someone's attempting to invade a country, or there's a troop movement and a tactical nuke goes off. It happens very quickly. There's not this delay time where other countries might like decide to react, because I don't think it's really the first nuke that is the really scary thing. I think it's the second, because the first nuke, everyone is sitting around like, holy fuck, someone shut off a nuke. Should we nuke? The second nuke is like, people are firing off the nukes, like destroy the cities from the countries where these nukes are coming from, so more nukes don't come, and then you really have the domino effect.
No, I mean, it's hard to disagree right now, because basically what I agree with you that if it's used for defensive, but then that's the question is like, should that be our problem? And I think that from even the pro-American Western hegemony perspective, that should not be our problem. If there are people who are outside our sphere of influence who choose to go with Russia and they're capable of taking on nukes or whatever, then what are we going to do? Are we going to like try to, go to Belarus and twist their arm to, I say globo homo with love, but force them to join globo homo, like just let them go be Belarusians. I'm sure it fucking sucks. I'm sure they eat like potato soup and fucking like boot leather and all that kind of bullshit. They can just deal with whatever the fucking Russian hegemony has to offer them. So yeah, like live and let live. They can have their hegemony over there.
Boy, old boot leather. Oh man.
Tina seems confused by me using globo homo in a positive context.
You put you through a ringer for a second. I'm like my brain immediately goes to like, wow, you gay. Like I'm not thinking like of it in a positive light.
That's all it takes, Scott, is to throw you off.
Why are you gay?
Scott, can I in a positive way? This is a bit of a ringer, yeah.
I want to ask you a question, Scott, because you've been against the war mostly. If Russia did like pull a fucking tactical nuke out their ass and threw it at Kiev or some bullshit, do you think at that point, okay, U.S. should get involved, right? Like this is unacceptable. Red line here. No,
I'm never gonna support the United States involvement in foreign wars unless it becomes an immediate threat to our citizens.
What about to our global commercial empire?
Sorry.
What about to our global commercial empire?
There are a lot of threats to our global commercial empire. The biggest one being the Federal Reserve. But
we're Dylan Mulvaney.
Want from me?
Synth had a question. Synth.
Yeah, it seems like the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine would be a threat to us. I mean, I'm sure that you'd say that it'd be morally issuesome, even under your view, Scott. If somebody was putting other people's lives at risk, even if they don't necessarily kill them, right? If somebody's like walking around with like a loaded gun, pointing it at people, I'm sure you'd say there's something morally wrong about that. So it seems like we'd be justified in invading.
Yeah, but it's not pointing a loaded gun at me though, right? Like if I live in Chicago, right, and like a neighborhood over, people are shooting and killing each other. That's not them pointing a loaded gun at my house. It's a problem, and I would love to figure out a solution to resolve that. But like Russia specifically nuking
to maybe, like,
Ukraine is not like
get us
them pointing the gun at us.
If somebody points a gun at somebody else and says, point the gun at Scott, that would obviously be something you have an issue with, right?
If someone points a gun at someone else and I'm there and then they say...
No. You're so confused. I'm saying, imagine person A points gun at person B, says point, and they tell person B, point the gun at Scott. You'd have an issue with this, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, yeah. So
How's it analogous, though?
Yeah, so the analogy is just that if it's the case that we have a nuclear strike off in Ukraine, obviously that's the kind of thing that you have member NATO nations, not Ukraine in particular.
Yeah, you're not linking. You're like, obviously.
Listen, Scott, you have to listen.
Hey,
you have to stop talking, Scott, and you'll hear the link, right? So if you have member NATO nations in the area and you see like nuclear fallout goes into one of these areas, obviously then those nations would be the kind of things that are negatively impacted. If it's the case that some of those nations have like U.S. business interest in those nations, then it's the case that our interests are now being harmed, right? You have an issue with like if a U.S. citizen has a business in some other country and that person's non-aggression principle under your view, right, is violated, you'd have an issue with that. So there is a link there, right? If nuclear fallout ends up doing damage to U.S. businesses, you would have an issue with that. That'd be a violation of people's rights.
No. What you're saying, right, is that it is justified for the United States right now to invade China. because U.S. business interests are
Nope.
obviously intellectual property.
Now you're not linking,
believe in
Scott.
IP.
So the argument is that one person
no,
can cause
I
nuclear
already-
pollutants to harm somebody.
No,
That's the
you're
issue.
going by-
It's not economic warfare. It's a violation of people's rights on your view.
No. What
Yes.
you're saying is our business interests. I already pulled apart your chain because you said, well, obviously it could potentially cause this other action to occur. So you didn't establish the link to begin with of how the two analogies were exactly the same. It is not the same thing for person
In the
A to
analogy,
point
one
a gun
action
at
causes another action
It is
to occur.
not the same. It is not the same thing for person A to point a gun at person B, and person B has a gun, and then person A tells person B to point the gun at person C, then for person A to point a gun at person B, so obviously in the future, person B or other people might point the
you're
gun
getting
at
hung up a
person
little
C.
bit here,
What are you
Scott.
talking about?
I'm not getting hung up at all.
Yeah, I think you're getting hung up. Okay,
you're
so
incapable
I
of
think you should
saying
focus on the
here.
fallout
He's red.
aspect.
Okay,
Let's go to Corey.
I might be able to. So I'm going to springboard off of that pretty much in the same vein. So I'm going to try to kill whatever two birds with one stone. So a little bit of a self-interested question, and maybe to attempt to like tease out where Scott's maybe more physical line is or metaphorical line. So I'm in Canada. Canada and the U.S. like share a border. So like let's say a nuke is detonated close to the border. And if it's something as simple as, let's say, some bad winds, and then like there's some, damage that occurs in the I don't know what, some mild nuclear fallout. Like, is that enough aggression for you that the U.S. is justified in taking action?
Look, the U.S. government is unjustified by its very existence.
Oh my
First
god.
and foremost.
I think that's a dodge. I think that's pretty clearly a dodge.
That is definitely.
I have no problem. I have no problem explaining, right? Like, I know you guys get mad.
Don't
when
explain why you think the government's
reality is
in power.
Why don't you engage with Corey's argument for the love of God, Scott, please?
Let's say it's the MIC government. It's the MIC private government, right? It's the MIC private government now. Can you engage with Corey's argument at this?
Corey, just use a different name. Use a different name.
No, listen. Nina, Senth, all of you, just shut up. You interrupted me because you got mad that I spoke reality.
I
apologize.
I just don't know. We just don't care.
You,
Scott's
right?
anti-interruption
I know
now.
you don't care about reality, right? I understand that you don't care about facts. Like, you're socialists. We get it. You want
Okay. So is this also an aspect of your dodge? Corey, can you repeat your question maybe to him?
Let's give Scott the space to actually answer the question. Just go ahead, Scott, please.
Right. So what does that mean when the United States government exists? What that means is that it is holding in trust, right? It is holding in trust what it has stolen from the people. What it has stolen from the people is the ability to actually engage in many of these international enforcement mechanisms, right? Yes, you can have mercenary groups, for example, but these mercenary groups are still under the purview of the United States government. So you can't legally respond to these forms of aggression, and you can't, there's some level of like international like court systems that like companies use, but ultimately the United States government has taken away that right for us to be able to act in that regard. So that means that they have to act to the best of their ability until they dissolve in the protection of its citizens.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
Right. So if a nuke goes off at the Canadian border, it's the United States' responsibility to the best of their ability to gain restitution for all of those people that were harmed.
Okay. Let me make this analogous. Let me make this geopolitical, and let me go ahead and presume the past 2 millennia of civics as socially supported. Okay. So basically,
I don't give a fuck about social support or any of that. It's so
I
stupid.
do.
Like, just
I do.
engage.
I thought you were anti-interrupting. Shut up, Scott.
I do. So basically, what I would say is, I think what Scott and I did agree on, even though we don't agree on everything else, is that the tactical nukes are likely not to be used offensively. So Russia and Belarus are not just going to launch these nukes haphazardly into NATO territory, and they're also less likely to launch them into like Ukrainian territory unprovoked just to burn civilians. What could happen, though, if I was thinking logically, which, extend me some charity here. If I was thinking logically, if Donetsk and Luhansk were recognized by Russia as part of Russia, they believe them to be Russian territory, there's Russian citizens there, and there is a a spring offensive or a really hardcore offensive by the Ukrainians that routes Russian forces, not only in the expanded territories, but also looks like it's going to rout Donetsk and Luhansk, I could see them considering using a tactical nuke in order to blunt that advance. Now, if they do that, they're open up Pandora's box with a can of worms with like using a nuke, which at that point, like, does the West retaliate? But if we're talking about like a few square miles or, you know, a few like in southeastern Ukraine that is split between the border of Donetsk and Luhansk and Ukraine, and it's a contested area and it blunts a Ukrainian offensive, that's not the same as Russia and Belarus basically launching a nuke at Paris. So then at that point, the question becomes, what is the Western response? Nukes have been used, but they've been used exclusively in a defensive way to blunt an offensive. So at that point, it actually becomes even scarier because our response might be to not do anything.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I obviously I disagree that human history has shown that the state is justified over the past 2,000 years when individual rights have been expanding for 2,000 years.
Well,
And that's
oh my
what
God.
human history has shown.
I wanted to say something.
But I agree. I agree with your analysis that tactical nukes are more
Please
likely
cut
to
him
be
off,
used defensively.
Lactoid, please.
I wanted to say, I guess, a couple things. I think the reason I asked the question is because it's something that I struggle with a lot. But what should the response be if that actually happened? I really disagree with the statement of that's their problem, that's not our problem. Because part of defense doesn't just revolve around self-defense. It involves defense of others as well. You know, if I look over and I see across the street some old lady get her purse snatched and the guy is running down the street, I'm not just be like, well, that's not my problem. Who gives a fuck? No, like I think it'd be a good thing for me to try to go stop the person who stole the property and try to help the old lady. You know, I'm going to make this analogy, right? Like people were giving Kyle Rittenhouse a ton of shit for crossing state lines, for going somewhere else to defend a different community, right? I mean, are we really going to condemn that here? If we're going to condemn the U.S. for potentially kind of doing a comparable thing where we have somebody getting invaded and we're like, well, hey, don't do that kind of situation. So there's a few issues that make it a little bit. There's a few issues that make it like that specific scenario a little bit disanalogous because of the history of Ukraine specifically. But the general concept of we shouldn't intervene because that's not our problem. Like again, if I know a genocide's happening and I have the means to stop it, why would you possibly say it's a bad thing to stop it? You're stopping aggression. You're preventing people from being aggressed upon.
It necessitates aggression because what you're not saying that a company like BlackRock goes to Ukraine and says, "Hey, we're going to give you a loan so that you can get more money for weapons currently, and so that you can rebuild after the war, and we're going to charge you interest." That happened. That's not aggression. That's BlackRock going, we can probably make some good old war profiteering in this instance. Obviously, the state and all of those actions are kind of mixed up in that, right? But that's different than saying the United States government or whatever government that you pick, right, is going to take monies from people that they did not voluntarily agree to and then use that money to go fight a war elsewhere. You're stealing from people that necessitates aggression in order to protect someone else at the behest of the states and the corporations.
I hear you. I hear you. The problem with this though is you could use that exact same logic of, let's say, if they invaded Massachusetts. Well, that's not my problem. I'm not from Massachusetts, right? You're going to steal my money to arm soldiers to go defend Massachusetts? That's not my community.
New Jersey, it's on its fucking own.
We had true and California.
Jersey had it going.
We have to deal with geopolitical reality. Okay, the truth is that in our current state, most people don't think like Scott, and they do go ahead and relent some level of authority to
Thank
the states
God.
and the governments. And the states and the governments, whether you view them as authoritatively competent or not, they typically have some kind of electoral system that vests them with power, and then they act using that power. The United States does not defend solely the borders of the United States or solely the economic interests of the United States, because if it did, then we would probably withdraw from 2/3 of the military bases that we currently have worldwide. What we actually defend is a $65 trillion global commercial empire that represents roughly 2/3 of the entire world's GDP. So What we did, which is a thing that the Russians can view negatively, is we went into their geopolitical backyard and we said, hey, Ukraine, why don't you join our $65 trillion geopolitical empire? And we will give you cool weapons. We will give you McDonald's. We'll give you blue jeans. We'll give you avocados. We'll give you all sorts of crazy shit for cheap prices. And then all you have to do is tolerate gay people and democracy. And then you can fly some F-16s. That's what
What
we
are
did.
you referring to?
Globo homo. So
What is that? Okay,
It's
so what are
real.
you referring to?
The pride flags.
What am I referring to? Do you mean
You
with,
know
like,
that
the
like McDonald's is in like Russia and shit. So I just want to.
Yeah,
not anymore.
To be
Not
fair, I
anymore.
hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
term
now it's called
before.
Tasty Period. I know.
So
Yeah.
is the point, Aiko? You turned the camera on in Discord. But counterpoints. Like, so I'm guessing, like, from context clues, what what that term means is that
homosexual is not an offensive
can
term.
say
And
it.
globalist is only an offensive term if you don't like globalists. So if you like homosexuals and if you like globalists, then globo homo is
I
technically a positive
imagine
term.
it's like
Please tell me that you're saying globalists because you mean the Jews.
to
No,
to
I'm
force
just saying
others
normal old
or
Anglo
to
globalists.
normalize
right.
LGBT like ideology or whatever.
Just
right?
let it
Oh, I
ride.
thought
Just
you were
let it
making
ride.
a
It's hilarious.
joke. I thought you were making like global homogeny or something like that.
No.
But you
Okay,
literally
so
are talking about homosexuals.
He's talking about big
Are you
gay.
So hold on. Let me break
Big
this
gay
down.
Are you
agenda.
fucking
The big
serious
gay.
right now?
Yes, I am.
So yeah, Ukraine didn't have any. How does that make any sense?
In
You
2
talking about
days,
F-16s.
Coca-Cola's
This
going to
happened,
change
like,
their
2
logo.
weeks
Just
ago.
watch.
I would love
Or a week ago.
I would love to explain it. So,
Please.
the $65 trillion global commercial empire comes with some moral caveats.
What is the
Typically,
global commercial empire?
It's basically everybody who is not Iran, Venezuela, China, North Korea.
Well,
Pretty much, if you
Syria.
see CNN, Syria, if you see CNN talking shit about them like we're about to invade them sometime in the next 10 or 20 years, those are the people that are outside the global commercial empire.
Pretty true, actually.
Pretty much.
I want to walk Nina through this. So sorry, Nina, do you have another
yeah,
question?
I'm very confused.
How do you understand
What you're
all of this and not be a libertarian? It's just fucking hilarious. To
Okay,
me.
so because I think the $65 trillion global commercial pro homosexual
The
empire
oppressive-
offers
the oppressive
benefits.
empire is great.
Well, okay.
You're a
well,
libertarian.
It's a
You should be
liberating
pro-gay,
empire.
You fucking idiot,
I think-
Scott. You got to keep your values consistent.
Guys, I'm actually really interested in this. Go ahead, counterpoints.
Yeah. So there's economic like ride-alongs that you have to have, which is typically that you have to have like a market-based system. We typically will push everyone who's in this commercial empire to move to a market-based system. Then there are some moral and governmental prescriptions. While we're not like 100% because Saudi Arabia exists and all that kind of shit, but they just happen to be lucky and sit on the world's largest oil reserve, we are trying to push them to be more progressive. If they had it their way, women would still be in the burqa. They wouldn't be driving. They wouldn't be voting. They wouldn't be doing any of that kind of shit. I guarantee you some Department of State guy was like, hey, listen, let your women vote and let them drive because it's cool. Women are human beings, allegedly, so you don't just let them
Well, it's
have
just
rights and shit.
capitalism.
Still no evidence of that,
Sure.
but go ahead.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. You're right. You're right that it's motivated by capitalism because women
Yes.
who
So what's
have
the homo
rights.
part?
Well, hold on. I'll get there. Women who have rights are more likely to consume. They're more likely to not ask questions and get excited to consume more product. So then, when it gets
women
to,
who have rights are less likely to ask questions than women that don't have rights.
Consumers are they
Pacified.
love Marvel, they love blue jeans,
Birth
they love
control
avocados,
specifically, right?
They like brunch, they like mimosas.
Funko Pops.
Something like
yeah. So
They like consuming. They're
80%
turned
of
into
all
a
of market
consumer.
decisions are done by women.
So anyways, so let's get to the homosexuals because I feel like that's like the most contentious part of it. So what comes with like the
Well, this is a little bit of a
market?
jump. I feel like you wanted to walk
It's
me through it.
really
So you're
not.
gonna make
Let
a
him
jump.
go.
Not. Yeah, it's really
All right,
not.
let him cook.
So
Let him cook.
along with market liberalism, we often pressure the people who are part of this hegemony to go along with social liberalism, to tolerate homosexuals, to tolerate individual rights, to tolerate republicanism.
Not Japan, though.
To tolerate liberal democracy. We don't push them to like homosexuals.
It hasn't happened
Okay,
yet.
wait,
as far
wait,
as
but
I
you,
know.
I don't think
you
Yeah,
understand-
we do.
I don't think it's
No,
legal
no,
there.
but counterpoints. You understand rainbow capitalism, right?
Yes, of
That's
course.
what this is.
Please don't try to
So,
explain
that's what
concepts.
he's-
Nina.
That's not. That's
I'm okay
not
with it, I'm
liter.
following.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, for the love of God. This doesn't mean that like we're trying to give them progressive values for the sake of giving them progressive values. It just seems like that just is more capitalistically advantageous for them.
I think there's
Right?
two motivations. I think that there's two motivations simultaneously. I think that snooty liberals who drink white wine and like to go to parties in San Francisco and DC.
What are you trying to say about me?
I'm.
That's a self-report.
I'll tell you.
He didn't
I'll
say
tell you in a
anything.
second. So they like to talk about like the moral advances of getting school children in Afghanistan educated, particularly girls, right? They love that shit. But along with that, there's probably a
Hashtag save our
material
girls.
there's a material motivation, which is if you get, Afghan girls to view liberalism as good, and then they reinforce the liberal market, and then you get access to all their like rare earth minerals, and you get lithium and cobalt and all that kind of shit, and they're more likely to trade it with the $65 trillion global commercial hegemony, then basically it's a mutual reinforcing system of market liberalism and social liberalism that isn't just the United States. It's literally 2/3
But
of the
they're
planet.
already doing that, so I don't really understand the connection
Well, they're not
between
doing
the
it.
gays.
They're not doing it because
So
basically
if you get
Afghanistan.
everyone,
Well, can we use Afghanistan as an example? Afghanistan
Make
is
them
actually
gay,
like,
and then they will
no,
bow.
yeah, we're trying to make Afghans
Yeah.
gay. So the
Rainbow burkas for all.
Exactly. So Afghanistan is actually the perfect example because they were like an isolationist, theocratic, authoritarian, harboring jihadist, economically isolated country. We invaded.
good thing we fixed that.
Brought them. Yeah. Well, we brought them. Well, that's an interesting point, right? So we brought them into the fold. We dumped a few $1 billion and a few thousand lives, in order to try to make them a part of Globo Homo. They said, fuck off. And then as soon as we left, basically the people who supported the international order and the international market collapsed, and now they're back under an authoritarian, isolationist, theocratic government. So yeah, but here, so I want to tell Scott something because I've been talking about Globo Homo for 10 minutes now. Scott, you said you know this. How are you not a libertarian? It's because I think there's a material difference for the people of Afghanistan living under like a liberal order that's tolerant of homosexuals and trades with the international market. And as a result, they can get like Xboxes and PlayStations, and they can play Spider-Man and eat avocados and all that kind of bullshit. I think that is a materially better life than living under an isolationist theocratic regime that'll kill you for being gay. So while I do understand that the global commercial hegemony,
What does that have to do with what I said, though?
You asked me why was I supporting these monstrous global commercial cartels?
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So you recognize that the state doesn't give a fuck about genocide. It doesn't give a fuck about what people are doing, and that it maintains a massive.
Interest them.
Yeah. Well, it cares because it's a good excuse to sell it to people at home to invade countries and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, if Hutus and Tutsis were sitting on a whole bunch of natural gas, we would have cared a lot more about the Rwandan genocide. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Exactly. We got our people out, and then we were like, all right, cool, fucking kill each other. And same thing in Darfur, same thing in China, same thing, everywhere where there's a genocide where we can't financially gain. What I was simply saying is like, you recognize that there is a massive empire, right? And that their goals are to prop up the prison military industrial complex, and that their goals are to have control over the world. And you're saying that control and the murder and the lack of care for anybody's actual well-being in life is all good and hunky-dory, so long as some of the countries that we fucking carpet bomb, like Laos, eventually end up in a new position where, we can look back on it and go, well, at least we brought them, market, mixed market economies.
Yeah. So as an example, biting that bullet, you can look at like the socioeconomic development of North Korea and South Korea, and these are not arbitrary things. We carpet bombed the shit out of the North because they aligned themselves with authoritarian communism. They told us to go fuck ourselves. They weren't interested in becoming a part of the Globo Homo commercial market. And so we basically bombed them back into the fucking Stone Age. I'm not defending it. I actually think it's pretty fucked up. I think we literally killed like 25% of their population. Then if you look at, hold on, let me finish. Then if you look at South Korea, They're like one of the major electronics computers manufacturers in the world. They have a thriving economy. They're economically interconnected. Their literacy rates are through the roof. Their life expectancy rates are through the fucking roof. These aren't arbitrary values.
There's a bunch of negatives too, though.
What? Like they play StarCraft? Like what are we talking?
What? That's can't possibly.
That's not a negative.
Fuck you.
No. But there's like but there's
So now I understand why the suicide rate is higher.
There's still loneliness, huge social isolation. But yeah, I'll let you.
Oh no.
They're
still better off, right? We saved them from communism.
But this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. What you're doing is you're taking an example, right? Like a person lives in their house and their toilet is broken, right? And the libertarian says, you know what you should do?
Wow, you're gonna
you should hire
blow him on the toilet.
Nina, relax.
It is getting
relax.
close to home.
Right. So what's happening is your toilet's broken, right? And the libertarian says, you know what you should do? You should hire in the market someone to come fix your toilet. And then the government is like, hold on, pause. Actually, what we need to do is we need to spend 10 times the amount of money that you would actually spend. And we need to have an environmental commission report look at the damages that might be caused from the overflowing toilet. And then we're going to put up a bunch of licensing systems and we're going to artificially restrict the amount of plumbers that exist. And we're going to do all of this different
this
government
is all just rhetoric.
shit.
None of this is things that matter to you at all.
Yeah,
Like
this is anti-statism. This isn't geopolitics.
How about you let me finish? I'm going to get.
You talk a lot, Scott. You spend a lot of time.
You are talking quite a bit.
It's because I'm amazing. Right?
Yeah.
And you see where I'm going.
Scott,
Wow, you talking a lot is amazing. So we just keep talking. I can keep talking for a long time.
You're trying to interrupt me.
We can all be amazing too.
Equality that's saying that's amazing.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
So
I'll keep talking every single time. Every time you talk,
everyone quiet. I want to give Scott was asked a question, right? So do the thing. I do want to move back. I don't want to spend the rest of our time on like the libertarian question. But I will let you.
Yeah,
answer.
it's not a libertarian question. It's just to finish up. I know you guys like to try and kill the momentum when I'm fucking dunking on you all. But anyways, like what is occurring is that in both situations, both the free market situation, right, of freedom, that one didn't get tried. Instead, what you went with was the government solution that cost way more money and way more headaches and way more problems. And then what you're doing is you're looking at South Korea. You're looking at things where things have quote unquote worked out. And you're going, hey, but look over here, the toilet got fixed. And you're not actually comparing it to what would have occurred if you had free market economies, if you had voluntary transactions, and if you actually followed natural law instead of murdering and killing tons of people. You're saying
Before we move on, can I ask Scott one quick question?
But you haven't actually compared it to the alternative, right? Like what you're saying is because the government intervened, a solution occurred, and you're saying the solution is good. But what I'm saying is that the process is corrupt.
The alternative would have been the South controlled by a communist government, right?
Yeah. So
really quick. Well, hold on, wait, just a second. Right, one really quick question, Scott. All the talk about outcomes is something that's totally tangential to you. Is totally rhetoric. None of that matters to you at all. If here's just evidence of that. Would it be morally justified for the government to tax 1 penny from you to stop malaria?
No.
There you go. You don't care about the outcomes.
Well, okay. So hold on.
I actually do care about the outcomes, obviously.
I want to address.
You really don't.
I want to address. So, to quote the great anti-fascist general Joseph Biden, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And right now,
the alternative is way better. Yeah.
Okay, you're saying the alternative is way better, but we've had this conversation before. I'm not trying to be too much of an asshole. But comparing it to the city-state of fucking Gospaya with its own fucking geopolitical 350-year history of being in the middle of 3 different Italian superstates and happen to trade with all of them really well or whatever, I just don't think that works on a global level. And I don't think you have any nation-state level governmental entities that compete on the global stage to compare your alternative to. I don't think your alternative exists. I think it's almost as ephemeral as socialism or communism.
Okay, without going into the libertarian, can I ask one question? I want to ask one question to Scott specifically. I don't want to get into the libertarian city-state thing. I just don't you agree that we did save the South Koreans from communism? Do you think that they'd be living better or worse under a North Korean leadership? Because that was the alternative, right? The alternative was the North was going to overtake the South.
North Korea is communism?
Yes.
No, I think it's a false dichotomy that you're saying it's one or the other. That we had to have used taxation, we had to have invaded with an army in the way that we did.
Okay,
They were trying to implement communism, which is coercion upon innocent people, and we stopped them.
I want to make this point though.
I don't.
I'm going to reinforce your point, Lactoid.
Can't
Please,
we just
pretty please with
leave it
sugar on
alone?
top.
Oh, if it's to reinforce my point, I think we should let him talk. Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine. But then that's it. I'm serious. We're done after this. Once he's done talking, I'm going to ask the question. We're going to move past this. All right, go ahead.
Well, we are talking about geopolitics and nuclear proliferation, so I actually feel like we're still relatively on topic. So this is where it comes to power. You know, this is the conception of power that I just don't. I think Scott and I just we don't see the world the same way. The way that I view the world is that when you have peers in power, let's say that Scott and I are peers in power and that we have a disagreement, I think that the only way, let's say that disagreement is existential. Let's say that it can hurt or kill me or hurt and kill Scott. I think that the only way to resolve that dispute is ultimately with violence. And so I think that if there's an irreconcilable dispute, what I would say is that humans.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with libertarianism.
Okay, so I would say that humans' default nature is just to exercise that violence and to hurt each other and to kill each other. What I think states do, regardless of whether or not you agree with me, is you export that capacity for violence to a judge who is not actually objective, but who is supposed to be objective, and who is supposed to be held to certain laws, and who is supposed to be held to certain rules and regulations and processes and all this kind of bullshit. And so as a result, that is better than just you and me reinventing the wheel when it comes to every single dispute over whether or not we're going to kill each other over who has water rights. So I don't want to talk about like private shit.
Okay, no, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I know, man. I know, man. You can't let me fucking dunk on all these.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
We could have saved the Vietnamese too. It wasn't for the fucking peaceniks.
Today, right? He hasn't got a chance. Censored all the time. All right. Any which way, moving forward, because I like this idea of like the mercantile empire that our friend Counterpoints was talking about, right? Like and its importance and like what does that actually justify? Like we have put tactical nukes, like you guys said before, like in Turkey and in places like that in Europe, like we put tactical nukes out there, and all of it seems to be like, hey, we have to control anyone who is outside of our this mercantile empire, right? Anyone who would be any sort of threat to it, or offer some sort of alternative, which equals threat, and like who will not just like do as we say. Like, so we surround these nations with weapons, right? Or we don't surround them directly with weapons. We launch economic attacks at them, right? Like Venezuela. So yeah. So, but like at the same time, you guys were talking about the benefits, right? Not maybe not Scott, but like you guys were talking about the benefits of this empire. So if to maintain this empire, we have to like either have direct violence or threats of violence, or cause economic disasters. Like, is maintaining this empire worth the incredible amount of suffering that's involved in it?
My answer is yes, and the reason why it's yes is because what we're asking people to do when they join this thing, like liberalism, is an incredibly powerful tool. It's basically a philosophy that says like, and republicanism, like American liberal republicanism, is a very versatile tool. It basically says, let other people speak their minds and speak their conscience. Let people have the right to self-defense. Have them respect the limitations of the government, and then have the government be limited, and then also tolerate your neighbors unless they're literally, taking violence against you or stealing or damaging your property. That is an incredibly syncretic system that can actually allow people of incredibly diverse moral and spiritual and religious and economic perspectives live side by side as long as they trust the system. That's why it is more flexible and perhaps more pervasive than I would say socialism, communism, or fascism, because socialism, communism, and fascism require some level of like higher authoritarian coercion when it comes to the way that you think or the way that material goods are distributed. Like I know that we lived in I know that we live in like a mixed economy or whatever, but I actually think mixed economy capitalism is one of the most most flexible economic systems that currently exist. And so, the reason why the answer is yes is because Afghanistan, technically, if they wanted to, they could have said, yeah, we'll educate the girls, we'll tolerate the gays, we'll take on your Xboxes, your PlayStations, your avocados, your Burger King, and your McDonald's, and then we will try to maintain some level of our religious beliefs, and basically we'll become a part of the commercial market. They ultimately told us to go fuck ourselves and were willing to kill us over it. So I think that's their right as a sovereign polity to ultimately make that decision. But I think that we can look at the lives of individual Afghans and say, would their lives be better if they had access to the global market, if their girls were being educated, if their gay people didn't have to fear being killed in the streets, if they weren't under an authoritarian theocracy? And if you just go check by check by check by check about the average life of the citizen within that thing, I think it's like Rome. I think it's better to be a Roman citizen who participates in the empire than it is to be a German barbarian hell-bent on burning it down.
I want to hear from Aiko at some point. Aiko, you wanted to talk about a foreign policy thing, and I haven't heard from you. So I'll give you a moment to think of something there. But from anyone else, I'm really curious about this because, like, it, like,
it's just a few genocides.
I mean, yeah, it's just
a couple genocides, and we can have
genocides
better material.
Friends?
Yeah. Counterpoints like, hey, we have a genocide here or there, but the market was brought to these people. How else could we have prevented it? Dude, there's so many that you already openly admitted. You specifically brought up Rwanda. You specifically said, well, we didn't have a material interest there, so we just kind of let it occur. You brought up Rwanda.
Hold on. This is like a super important point, so I'm sorry for capitalizing on the conversation. But isn't there absolutely a moral difference between seeing a conflict going on between two peoples and interceding in order to stop the bloodshed versus allowing the bloodshed to continue because you don't have a personal interest in it? This would be like if there was a fist fight in the parking lot and you and Corey were beating the fucking shit out of each other. You were yelling at me because I didn't stop the fight between you two. Listen, unless you guys are going to pay me $20,
but you gave up the moral impetus.
Gonna...
You gave up the moral impetus by saying that the state picks and chooses which genocides it wants to intervene in based upon its own material interests for the corporations and for the International Monetary Fund to be able to leech as much as they can out of these places to bring them liberalism. You're the one saying that, like, well, the ends justify the means in the outcome, and you have still yet to compare it to any other form of anything other than a communist dictatorship or worse dictatorships. You're saying ours is the best because ours has liberalism, and what I'm saying is how about we try liberalism without the fucking force and aggression, without the fucking violence, without the bombs.
Pass.
Exactly, because you're pro fucking war, you're pro bombs, and you're pro genocide. As long as it benefits you.
Because we don't have the same conception of like power and state violence. We're just not even speaking the same language.
Well, it's not a matter of not speaking the same language. It's a matter of like the difference, the differences between your views come down to like a principle difference. There are ways you guys could like hash out those principles and hash it out there. But like the abstract conversation that's on this like much more applied ethics level, you're never going to get anywhere with that, right? Scott thinks that the issue is that the U.S. government is a criminal doing this using criminal means. It's like, to you, under your view, counterpoints, what Scott's belief is would be something like saying that like it would be like if I stopped a crime using a gun that I stole from you, right? That's Scott's view, is that's wrong to do, right? There's the principal difference. Yeah. It's not
if there's
your
less dead people, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same view that I have. But if we're not like engaging with the principal difference, we're always going to be engaging on the supplied level. It's not going to get us anywhere. Like the only way to get Scott to understand is to ask him like, why does he think that's justified? Or if you want to like appeal to the audience or something, literally just keep running with ducktails and maybe Scott will get it.
Okay, but since like Nina, Scott, and I are good friends. We've been here a very long time. We understand Scott's perspective.
No, I'm not saying you don't
And-
understand his perspective,
Yeah,
right? It's
but-
really
but
obvious what his
we-
perspective is. I'm just saying you're not engaging with the perspective Scott has. You're engaging on this like weird
you
applied
are
level.
right. You are right, but that's to be a little bit of a smartass, Scott. Please forgive me. I feel like we've talked about power and distribution of power in states and the Republic of Gospaya and all that kind of shit a few times, and we just don't agree. We just don't agree about the exercise of state power.
Why do you keep bringing up Gospaya? Why do you keep
Because
bringing up
it's
Gospaya?
one of your primary examples of a functioning state that
Hey,
did
there's
not
Chiron,
use
Mexico. Don't
authoritative
forget about
force.
that.
There was what?
Well, we could say we could say we don't agree, right? But Scott's position isn't just one about like a preference or something. Scott's not just saying that it's good in the same way that like chocolate ice cream versus strawberry ice cream's good. Scott believes there's real actual reasons that he can appeal to for why it's the case that what you're doing is irrational, right? And
you can call it evil. You can call it like evil, like choosing the lesser evil or whatever, and I will accept that. So, for instance, like I think that
Accept
like,
you're evil.
me-
All right. Debate over. You recognize that you're evil and you don't give a fuck and you want to empower the large corporations in the state to abuse and bomb people. And your justification is, well, sometimes the historical difference is this country's better than when we started bombing them. Therefore, good.
Okay, so you're correct, and like I hope you hear me when I say that. So, for instance, like if there was the Cambodian Khmer who butchered like 30% of their fucking population and did succeed in creating a moneyless, stateless, classless society for 5 years, they just also happened to like starve to death and butcher like a fucking third of their
What is
population.
your measure of success? Yeah.
So if there were United States forces that were stationed in a stable Southern Republic of Vietnam and they had the ability to intercede on that genocide, I wouldn't care that their guns and ammunition and money and logistics and food and MREs are taken by force from the state through taxation. I would just care that they intervened in the Cambodian slaughter and saved, now looking back with retrospect, a third of the population of Cambodia.
What would that look like? What would that look like?
It would look like
Scott, you don't care.
Korea.
Wait,
Like,
Scott,
It would look like Korea.
So,
what would that look like?
Scott,
sorry,
you don't
sorry.
care about the
Korea.
pragmatism. It's not that's irrelevant to
Yeah.
you, right? Like Scott, your view is not about what's pragmatic, what's good on consequences. You think the Counterpoints is wrong in not caring that the fucking money came from taxes. That's the issue you have with Counterpoint's view. All this other is just tangential.
Just
give
there's
counter
no
everything
reason-
you care
there's
about.
no reason. There's no reason that I can't prove him wrong within his own framework. You fuck.
Disagree.
You're not doing
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Luke.
You're okay. It's not
Sorry,
great.
sorry.
Great. No. It's fine. No, Cynthia, you're great. But Aiko, I want you to be able to contribute. So
yeah.
please
Well,
do.
actually, okay. Well, you might not.
Just remember,
because
you're not allowed to do an internal critique.
I was just wanting to respond to this very the difference because the subject of Rwanda kept coming up and about how the state like wants to stop some genocides but doesn't want to stop other genocides, and then but the thing is, Ancapistan also wouldn't have intervened in Rwanda, right? And we just saw an even better example of the Khmer Rouge, right? So if we're talking about a comparative advantage, we're talking about a system that will sometimes mitigate or stop genocide and a system that will always allow it.
That's not true. That's bullshit. What I'm saying is the proof that they only step in on genocides that benefit the corporations and the powers that be of the state.
I understand that.
Is they're not stepping in to stop genocides. That is just an excuse they use if they feel that they can gain access and power and grow the empire.
No.
That is what I'm saying.
I have evolved. I have evolved past.
Whereas Ancapistan probably would if they could make a profit.
No. This is fucking middle school level fucking thinking, and I'll describe it to you right now. So like the big brain pill, the meme where like the brain keeps getting bigger and bigger or whatever, is like when you find out like the material motivations of the Crusades, right? Where like the Crusades were about Christianity, and then it was about
historical materialism.
Hold on, and then it's like no, hold on, and then you're like, hey, oh no, the Crusades were about like trade routes to the Middle East, or hey, they were about Jerusalem, or hey, they were about this, or they were about banking from whatever. The truth is that people can have like underlying multiple motivations, and also for each individual, the material and the ideal are going to be mixed up. So there are probably plenty of statesmen, like people who are at the Department of State, or plenty of people who are in the Department of Defense, who are actually idealists, where they see the genocide in Kosovo, for instance, and they say like, we have to save these people. There are people being butchered every single day. We are miles away. We have the weapons and the equipment and the training and the ability to intervene. We have to intervene. And then there's probably materialists who are in the office with them who are saying, well, these people are backed by these people, and the the Serbs are the only real military powerhouse in Yugoslavia, and they're the people committing the genocide, and they're the only people who are like keeping things relatively stable. We can't go against them because if we do, we're going to destabilize the entire region. So pretending that it's 100% materialist or it's 100% idealist is bullshit. And then not only that, I cite to you Yugoslavia as a fucking genocide that was not materially motivated, unless you think that the only material motivation was its proximity to Europe. I don't know about you, but I don't get fucking Serbian or Yugoslav or fucking Croatian or whatever materials on the day-to-day basis. I think they have paltry contributions when it comes to the global market. It's just proximity to European nations that made it of interest.
It was you moved it into material motivations, right? And what the whole point there was was the Cold War. Like it was a proxy fucking Cold War, and pitting funds and interests on this whole communism domino effect that you cited earlier as this beautiful thing stopping communism in South Korea.
Yeah. I don't understand your point. If you think that if you're saying that I think that stopping authoritarian communism was good, the answer is 100% yes.
Right, but what you're saying is that you're willing to bomb people, right?
Yes.
And then you're willing to cite what occurs after you murdered a bunch of people because you were able to build something better than what was there before you bombed people, that this alternate timeline is indeed consequentially better than the alternate timeline that you don't know what would have occurred if you weren't just bombing people based off of those motivations.
Okay. Then I'm going to pull last point. I'm going to pull a Vosh card, World War II. We can look at it post hoc. We can realize that a series of ethnocides occurred, that it was all fucking bad, and that American intervention helped rebuild Europe. 100%. You can look at it post fac and see that there's good shit.
Yeah, and we can look at fucking Dresden and say that wasn't good, bitch.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I've been trying my best here.
I'm sorry, Prime. You tried to pivot. You tried to use me to pivot to something new, and I took it right back to that topic.
Yeah, it's fine. No,
thanks, Cal Rich, you son of a bitch.
Well, no,
I like these ideas.
Wait. I'm feeling like I can make it easy to pivot.
It's the same justifications. It's the same behavior, and it's the same philosophy. Right, that is supporting all of these people spending hundreds of billions to spend hundreds of billions in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict.
So if Blackwater did it, let's say instead of the U.S. government, but Blackwater intervened. Let's say they existed and they intervened in the North Korean-South Korean conflict, and they also bombed North Koreans in order to accomplish their goals, which was defending the South. They were hired by the South Koreans to defend their land, and in order to achieve that goal, they blew up. They carpet bombed the North. Would you be against their right to do that?
Well, carpet bombing indiscriminately would likely cause a lot of criminality, right? Like innocent bystanders and such. So, I mean, you would have to do a fully defensive.
That's the only. Hold on. Let's just say that's the only way they realistically could have won the war. Is just like total war targeting.
Now you're adding this new modifier that the
I'm adding the modifier.
Could have been won.
Yeah. I'm adding the modifier of if you don't win.
I'm not engaging in that fantasy land.
No modifiers.
You don't think that you get like a material advantage from targeting like weapon suppliers, infrastructure?
That's not what you said. You said carpet bombing, which was just indiscriminately bombing everybody.
Oh my God, you're such a.
It's very different than targeted bombing.
Okay. Fine.
Fine.
I'll make it even more clear.
Laser
right?
bombing.
Yeah. So targeted bombing of infrastructure, weapons manufacturers, all that shit, but there's gonna be civilian casualties that come along with that because you're using high, yield ordnance to cause damage in order to prevent the North Koreans from attacking the South. And it's not the U.S. government doing this. It's Blackwater, and they're paid for by the South Koreans. Are they doing something wrong?
So long as Blackwater lets people know in those areas that those areas are about to be bombed, no.
Wait, hold on.
How would they do that? How would they do that?
They
do you mean,
carpet
how would they
bomb the
do that? You
message
can say
that the bombs are coming.
Wait, so they like how much of a warning do you have to
we
give
did
them?
we literally did this with the air facilities in Syria under the Trump administration. So he was like,
Okay,
evacuate. I'm going to take out the airfields. You've got like, I think it was like a
Why do
couple
they have an
hours.
obligation to
If you're there,
evacuate their homes, Scott? Isn't that their private property?
is the air facility that's being used
The
as
place
an
is there
aggressor to
nearby.
attack it?
The place is
That's
there
not
nearby.
They don't have a right. They don't have a right to private property at that point.
They don't. Why don't they have a right to private property if they're nearby a place that's going to be an airstrike target?
Okay, so now we're changing it to nearby, not the actual target. Right?
They're
So
right near it. They're right near it. There's going to be collateral
You're talking about
damage.
the collateral damage of.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like you're going to have to pay some restitution for that. Yeah, that's a crime to a certain extent.
Do you have to pay restitution
mean,
for human lives being lost?
Dead? Who are you
How
paying?
much?
I mean,
How do you
if
pay
they
human?
stay in an area that says we're going to bomb this area,
Yes, yeah.
then they have volunteered to be blown
They
up.
have it. Okay, so if I say I'm going
They
to blow up your
literally
house,
have.
Scott. Wait, hold on. If I say I'm going to blow up your house, Scott, and you stay there, you volunteered to be blown up.
If your house was, I don't know, had a bunch of machine guns on it, and
No, it
was
doesn't have
shooting
machine
the
guns on it. It's
neighbors,
just nearby.
and you happen to be in the house, and
It's
I said,
just
hey,
nearby.
this is
No, your neighbor has a bunch of machine guns.
no, if you're in
contradiction,
house
Scott.
A, if you're, oh my God, you can't just say it's a contradiction, right?
Really
Like
is.
without even hearing the answer. You can't say that the answer I'm about to give in the future is a contradiction.
I didn't say your answer in
right?
the
If-
future is a contradiction. Your past answers were contradictions.
No, which one? Which one's a contradiction
Sure.
right
So
now?
the contradiction, sure. So the contradiction is that you think it's the case that you should never be able to violate somebody's private property. It's always unjustified. That's your view, right? And you also think it's the case that sometimes it's justified to violate people's private property. That's your view. So that's a
Where?
contradiction. Sometimes you do think so, and you also think it's always the case that you shouldn't do it. If he's
Oh,
always
so
the case you shouldn't do something, and it's sometimes the case you
the
should,
not
that's a
P that you
contradiction.
gave is not my statement.
The not
It's not my
P?
position.
Do you
Right,
mean
you're
you mean the
saying it's
you mean the
contradiction.
second statement?
So what's your statement about private
The
property?
second statement. I never said that
So
it is
what?
justified.
What?
I said
Okay,
that
that doesn't matter. So
to pay
what?
restitution.
We're giving you
Did
the
I not say
option.
they would be
What-
forced to pay restitution?
How do you pay
You're throwing out
restitution to
fucking
killing a
debate
human
road
life?
terms
No.
no, you didn't. But you're not
Hold
fucking
on.
listening to
You
what
said
I'm
you
saying.
they'd be forced to pay restitution,
bitch.
but you said that they were. Hold on, relax, Scott. So you said they had volunteered. It was voluntary for them to die.
No, I said the individuals that stayed within the bounds of the facility
They
that I said
volunteered.
would be bombed. That
Or if
would
they're
be
nearby
being-
and
that
collateral
was a
damage.
private- no, I did not say that. You added
Yes, you
that.
did. That was the hypothetical.
Well, how did
You
this
really didn't.
Well, hold on. How did this change from carpet bombing? Like, couldn't I just like give a warning to the whole city that I'm going to carpet bomb the whole city now? Carpet bomb the whole city, and then if the innocents die, I got to pay them restitution.
I mean, if we were to apply gentleness principle, like you would have to give meaningful time
Sure,
for people to
gotcha.
evacuate. So, like, if people were stuck on the highways and couldn't evacuate and they were attempting to escape, then you'd be in a position where you're liable for that damage.
Why
Which
do
would
you
be
have to
human
use-
lives, which would
Why
mean
do you
I
have to
to
use
give up
gentlest means if it's collateral damage? Why does it even apply at all? You shouldn't be able to do it at all in your view. Like there's nothing
There's
morally
no,
right
there's
with
no
violating
distinction in
private property
libertarianism
rights.
between collateral damage is only a term that the consequentialist uses.
So if I have to use
I'm
it,
just
if I have to
using
use
it so
it,
that you understand
well,
what I'm
you
talking
use
about.
use the term, right? So if it's the case that I use something like I use a bomb, right, and the shrapnel blows up and kills somebody who like lives next door. They don't live on the base; they live next door. You're saying I'm not able to use bombs because that might have shrapnel to kill someone. I'm not able to use weapons that might
I'm
have
saying
collateral
that
damage.
I'm saying that every action that you commit,
Is it a yes or no?
It's not a yes or no. God damn.
That was a yes or no
weaselly
question.
little fuck.
There's
What
no
I'm saying-
weaseling.
I'm
You're
actually
weaseling and
correcting-
projecting it onto other people.
No, you're presenting that I have to choose one of two options, and I'm explaining what I actually believe.
In the
because
case
it's
of the-
neither of the options that you're presented.
Okay, do you think the following phrase is propositional, like something that's only true or false? The following phrase being, it's the case that it's unjustified to put other people's lives at risk when they haven't aggressed on you? Is that a true or false statement? Can that be only those two things? Or is there some third thing it can be?
So the thing is, so hold on, can you repeat the actual proposition?
Yeah. So the proposition is, it is morally unjustified to put other people's lives at risk if they haven't attacked you first. That's something
No,
that you
can put people's lives at risk. You can put people's lives at risk. It's a gamble. Every action that you do is putting other people's lives at risk.
So it's
Every
sometimes
action that
acceptable
you do.
even if they haven't attacked you first.
It is always acceptable to potentially put someone's life at risk, but you are responsible for the consequences of whatever it is that you did. If I drive in a vehicle, right? If I drive in a vehicle, I am putting everyone's life at risk everywhere that that comes close to me as I'm driving a vehicle.
And
right?
if you
Because I
accidentally
could
kill somebody in a car crash,
swerve, yes, then if you commit manslaughter, right? Intentional or not, then you are responsible for the damages of the manslaughter. that you commit.
Unintentional manslaughter. If you kill another person, how should you pay retributions for that?
I mean, it depends upon what you have set up voluntarily before. With nothing set up voluntarily before, with no criminal system that you've set up before, then you'd have to give up your life.
You have to be killed.
It seems to me that
If
the
the family so
asymmetry.
chooses it, you can't argue against it.
Wait, so the Blackwater soldiers have to be killed?
Yes.
It seems to me that
They
there's
start grenading innocents. Yeah.
No. They're targeting the factories. They shoot a missile to
You're
blow up
saying
an arm.
accident.
Hold on. They shoot a missile that blows up an arms factory. Some shrapnel flies over the property line into a private house
Right.
nearby, kills some the man of the house, like the husband there. You're saying the family there should be able to like kill the person who fired the rocket?
If they did not give sufficient warning, if they didn't give them warning to leave the area, we're about to blow up this weapons manufacturing
their
facility,
right,
and your neighbor with the fucking
What if they gave warning, but the family refused to leave? Then what kind of restitution does the family get?
You've already heard my answer, Slim. You've already heard my answer, which is that every action that you do potentially puts people's lives at risk. You take a gamble with every action that you do.
Right. But you also said you pay. Hold on. You also said that you still pay the costs of when like the harm is realized, right? Like you would owe the family something if the shrapnel went.
You would owe the if the shrapnel destroyed their home, right, and it was adjacent to the weapons manufacturing facility, then you have to pay for that.
What would the restitution be for killing if you gave sufficient warning for killing like the one man of the house? Like what would the restitution be for that?
If you gave sufficient warning, none.
Yeah, they volunteered for it.
What if they
Very
could wait?
quick.
What if they couldn't? What if they couldn't leave though?
It doesn't even
By
matter.
what means are they
Honestly,
incapable of leaving?
Like it. So it doesn't even
They're
matter. Like it's totally
bedridden.
tangential because even if it's the case. Oh, go ahead, Prime. You're gonna say something.
No, it's fine. I'll give you the last word on this, and we're moving on.
Okay, listen, I think everything that we've been hearing is a very good explanation as to why libertarian international political units just don't exist, because the asymmetry in power that has to happen for somebody to go into war and take all of these extra steps. This is also why on the other side, on the left, why Rosa Luxemburg didn't stand a chance against the Leninists, because she didn't have a mechanism of power, right, that could deal with the power vacuum that happened as a result of all of these committees hemming and hawing about what to do all the time. It's the same problem on the far left as on the far right. You have to have this, or on the libertarian left as well, and the libertarian right, is that you can never deal with the asymmetries of power dealing with nation states that aren't themselves libertarians and aren't holding themselves to these ephemeral standards. You have to have some way of counterbalance. This is
You
why
haven't
I think
presented that.
Connor is talking
You just
about.
said it won't work because
Hey,
it's
let him
too
go. What I've said is that it hasn't worked. That if Connor asked you earlier to give one single example of some libertarian state that's able to exert power in that way, there hasn't been. That's when he started talking about the mercantilist.
He didn't do that.
Okay, whatever.
My point is we don't see these states today because they're not able to. Anyone that tries isn't able to deal with the aggression of its neighbor.
Can you name a constitutional republic before the year 1000?
Great, thanks. Moving on. This has been wonderful. We're going to go to our second topic.
And with enthusiasm.
We're going to go to our second topic. Oh boy. Hey y'all, I hope you've enjoyed this thing that we've done. We've done a thing in front of you. And I hope it tickled you in some way. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. And get your capitalism on by subscribing to this channel. It's a real big help. Allows me to do these things. I mean, these things I end up having to apologize for, but it allows me to do these things. So please help us out by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. You got Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming. Please use that here on this channel. It's free for you. It does a lot for us though. So consider that. That would be great. That's how I power all this up. All right. So now we're gonna go on to our next topic. Oh boy. Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right.
I changed my mind. Topic 1, more contentious.
But it wasn't.
Thank
We didn't
you.
talk about topic 1. We didn't talk about that.
I know. It's a joke.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, Corey. I
That's
don't
okay.
mean to raise my voice at you. Okay. So, topic 2. A new report estimates that 6% of the incarcerated U.S. population is in solitary confinement. That's 122,840 individuals. The report, though, acknowledges that this is almost certainly a wild undercount. Democratic Representative Cory Bush calls this a disaster and tragedy. But is that the case? Should solitary be completely banned? Does it have no legitimate uses? Delaware reports currently having 0 inmates in solitary and credits this to a specialized unit dealing with the mentally ill patients. Is that the way to go? So yeah, I saw this article talking about the massive number of people in solitary confinement. I think we all have some sort of criticisms of that. I'd be shocked that no one here would. That would be someone here who has 0 criticisms of the practice. But my question is whether it has legitimate uses, right? And that like, especially with running a prison with like a a complex filled with a bunch of very uncooperative people, and who can use violence at any point in time, right? Against this individual. I have a cousin actually who's the prison guard, and it's scary, because anything can happen in those environments. So again, like, should we get rid of this tool, even if the tool is flawed? And we'll go from there. But I want to state something beforehand, right? And there's no reason for me to state this. So we all know that the U.S. government is a criminal actor, right? We know
Don't you
that
fucking dare.
it shouldn't use that any of its power used as a state is illegitimate on its face. In fact, the only people that I invite to these panels, they all agree to that, right? Which is why we don't bother talking about it, like the sun being yellow, right? We don't even discuss it because it's just the air that we breathe. So
I'll take that done.
So instead, let's focus on the rest of it, right? While in our hearts grumbling about like how the U.S. Should be dissolved. Okay, all right, let's go to the left.
So a couple like prefaces here. I don't have a lot of sympathy for violent criminals, and I think people give way too much sympathy for violent criminals. Just generally speaking, we see people commit absolutely atrocious acts, and then after the fact, when they're crying and they're sad about the whole series of events, we all, well, that's just a little bit too harsh. Well, no, like they're generally people who commit violent crimes are not the best people, and especially repeat offenders. I would go so far as to say they are bad people. They're not people that we want around. They're not good. So this does not come from a place of sympathy for bad people. It entirely is based off the data, and the data does not seem to indicate that solitary confinement is really all that good, at least for the inmate themselves. Now, I can see legitimate uses. If you have somebody who is a threat to other people, right? You need to put them somewhere because they are violent and they're attacking inmates, they're attacking guards, they're throwing. There's plenty of events I can think of case files that I've looked at, right, where you have inmates that have grabbed entire big pots of soup, scalding hot soup, and thrown it on prison guards. Second, third degree burns on their body. They're just trying to do their job, and here they are being assaulted and abused, and it's absolutely disgusting. I can see when those risks occur to not be like, well, we got to bring them back. No, like if they are a danger, yes, we have to keep them separate away from other people because we just can't trust them not to hurt people. I could see it in cases where an inmate is like they themselves are in tremendous danger, right? Where let's say there's a couple other inmates that are planning to kill them, or they've whatever indication, or they've requested it, right? There's all sorts of reasons why you might want to pull somebody out and isolate them for their own safety as well. I can see those reasons. Just as a punishment for, shit that, is not a direct harm, maybe they aren't following the rules, doesn't seem to actually cause any long-term benefits. It actually seems to cause a lot of detractions. So I would be opposed to it, generally speaking, with exceptions to personal safety of other inmates and guard staff. Instead, I would also go with the other data point that indicates what is good for recidivism, which is prisoners working. I think it's incredibly important to mandate that people, if you go to prison, you don't just sit there and rot. You work day after day after day, because the data shows that's good for you. So more working, less solitary.
Thank you so much. Scott, please.
So working off of the assumption that Prime Kai is laid forward, right? And since we're all assuming that, we can set that to the side, right? So what is the problem with prisons? I think this is really, you have to figure out what the problem is before you can just start spouting off solutions, right? And the main problem, yes, obviously, is that it's a monopsony. It's a monopsony, and so because it's a monopsony, there is no one else that is purchasing the services of the private prison industry or the state-run facilities as a means of housing prisoners, right? The state is simply contracting corporations at a bid, and then, you know, the lowest bidder basically puts forward whatever it wants. And most of these government officials don't really give a fuck about recidivism because they're removed enough from it to where it doesn't affect them in their elections, or they're fucking middle management, you know, bureaucrats that aren't going to get fired. And so, like, how do we want to solve this problem? Like, what is the best way to solve this problem? And so I would present something very similar to what Lactoid put forward. Assuming that we have state control over the prisons and that there's no bill put forward to, you know, absolve that. What I would say is that we should get rid of every form of regulation that stops prisoners from working via the usage of telephones and via the usage of the internet. If you commit a white collar crime, but you know how to code, then you should be able to work for companies coding, so long as you're under supervision and you're not allowed to use the internet to do other things. And when you make money with whatever your marketable skill is, maybe it's a fucking call center and we can stop shipping them to fucking India, but we can have prisoners do them. Whatever it is, you know, you should have a reduction in your time as you pay off your debts, literally, to the families and to the services that were utilized in your capture and for the crime that you committed. The thing about solitary confinement as this solution is that it's basically just torture. Is torture an appropriate punishment? Well, for a rapist, they can't really argue that they ought not be tortured, right? Like, they don't have fucking rights. You're a goddamn rapist. I don't give a fuck what happens to you. You're a rapist. But for people that commit nonviolent drug offenses, for example, which is a minority of drug charges, by the way, people like to say it's 47%, but they compile people that got arrested for a bunch of violent shit and also got drug arrests. But for that minority of people, any bill that stops in any way, shape, or form, be it a blanket bill for everyone or a bill for those specific individuals, that stops the state from compounding the damages it does to people that never should have been put in prison, is a bill that, like, you must support. You ought support. And so if there is going to be a blanket ban on torture of prisoners because of the fact that there are prisoners that should never be in prison, then we have to support that.
So I just want to say, Scott's like, he always has the best solutions. Like, it's just without a doubt. Like, you know, I'm prisoner 3917, right? I hear you want to upgrade your Comcast package. Can I get your credit card number? I think that's a fantastic future. Bold statement, and I love it. All right, let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, we'll send an inmate tech to you right away as soon as possible. Well, so I do echo. There are some points of agreement that I have with, let's say, Scott and Lactoid that I guess we'll probably get into later. I'll keep it brief. Where it's like, so to answer the specific prompts of, like, should solitary be completely banned? I would say, you know, I'm very much against it. And just as Lactoid pointed out, as far as I can tell from the data, doesn't appear to be all that effective in terms of, you know, achieving the end. As in, I have a hard time reconciling that if one of the goals of prison is in fact rehabilitation, amongst other goals, maybe retribution. I'm not saying I agree with these goals, but in fact, you know, rehabilitation is one of them. I don't think solitary confinement has any place towards that end. At least based off the data that I've seen. So pretty much, I wouldn't universally ban it. I'm sure there's very exceptional niche uses for it, but there should be strict rules on how it can be implemented, or rather how long it can be implemented, and under what specific circumstances. As in pretty much like, as far as I can tell, 99.99% of the cases that it's used for, I would say it should not be used for. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. And just in case we do have a lot of agreement on this, I do have a plan to expand this question in case we need to. But all right, let's go to our friend counterpoints.
I think it's a tool in the tool belt. I think it should be used kind of like spanking for kids as an absolute last result or last resort, excuse me. But it's still a tool in the tool belt. Man, y'all are really into spanking. That's weird as fuck. Nina and Corey were like,
no,
let's talk.
Oh, I was looking right at Corey when you said that.
All right, I know how to get your guys' attention. Understood. So, anyways, the point being that it should be used as an absolute last resort. The reason why I don't want to take it off the table is because I do think that there's violent people who absolutely need to have punishments put upon them so they can attempt to learn consequences. However, I do have a friend who was punitively put in solitary confinement for 4 days. And as a result, that dude, one, like lost his shit, legit has like a form of like anxiety and PTSD from the incident, and actually has claustrophobia. Like cannot be in a motor vehicle without a window cracked, because even just like the silence of being in a motor vehicle is terrifying to him, because it like physically, like you can carry stress in your body. It physically reminds him of being in a locked room for 4 days straight without anything to interact with for that period of time. So yeah, so I'm sure it's overly punitive. I'm sure it's fucked up. I'm sure we're using it way too much right now. Just don't want to take the tool off the tool belt. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. And that brings up an interesting question that I want to ask later on. Thank you for that counterpoint. Let's go to Nina.
You might be muted, I think.
I am. Oh my gosh. My bad. So I want to address the spanking thing, because of course we always want to, right? So just like the use of corporal punishment is literally known to actually increase bad behavior in children, and giving them mental health and overall well-being detriment. So it's just really odd that you would say that you don't want to take it off the table, because it seems it's pretty obvious that it's bad. And using that example was just odd to us, which is I assume why Corey and I both had the same reaction there, where we're just like, what? No, I'm adamantly against it, because it causes negative mental health things in kids, and it actually leads to an increased aggression, antisocial behavior, and low self-esteem. So yeah, I'm not for that. What?
We're not debating yet.
I got a car horn.
Sorry. All right. Yeah. Sorry.
I got a car horn going off behind me. Synth, go ahead. I got to take care of this.
Sure.
I wasn't done,
Nina,
but okay.
Done. Go ahead, Nina.
Oh, well, you're not done. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, so I think that like a lot of the callousness when it comes to solitary confinement, I understand the relation of being separated, right? Like maybe you having to be in your own cell. That's fair, but I think the problem with that is that solitary confinement is very much limited to like 22 hours a day in your cell. So that is like a punishment in itself, and you also lose your privileges to having like communications to your family. You lose the privileges of being able to do commissary or whatever. And that's not, I don't think that is, for one, helpful. And number two, if we're just talking about separating, I understand like the need to separate an individual, right? And I think that's fine to separate an individual, but I don't think it necessarily should go along with the insane punishments that come along with it. Like I don't think you should lose all of those. Like if somebody is violent and can't be around other people, I think that's fine to keep them away from other people, but I don't understand why we need to add the punishment aspect to it on top of
that. Synth, please.
Sure. So solitary confinement, sometimes called like administrative segregation by the prison system, is it's by definition a form of punishment. It's generally used as a form of torture, the idea being that you give someone their just desserts. But just desserts by locking them in a room and not letting them have any human contact for very long periods of time. with the goal of inflicting enough distress to satisfy whoever is inflicting it. Solitary confinement is not just like when you're by yourself. It's far more severe and significant, and like I was saying, punitive by definition. I think that violent offenders do have human rights, so I don't think it's justified to torture people for fun, regardless of if they did bad things to other people. There are some common arguments you get from people who are like more reasonable on this issue. There'll be things like for example, start with the first one. Is it the kind of thing that like maybe works as a punishment that deters people from doing bad things? It turns out it doesn't on data. It seems like we all agree on that. But there are some other ones that I think reasonable people also give out that some of you guys did. One of them is like, what if they're a threat to others? Something Lactoid said. Well, solitary confinement isn't even necessary as a means of preventing violent inmates from hurting others. So that means that it doesn't really make much sense to say that we should lock them in an isolated room. It's not the case that you have to lock them by themselves, no human contact, to prevent them from being able to harm others. It's not the case that like just purely social interactions going to cause that much harm to begin with. The other one is like, what if they're in danger is another one, right? It could be the case that they're in danger, but the way to prevent somebody from being in danger of other inmates hurting them is not to lock them away from any social contact whatsoever. That's not an approach that works for that. It's also wouldn't really be solitary confinement. It's just maybe you're just using the same cells or something along those lines. But I think the third one is counterpoints. Another reasonable person also said, I don't want to take the tool off the tool belt, which I understand that, right? Because there are easy hypotheticals we can think of where it is justified. But these are so rare that the risk of misuse is more likely than these hypothetical cases as we see in the real world. And because of that, it's justified to get rid of it entirely. A total blanket ban on it is more likely to have good outcomes than saying, maybe we'll just be more stringent with it and we'll give them the opportunity to pick when to use it. Maybe we'll like reduce that. Turns out the risk of misuse is a lot higher than the potential to use it in justified cases. But this is all just it's like symptomatic of a larger issue, which is the prison system itself. The existence of it is founded on like the assumption that we have to have some kind of like punitive system with like retribution as opposed to a rehabilitative one. Turns out that doesn't actually work. Consequentially, it turns out that the goal of punishing somebody is already like a malformed goal to begin with, and instead of causing somebody harm when they cause harm because like it's maybe we think it's good for people to suffer if they cause somebody else suffering. Instead, the goal should be how do we minimize the amount of suffering and maximize the amount of happiness we're giving people throughout their lives. The way we do that isn't through having a system in which we punish people. It's by having a system in which we reform people for the kind of mistakes that led them to committing the crimes in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Aiko.
Okay, I'm glad Synth sort of came close to what I was about to talk about when it comes to this issue, especially in California. So they've passed a law banning this in California. Newsom vetoed it. And the reason why was because he wanted to do exactly what Synth was just talking about, which was keep the tool in the tool belt, but also like he gave an executive order to the prison system to try to reform its use so that it isn't as bad as it was before, or to like to basically take care of it in house, sort of like telling the police department that they can investigate themselves. I'm not sure that it's going to get the best of outcomes, but that's kind of the debate in California right now, is whether or not it should be reformed or gotten rid of entirely. Also, I've noticed 3 different standards that were given here, and I can think of one more, so I'm just going to kind of list them out. What Scott talked about sounds like restorative justice to me. What Corey talked about, whether or not something like this can be used for retribution or for rehabilitation, as well as the prison system more broadly. And the 4th standard that I can think of is deterrence, that you're doing it to stop them from behaving in a particular way, sort of again. So when I hear Synth say something like you're getting your just desserts, or that it's punitive by definition, it might be punitive in effect, whether or not you intend it to be that way. But it seems as if that there are multiple like standards by which to judge whether something like this is justified. And I think maybe going forward we talk about which one it's going to be. Like if we're going to justify it or not justify it, is it based just strictly on retribution or rehabilitation or deterrence? Because if we're talking about rehabilitation, which is perhaps like the most noble goal of the justice system, and it doesn't meet this goal at all on any metric. But if it were to, we would have to say, okay, like this experience is going to help somebody get better. I think whatever you think about the other standards, I think it absolutely will never, ever meet the rehabilitation standards.
Okay, open to the
Okay, so I'm going to categorically reject the example that Counterpoints brought up in terms of like spanking, corporal punishment of children, unless he wants to admit that his children are criminals or on the pathway to criminality.
Did you
And
not see? Did you
but-
not hear what happened earlier tonight? Sorry, I'll let you finish.
that's okay.
Lock him up.
That's all part of the
Lock
fun of being
him
a
up.
parent, I'm sure.
Lock him up.
He's in solitary right now.
I would make the case that like even though I understand the point you're trying to make of like it's a tool in the tool belt and it should be reserved in whatever some sort of niche use, I would argue you're promoting criminality and solitary confinement as an end goal if you want to advocate for corporal punishment or any sort of hitting of children. Where it's like, yeah, and also take into account.
Didn't we have this debate already?
Hopefully,
yeah, I was about to say this is going to get into like corporal punishment and the methodology of these studies real quick.
Sure, well, we can go down that path. I'd be more
Everyone
than
should
happy to
go
do
to
that.
Prime Kai's channel and look at the last debate that all of the players here already had on that. And it's great content.
I wasn't there for that
Prime
debate.
Kai's view on.
I wish I was there for that debate. Unfortunately not. I was there in spirit, sort of, as someone can to attest to. But so, and also children, they're developing brains and they're developing like working models of how to navigate the world. If you want to introduce violence from a parental figure, I would, again, you're setting this child up for failure and to be on the pathway to criminal.
Corey, I love you and I respect your intellect, but like we gotta like be really specific with our fucking language, okay? There's obviously like a huge difference between your kid fucking pops some other kid in the fucking mouth, so you yank him back and then you smack his butt, versus like you just come out and you whip the belt off of your fucking trousers every time you get home from work and you're like, come on, son, it's fucking 20 minutes of beating before I have my fucking vodka. Like the term violence very clearly has like a pretty wide fucking definition.
Sure, okay. I'm wondering if you want to tease
No,
out
too
that
much. Let's not go too far down on this road, please. Like,
okay,
let's
fine.
focus
I'll
on-
make my final. Although, well, this is.
We'll talk about spanking adults. They're into that.
I have a question as to solitary confinement afterwards.
My last point will be: if you want to look at a spectrum of corporal punishment and make that distinction, I wonder if you make the same distinction when it comes to child sexual abuse, and that there's a difference between groping and like full-on sexual abuse. Would you make that position?
Hold up. So can I bite this bullet? Yeah, there's a huge difference between rape and grabbing somebody's boob.
So,
like, are we
so,
serious?
and would you apply that same standard for children? As in, like, would you make some sort of prescription of, like, yeah, groping a child, much less detrimental, and maybe it's an open question of whether it's actually damaging to a child versus actual, more extreme child sexual abuse.
So let's just be very specific, and I'm going to use an example for you because violence, right? Like, as a matter of fact, somebody look up the definition of violence and fucking read it to me real quick. But I'm pretty sure it's going to have something to do with like physical contact or whatever the fuck. Okay, my son and I roughhoused all the fucking time. We wrestle, we fight. As a matter of fact, like 50% of the time that we literally like half the time, what he wants to do is jump on a fucking trampoline, use a big like medicine ball that you jump up and down on and throw it at each other as hard and as violently as we can and bounce it off of each other's skulls.
Do you actually want me to read you the definition?
Please read me the definition of violence.
One of them is strength of emotion or an unpleasant or destructive natural force.
What's the other one? Because I don't think that's the one we're looking for.
The other one is behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, kill, or damage or kill somebody or something.
I think the
You really can't
pick
pick
to be intent to hurt. I think that's going to be the
Okay, but
the
so the one is violence is considered emotional as well.
Okay. So anyways, so the point being, my son thinks that it's fucking hilarious to basically like walk up and like sprint throughout the room and then punch me in the dick and then laugh and run away as fast as he can. Okay. And I basically told him like, hey, if you do that like again, like I'm going to pop you in the shoulder because you keep hurting me. And I don't think that's really nice. And I want you to stop. You haven't listened to me. I'll show you what that feels like. And he's like, ha 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 ha, runs up, does it again. So I pop him in the shoulder and he's like, ow, that hurt. And I was like, yes, that's what you were doing to me. Now, do you understand why I was telling you not to do the thing anymore? And he was like, yeah, I get it. So like you can teach lessons about violence by having violence. I don't think that we should have like an entire society where there's no implementations of violence, even if it's instructive or even
Do you
if
think
it's
an
temporarily
adult is
painful.
going to learn what violence is because they get beaten up? Like, you really think that's what we're talking about?
I think lots of adults.
That's
as a matter of fact- no. Let me tangent real quick. that kid, the fucking Dizzy kid or Nizzy kid or Mizzy kid from Great Britain, the person who was like videotaping themselves walking into people's houses, if he got fucking throat checked by
Nobody
an
knows what you're
adult-
talking about.
Well, I mean, I can link to you
I
real
know
quick.
about it. It's
There's a
to be
young
fair,
man.
it's kind of funny.
Can you
He's
describe?
kind of funny.
There is a young man who is burglarizing people's houses and videotape himself doing it because he's doing it as an online prank, and because the United Kingdom is filled with fucking cucks, nobody's punching him in the fucking throat. If that guy got punched in the fucking throat, he would learn a lesson really quick about not.
Wait,
going
wouldn't it
into
make
other
more
people's
sense
houses.
that you should rob his house?
I mean,
He's not even robbing. He's just walking inside and then
Yeah.
walking back.
Oh, so
out.
somebody should walk inside of his house because it doesn't
I
really
would-
teach him to not do
You're
that.
right. I would go to the Libertarian Council. I would find out what the just punishment is.
Oh,
and then
God, don't you bring that up.
And then if they came down that I was not allowed to throat check him, I had to walk into his house while videotaping myself. I would walk into his house while videotaping myself. But if they permitted the throat check, I would go with a throat check just because it would be easier and like more time efficient.
A throat check
The Libertarian
does feel
Council
good
has
there.
a representative here on this panel, and throat
But we're
chopping
talking about
someone walking into your fucking house is
prison.
indeed allowed.
We're talking about prisons. A lot of people in prisons are like just, you know, they might be in for a drug offense, for example, and then they, you know, violate some prison policy because maybe there's like Scott in their libertarian brain. They feel like they shouldn't have to follow the rules, and they get stuck in the hole. Do you think that's like going to teach them to?
Well, it'll probably
Anything?
teach him not to do that shit again. I'll tell you that. Negative reinforcement.
I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the hole can
I'm
fix
the most
Scott. I think he is
following
so
motherfucker
broken
here.
that he is never gonna be fixed. You could put him in a hole for 19 fucking years, and this man is gonna be the same. Let's be real.
Like this tracks, I think, completely. So I understand I think I understand the point they're trying to make, Connor, in terms of like, I would agree with you that with enough force and fear, like you can get someone to modify their behavior, as in prison. Like, yes, I will take your point that maybe solitary confinement can stop someone from doing something in prison. But in terms of like the long term of like when they get out and actually promoting delinquent behavior and deviant behavior and future criminal behavior, just as in corporal punishment, I know you can hit a child and you get them to immediately stop what they're doing, but in terms of long-term consequences, it doesn't seem to pan out, and the data is pretty robust on that.
Like, I'm literally Googling like negative reinforcement right now. And like, by the way, this is what happens with like fucking lefty panels. They're like, oh, I got a fucking
This is
study
a
that says
lefty
that
panel?
everything. It's Twitch politics. It's always a lefty panel.
Right? What are you talking about?
Oh.
I'm the only right winger here.
Right. So basically, like, I Google negative reinforcement. What is it and how does it work? And like, bam, 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 bam. I got like half a dozen to a dozen things saying that like it's effective, but you have to do it in this specific way. or whatever.
Counterpoint. So you're,
if
those
I
those studies do exist, but you're confused on what negative reinforcement is. Negative reinforcement
but-
is not positive punishment, right? Positive punishment is what you're thinking of, where you add damage to the situation. Negative reinforcement is where you take something
okay,
away. That's
so-
why it's called negative.
Does positive punishment work?
Negative reinforcement would be like taking taking away their video game and saying you can't play.
Oh no, it's the same articles, and it says positive punishment can be effective when it immediately follows the unwanted behavior.
It can be, yeah, that's certainly true.
no.
So
Although I think that's
Okay.
for dogs.
Let's
So-
go.
so-
Let's go.
Oh, is it for dogs?
Seth, can I?
If you admit your children are
You
canine,
gotta do humans.
I wanna-
Humans are not dogs.
I
So
want to
no,
hear from
the
Sam.
issue is that even we have data on this. Even with humans, positive punishment can be effective, like you said, even in the same way it does for dogs. If it immediately follows the even if you want to find it for humans in particular, immediately following some kind of like bad behavior, positive punishment does disincentivize it because it creates a sort of psychological link. But the issue with solitary confinement, and the issue with the deserts ethics broadly, ends up being the fact that they're not effective because obviously it's not going to be effective to give somebody a mental illness. That's not going to make them less likely to commit crimes. It's going to make their life miserable. That's what it's going to do.
I mean, if you actually want like to reduce recidivism, then like you pair convicts up that are like really problematic with horses. Like equine therapy is a really good way to like solve these problems. Like the fact of the matter is like despite the fact that like from what is justified, right? That I state, and I know that people don't like this, is that like if you're a rapist or a murderer, I don't give a fuck what they do to you. It's not so much that I don't give a fuck per se what they do to you. It's that I don't have any right to argue that like violence or the police or anything be done to stop you from doing that. You're absolutely allowed to do that. but it's certainly not gonna like make the situation better. Like there's no data, there's no inkling that we have that like solitary confinement is going to solve any problems. The only problem it's going to solve is we feel better because we got to enact punishment on those people. And like that has a really limited use because it's mostly just going to make that happen to like people that are in the prison system, right? Like it's mostly just going to affect like the prison guards. It's like the greater society doesn't feel better because some dude somewhere that they don't even know about, as shown by this article, most people are unaware of how much it occurs, right? Like they don't even know that someone's getting this punishment, so they don't even have an ability to feel better about it. Like it's just it's not very effective. It's kind of just stupid.
Right.
I'm imagining like a prisoner punching a horse. So like that is
No, yeah.
interesting. I
It's gonna be super successful.
Because if you
I know.
punch a
I
fucking
feel
horse,
you.
he's gonna kick you in the goddamn face. You're
Yes,
gonna learn a
because
lesson real quick.
it forces you to develop a
Right.
relationship that requires you to like gain skills of empathy, right? Like to understand like when the horse is
Yeah,
stressed,
like dog
or,
training
like,
is
when
also
you can
really
touch
helpful
them.
too.
Yeah, the big difference though is that horses are more difficult, and that horses will fuck you up if you're not careful. So it also like it really forces them to engage in that way.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like I mean, I'm totally with you on like the animal therapy type thing. That's like I've seen lots on that, and it like it seems criminal that we're not actually doing this because it seems so
Oh, it's
effective.
expensive as fuck and requires
Yeah.
tax dollars, which are stolen money.
Which is stolen money. You know, we all know that, and we all know that. But yeah, so
that's why I said this was a less controversial topic, because we would all agree that it's stolen money.
Yeah,
Right. We'll agree.
I mean, my job's done if you all agree.
But criminal. So solitary confinement. Like you guys, the way I put forth this topic, right? I talked about how like guards working in a highly oppositional environment might need this tool to help them get control of situations, right? And it seems like almost everyone here agreed on that it can be effective for doing that thing. You disagreed, saying that like long term, in terms of like the benefit for the prisoner, maybe the benefit long term for society outside once we release that prisoner, about those like the
No, I
advantages
think
there.
I figured out the problem here. I think I figured out the problem is that we collectively as a society have been propagandized into believing that solitary confinement just means a person is separated from the other prisoners, when what solitary confinement really is intentional torture and isolation to make someone go fucking psycho.
Absolutely.
Sure. And so what I was wondering, because like hearing counterpoints anecdote about his friend, and like what they went through, like the idea of like having nothing to interact with, I think is interesting and problematic. That like you're in the cell for a very long time.
That's
and
literally
it's just
torture.
Like, I hear you. Yep. For a very long time. So and nothing to do, and like you're just with your thoughts, and however that kind of spirals. However, what if we reformed solitary, right? Like what if we had like a TV screen built to the wall with like a plexiglass like covering, right? And like they can interact with that. What if we were
Like
streaming
1984 style?
Nah.
Yes,
What if
indeed.
no.
Beautiful.
What if we? Sorry, I'll let
Just
you finish. I wanna go
messages
in a
of
different
like
direction.
peace.
I have a totally different direction. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll have to hear.
Content brain. I can
what
see
if
it
we're
on his face.
streaming calming music into the cell, right? What if we gave them like a book to read or something, right? Like what if
10 minutes of
we
hate.
like we reformed? Oh my god! What if we reformed the process of solitary, right? Like you literally cannot do it the old way, right? Like that's highly illegal. You can't do that, but they have to have things to interact with. So the TV's got to be working. There's got to be music streamed to the cell. There's got to be things for them to interact with. They are separated, and maybe they need to be separated for a while because of their behavior. But they are not in there alone with their thoughts.
No, okay, opposite. So opposite. So mushrooms and sensory deprivation tank. So basically, where they can't even feel their own skin, they're in pitch black. They got salt water that's at the perfect temperature that touches their skin, so they're like their sense of touch is like off. And then like mushrooms, and then you're saying that you want to get them away from their thoughts. No, I want them to think about their crimes that they've committed, like while they're being like hyper empathetic to the hallucinations that they generate. So I would say like rather than solitary confinement for like I don't know 96 hours, how about sensory deprivation tank plus psilocybin for like a solid 12 hours?
Oh my
Just
Okay,
one
Prime.
Minority Report, like where they just like are in like some weird tank.
Okay, Prime. Hold on. I
Break half
got.
the
I got to
people
just
and
say,
heal half the people with that.
when in my misspent youth, I was in jail on 3 different occasions.
What?
And we can talk about this later at some point if you want. I'm an open book. But when I was in there, I was reading Lucretius, and I was also like studying like 3rd year Attic Greek, and so I had those textbooks brought allowed. Yeah. And so I just had those I even had like Greek graffiti
As prisoners
on the walls. Like,
do.
Yeah. But here's the thing: like, we didn't even have things
Fucking
like
Count of
solitary.
Monte Cristo over here.
Yeah, but it was just a county jail. It wasn't like anything big. There was no, but boredom was still the number one like form of torture, even in the local pokey, right? Which is like you're not doing serious time. You're in there I was in there for 6 weeks one time, but it was boredom is the thing that gets you. And so anytime I left, one of the things that happened to me is people would approach me all the time and ask me if they could have my books. Didn't matter what I was reading. Like, again, I was reading Lucretius for crying out loud. Like, how much could that appeal to somebody necessarily who's in prison, or jail? But they wanted it. They desperately wanted something to engage with. They wanted content. They wanted content for their brain. The only other thing they had was like a television that was shared by like maybe 40 or 50 inmates. And so they couldn't always watch the thing that they wanted to watch. So like printed words on paper was like incredibly valuable to them. And they weren't even in solitary confinement. Like they weren't dealing with the kind of, like they could talk to their neighbors. They could tell each other stories. They could play dominoes. They could watch the TV that was on in common or whatever. And even then, like it wasn't enough content. Like they were incredibly bored. And so you can just imagine what happens when you're in like Connor's like sensory deprivation chamber. Like it's going to drive you just absolutely insane. And I don't even think we need the things that Connor talked about because that's what we already have. Right.
Okay,
so yeah.
We need
go
more
ahead.
D&D in prison.
Yes.
Yeah.
So meme territory. We need to put them on a sensory roller coaster. So first, like sensory deprivation tank plus mushrooms for the first 12 hours, and then have Twitch politics piped into their fucking solitary cell for like fucking 96 hours. Then sensory deprivation tank with mushrooms again, and then you just kind of go back and forth until they gradually like lose their shit and their brain is a fucking just a puddle of fucking.
I'm assuming we're trying to prevent crime. I'm
No,
assuming, but it
they,
doesn't
they
say.
will not- they won't be able to prevent crime because their brain will be a puddle by the
Too
time
much
they
Hassan.
So I live in a house, and I do rather than an apartment. I'm just saying, I live in a house. So I got this whole house to interact with and to do stuff, but like I don't. Like I stay in my room for the majority of the day.
Do you live with other people?
Yeah, I live with other people. So I stay in my room for the majority of the day. And like I am fine with this, right? Like because I'm like a shut-in, like no fucking around. Like I'm a shut-in. And a friend of mine had said to me that like, you know, if you had ever gone to jail and they put you into a cell like in solitary, you'd be okay, right? But they're wrong because I've got like a lot of things to interact with here, you know. I got a lot of things to like, you know, keep the demons away. So I I deal with isolation fine, but like the thing that makes that a lot more manageable is just like all my different
But
distractions.
it's isolation. I mean, I don't know if it's really like isolation.
Well, okay, sure, fine, yeah, exactly, right. Full isolation, however you like to define that. So I'm saying that like if the thing that you guys are agreeing to, right, and I think you've all done it to some level, is that there are some times where we need to separate inmates from the rest of the population for safety reasons, right? To get them away because they're doing everything. Like a thing that they do in prison is called gassing, which is fucking disgusting. It's like mixing pee and shit and like bombing that at guards. That's vile. That's the thing they do, right? Because prisoners want to take control of their of their lives, and that's literally all the thing they can do. So they start throwing their feces and their urine at other people. So so you need to separate that individual. Okay, so we can acknowledge that's the case. Then it seems like the easy fix, if it's not simply to punish, but the easy fix would be to give some things to interact with, right? Lock them in the rec room, but not the actual rec room because that would be a bad idea. But you understand what I mean, right?
I have an idea. It's kind of me. It's maybe a little meme, but the more I think about it, the more it might actually work. You might have to like redesign some things for this, but the point is we want to keep them like away in terms of not being able to hurt somebody and not being able to be hurt, right?
Don't say Discord.
I'm not gonna say Discord. Now,
you can definitely hurt people on Discord.
I used to have so we couldn't do this. I used to have guinea pigs, and guinea pigs, they have weak backs, so you can't put them in balls, but you can put hamsters in balls. And the point is to keep them safe and keep an eye on them to the point where they can't like get into other people's shit, but they're still like around and they're still like interacting with the environment. What if we had like plexiglass hamster balls?
The ball-based solution.
Yeah, we had a ball boy solution for the inmates, so like they couldn't
We
like.
just have to wear those sumo outfits, like the fake sumo outfits.
Now I know it sounds memey, but like let's say we actually like had a pilot project to put like instead of solitary, the people who we otherwise put in solitary go into hamster balls, and like then they can't attack people and they can't be attacked because it's like hard plexiglass hamster balls. I mean, they're pretty much good, right?
Whoever does this,
What if you speed up in one direction, then go back the other direction really quickly? They just start getting momentum.
Because the ball would become the weapon then, right?
So it's like possible, but I don't think like the risk of this.
You're going to be the one harassed.
It's one of those,
people
like,
are just going to keep fucking rolling you. Like,
I'm telling you, we just need to invent.
Well, but they couldn't kill them. Okay, so like if they're harassing them,
shootings, all that.
No, if they're harassing the person by like rolling their hamster ball where they don't want to go, the guards can get involved, right? But like they're not going to get shanked. They can't get shanked. They're in a plexiglass hamster ball. So, does anybody actually have like a serious argument against this proposal?
I love Blackjoy.
Well,
how would they get there? Like, how would that work on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I don't have an argument per se, but in terms of like the logistics, like getting them in, getting them out, and like getting them, like how are they going to eat? Go into the cafeteria? You're going to like throw
they go in the cafeteria and like the guard like has a key to like a little trap door on the hamster ball, opens the hamster ball, puts in the tray of food, then closes and locks.
So
the
are they
hamster ball.
shitting in the hamster ball?
No, they can go for bathroom breaks. Hey guard, I need to go for a bathroom break. Wheel the hamster ball.
They need to have like a dock.
Wait.
That's a lot more work.
We can't even have trains in the United States. We're not gonna be able to do that.
But the inmates are probably going to like be cooperative in the sense of like I want to put the tray out of the hamster ball, otherwise I have to deal with the hamster.
I think I have an argument.
No. You cannot assume that.
Well, okay, then they're going to be stuck in there with a tray, and that's not my problem.
So then why even
Well,
have
none
them
of
in
it's your
prison?
problem.
Why have them in prison to begin with? They could just like live their life. Like,
just, like, have them out, and, like,
they're just like that's mobile prison.
That's the new.
This is just a more elaborate ankle monitor. Is what this is, right? It's a way of
No, because in prison the concern is like gassing, for example, right, or grabbing a pot of like burning soup.
No, but what if their concern is
or
that, like,
shanking somebody, or shanking somebody, or raping somebody, like the shit that inmates do. Like that's the kind of shit we're trying to like.
You can still gas them. There's air holes in those balls. You just
I
throw
would
the
assume
thing.
Oh, but we're talking. No, we're like little air holes. Like if they try to like, they're gonna gas themselves if they tried that shit.
Gas balls.
No, they can try. They can try, but most of that's like maybe like a little bit would leak out, but like most of that's like staying in the ball, and then they're gonna have to deal with it.
People from the outside gassing him.
Oh, like inmates like surrounding the hamster ball.
Yeah.
And
They
like
look-
shoving.
they use the air hole.
No, like the pinholes are so small that like you're not like it's just gonna smear. You're not actually gonna be able to.
I don't think fluid dynamics works when it's on your side here. Like the amount of air that a human consumes, especially when they're rolling themselves in a ball, right? Like I think that the amount of carbon dioxide, oxygen, is probably going to kill them.
Have you seen people like out in the water with like, or there's entire games in which people like are in these balls and they run at each other?
Yeah, but they have the big holes. You just said you're going to shrink
No.
them to microscopic size.
It's like a hard plastic sphere, and then you have
hard
like,
plastic, so you can just roll them into a wall really hard, so it shatters.
you like
no. It's like bulletproof plexiglass. You're not smashing that, okay? And then you have like really.
Take the poop and they smush it.
No. Hear me out.
Let him finish.
You give him a padded.
Break his neck.
Let him cook.
You give him a padded helmet that he can.
Oh my god.
But you have little pinholes. You have little pinholes.
This is getting more and more.
Hey! You have little pinholes like surrounding the plexiglass hamster ball. Because like here, I know it's not perfect, but in my mind, like if you have somebody who like, okay, we cannot have this person like physically interacting with the environment, but and we need to protect them, but we have to like let them be social. Like they're going to be sitting there in the hamster ball next to all of their inmates, like talking to them about whatever. Like, I mean, play chess. Like, hey, can you move king to to 4G, right?
A7 or whatever.
Yeah.
4G. So somebody in my chat pointed out at this point you don't even need them to be in the prison anymore.
That's
somebody.
That's literally
that's what Nina said. Okay, so
I have a friend who I have a friend who genuinely his idea of like prison abolition is like put like a body camera on every prisoner and an electroshock collar, and then just let them like live their life and like shock them if they do something wrong.
That seems even.
That sounds
that's
like
psychotic. That's way more psychotic.
They have that.
That sounds like
They have that. It's
Scott
called an
would
ankle
say.
monitor. They will shock you if you try to take them off.
Well,
but hold on. I know that's a little bit different than what you're talking about. But I want to go back to Prime's idea.
But imagine being the
that's right. Yeah.
Imagine
that's
being
what
the
they put on
who
me
volunteers for the body camera duty, where you're just like watching people beat off all day.
You need like a 1-to-1 like ratio of somebody watching, like that one person. That seems like that'd be insane.
Yeah, but then you can shock them.
1-to-1. Imagine if it's like 15-to-1 and your camera's just filled with dicks. This sounds worse for the person who's employed.
They would get like tattooed onto their body, like.
I think AI will get sophisticated enough that it can probably be like outsourced to that.
Yeah, like if it recognizes a dick, it just zaps
It's going to begin by making robots watch dicks all day. That's exactly how the robot.
Okay, I'd like to go back to Prime's idea of an Orwellian telescreen that just beams propaganda into your brain the whole time, so that like
you will not commit crime.
Is your friend.
Yeah,
the United States is the greatest republic ever formed by man.
Yeah, that's where Scott's going.
They peel your eyes open, and so you have to watch it. Like
Clockwork Orange style, yeah.
But it is true that to some degree, like we can do this. Like we do this in schools, right? Like there's certain materials that are available in the public library, and like we make decisions as to what you can read at different age levels or whatever. So can you give them humanitarian content, right? But limit like the kind of content they're consuming in the hopes that you can give some rehabilitative like function to this like location.
You're saying they would have like a computer in their room or whatever.
Yeah,
that they
maybe.
can interact with
maybe it has like a limited Slack where everyone in
right.
it is like someone you're authorized to have communication with, and it's monitored. And
right, and you can access content that's just like educational or something. I actually think I would be okay with that.
Or talk to people that you're authorized to talk with, or talk to counselors, or talk to
that would be
like
a great idea. That I hate to interrupt you because you just touched on the thing that I think is the most important that we've kind of been like not focusing enough on, which is the issue is not just a matter of like not having entertainment, but the biggest issue psychologically is not having human interaction. Like you just said, Aiko, just some kind of mechanism, not Discord, but some kind of mechanism to be able to talk to people electronically or something.
Because prisons have
ChatGPT, prisons have
like payphones, like incredibly expensive payphones that are very exploitative, but they allow some level of communication. So there's your precedent to say, okay, clearly prisoners can have communication, but it has to be monitored. And then, but we expand that communication, so because that is the definition. The UN defines, let's see, it's called the Mandela rules is what they consider solitary confinement, and it's 22 hours a week or more of confinement for 15 days consecutive, in which there is in which there is no meaningful human interaction.
Yep.
So if it's the no meaningful human interaction that makes it torturous, that's the part we should address more than the hours a day or the days of the week.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on, but yeah.
but like,
So
go
Nina,
ahead.
sorry, Nina and Prime were, or Prime pointed his finger, so I'm assuming he agreed. Nina pointed out like ChatGPT, and I like that's actually really fucking interesting to me, because basically you could have like, obviously you should still have like human interactions between the guards and the prisoners so they actually know what a human being looks like and all that kind of stuff. But like ChatGPT, you can set parameters for like the way it behaves and what it's allowed to talk about and all that kind of stuff. So you could basically have it have sociable conversations. And then also it would be like kind of like an organic conversation where you're like, hey, you know, I'm interested in this thing. Can you tell me about the Lord of the Rings broken down into a 2-paragraph, whatever? Like you could basically allow the font of creativity of that person be where they're not interacting with somebody, so there's no risk of like damage or hurt or any of that kind of thing, but they also still have a way to play with their brain that isn't like we're just giving people in solitary confinement a fucking PS5 with like the newest game.
And
go
it
even
could
farther than that.
It could
Sorry.
trick you into confessing to crimes.
Very
That's true, boy. Sure.
Great.
Maybe with like, you know, like the fear of rats. I don't know. Maybe that might be helpful. But you could go farther than that, right? Like, what if you had
Julia.
like an AI generate like a virtual person on a screen, and either like because we don't have the technology for this right now, but maybe type in like, you know, what you want to talk to them about and they respond, or when we get there, the ability to just like talk, right, to have a conversation. If that was the case, right, would you guys be fine with solitary confinement? Right, this person has some interaction, and especially if it's to the point where most people accept it as like a genuine conversation, right? Even if that like in the back of their brains, you know, this is a robot, right? But they're having that interaction, and they have things to distract themselves. Like within solitary confinement, as defined by the UN, would that be okay with you?
No, I don't think that I think that the harms caused by not having that human and social interaction are going to outweigh whatever the harms are of like somebody potentially saying something mean to you in your one social interaction per day. So I think it's just give them real human beings to interact with. It's mine.
I'm mostly memeing.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mandela rules says meaningful human contact. So until like somebody declares ChatGPT to be human.
Exactly. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like within the Mandela rules, or you don't have the human interaction, but you have this AI, right? This virtual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think that might be.
It would be an improvement because it provides like some enrichment to your brain, but I still don't think it's enough. Like I still think human rights are being violated.
I think we. You know, I didn't want to be the guy that like be the killjoy while everybody was memeing, so I just sat back.
Oh,
like,
really? You really do, huh?
So, I mean, it's important to recognize, again, I guess to restate that solitary confinement is not designed to help anybody. It's not designed to solve any problems, right? Like solitary confinement is designed to be a form of retribution to punish people so that the power dynamic between prisoner and prison guard can be reestablished to dehumanize and break prisoners so that they will respect the authority of the prison guards, so that presumably this broken individual will then submit to the authority and behave, when more often than not, it breaks them, it makes them worse, and it creates a worse dynamic between prison guards and prisoners, which makes these places hellholes that are basically in a constant state of war. So, like, we don't need to reform this system. We just need to do away with this terrible system. Like, we don't need to, like, come up with a new AI thing. Like, it is incredibly rare that someone is such a fucking danger to other people that they have to be locked into a room for 22 hours. And if you're talking about someone at that level, then they need to be transported to a mental health facility until they can re-enter the prison population and they can be mentally healthy and sound enough to be around other people in a less controlled environment.
So I agree with you, Scott, and I'm
I don't
pretty
think
much
yeah.
on the like banning solitary. So I think the overall question is like, because like I'm against it for multiple reasons. One of them is that it's not compatible rehabilitation. So I think the question becomes like, are we okay or like are we in favor of like turning solitary confinement into rehabilitation, as it's no longer punitive and it's part of the rehabilitation process now, and it's not just, as you say, torture, which I agree with. It's torture. Where it's like towards that
it's
end.
fine, but it's like it's apples and oranges at that point. Like just ban one and institute programs based off of research that are the cheapest available things that have the best results.
Yeah, fair enough.
Until such a time that like we can fully privatize the system.
I agree with Scott, except this is all very expensive, right? And so from a lot of our paradigms, that's not a problem. But because we're spending like stolen tax money, then that's really not an option that's available if you don't like believe in like spending more tax money than we currently are. Like this is going to be a very expensive solution. One of the reasons why this happens is because it's cheaper for them. Like you said, it isn't designed to solve problems. Well, it's designed to solve.
It doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's designed to solve problems that the guards have, right? It's designed to solve problems for them, not for the prisoner. But it's a cheap and in the short term easy way to like deal with like perceived problems. And if we're going to do something better, which everything that you just outlined is absolutely what we should be doing, but that's more expensive. We need like more tax dollars to fund that.
So I think Thomas Sowell has a quote that I think a lot of people here will agree with, even if they don't like libertarians, which is there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs, right? And so the trade-off with solitary confinement is this idea that it's cheaper, but it doesn't actually get rid of any problems. It introduces new problems.
Yeah, I
right.
agree.
So
in the long run, it's more expensive, right? Yeah.
Even in the short term, like in the short term, you could just put someone in a cell. Like you could just put them in a different area. You don't need to get rid of their commissary privileges. Like you can cycle them out for longer distances on the yard, and you can put people that are problematic, in the yard at a different time under heavier guard, which is kind of what they're already fucking doing. Like you could just do away with the thing and it wouldn't cost you any additional funds, or minimally at best.
Yeah. Or you could put them in a hamster ball, as
So I can tell you why
well, that causes new problems, right? Like the hamster ball thing I know is funny and we were memeing about it, but like the biggest issue with that is the very issue that I talked about with solitary confinement, which is that it's designed to dehumanize the prisoner. And the more you dehumanize the prisoner, the worse it is. Like one of the cheapest fucking solutions that we could possibly do right now is just allow prisoners to wear fucking clothing that has been sanctioned, that doesn't have problems on it. Prisoners currently are given fucking numbers and they're given fucking outfits that are all exactly the same so that they can be created into a collectivized unit of prisoners and creates an us versus them mentality. If you just allowed people to wear different colored shirts and different colored pants and different colored shoes and allow them to stylize their own choices, you psychologically change the environment that you're in, and it leads to better outcomes. This is what they do in the Nordic model.
Okay, so a lot of these solutions, like Nordic model is the best one I've seen, but in a lot of these solutions, though, they do end up costing money at least in the short term. Like if you give each prisoner a cell who otherwise would go to solitary confinement, more and more prisoners are going to be like, oh, I can have a cell to myself. Like there's perverse incentives there, and there's a shortage of space in prisons to begin with. So what they want is they want to utilize solitary confinement, but then they want to make it brutal so that nobody wants to go there, so that they're not actually like filling up solitary confinement either. They're just like cycling people through and then making it so unpleasant that they won't want to return. Like that's the incentive.
I don't know that I mean, like I could be convinced that is true, but I don't know that I necessarily buy that. I think a lot of us have a certain bias against prisoners because we know that they are criminals, that we have like an opinion. We have an opinion of them that they engage like criminals in all of their interactions, where I don't think criminals actually do that. Like, I don't think they actually, like, I don't think they're constantly.
Well, I'm not talking about
like,
criminals.
looking-
I'm talking about prisoners, and prisoners are always
They're much
looking
more likely
to get
to.
That's
that
what I mean.
one increase in what they perceive to be standard of living, like what that guy did
Right.
did in order
Mhm.
to get my book on my way out. Every time that happened, someone was always looking to have a book, because if they have a book, that's one more creature comfort they have than all of the other prisoners. They absolutely would value like being in a cell by themselves as opposed to like
Yeah, but
having
there's a
bunkmate or even
chicken and egg
small
scenario
things.
here, though, right? Like, there's a chicken and egg scenario here where we can look at other models where it's done differently, and prisoner behavior is different because of the way that they are treated, right? So it's like, is it that criminals are always looking to game the system, or a majority of the time they're looking to game the system in the smallest way, or is it that they're treated so fucking shittily that they're put in a position where they feel like they always need to game the system to get something a little better?
I mean,
Right,
I don't know.
I
but
think
like-
we'd all agree with that, right?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I think that's true. But at the same time, like because they're put in that position, that's where the perverse incentives happen. Like if even people in the local county jail who've never been to jail before, who are just there for a couple of days, start to act that way after 2 or 3 days, you can imagine like how ubiquitous it would be for prisoners just about all over the place. Now, if they were
we have like
in
a
the
quarter of
Scandinavian
prison
model,
population too.
yeah, if they're in the Scandinavian model where they're treated humanely and the recidivism goes down, so it actually gets less expensive instead of more expensive, and all of that kind of stuff, like that's the sort of like virtuous cycle that I think like would be very beneficial that we could get into. But also that requires paying prison guards a lot more than we do now, so that we don't have to get the dregs of society in those jobs, like people who can act more professionally and like
probably training them
engage
more,
with
I would
prison-
assume.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
okay. This is something that I feel like I'm sympathetic to the treating people more humanely, because I think that like you can, what we really should have is like a social ramp where people are preparing to re-enter society. So if they're you know if they want to get an education, if they want to socialize better, if they want to read philosophy books that they steal from iCow Rich or some shit like that, they should have like the ability to do so. But I also think that there's something where like one size doesn't fit all. So for instance, like I was a pissed off 17-year-old. Nobody could tell me what to do. I smoked pot. I got into fistfights. I chased girls. No, I was 6'4", so almost nobody could tell me, what to do. And what it took in order for me to get my shit together was a 6'4", 250-pound fucking drill instructor screaming in my fucking face that if I didn't do exactly what he said, that he was going to fuck me up. So I almost feel like there needs to be like a tier of like the happy-go-lucky, you can wear blue jeans without pockets, fucking read books and hang out with iCow Rich and talk about philosophy jail. And then there needs to be like the you're gonna fucking stand online and we're gonna go by the numbers and count everybody down military style jail. And then I have a
There
crying
is
sister,
that.
so I'm gonna go get a bottle.
Yeah, just real quick. Obviously, I agree with you in that regard because I'm for a market solution and not a one size fits all solution controlled by the state.
Dude. Okay. I'm such a weird. I'm like, it doesn't look like a real baby.
It's just lag.
Oh, it's like a doll. Obviously,
I
it is.
think-
I'm just making a joke.
I think the reason I said this was going to be the least controversial topic of the two is because we all agree that like the current way of doing it is like terrible and should be gone. Like maybe
Right.
some of us think that it can be reformed or repurposed, and some of us think it should be abolished. Although I think that first group would agree, like would be fine with the second group. Like if they just abolished it, I think all of us would be fine with that solution. But I just think some of us are saying, barring that, like in California, the bill got vetoed and they're going to have to try to reform it because the governor, actually, they just passed that law again this year. And I don't know if he'll veto it the second time. But if he does, I mean, they're going to have to figure out like ways to compromise because they may not be able to get the ideal solution, right? Which is to just not have solitary confinement.
I mean, it's a huge, like these people, these people don't fucking change because it's one of the biggest cash crops in America, right? Like there's a reason that like Eisenhower's farewell address, everyone talks about him saying the military industrial complex when he also mentioned the prison military industrial complex. There's a reason that we have 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's prison population.
Well, I think we all agree too about not getting rid of private prisons.
Well, I would privatize it fully, but
Fair,
the
yeah,
problem
we
there
all
is
agree on that.
Historically, they've done really
How's that
well,
possible?
Scott.
How do you? But that's not possible, right? Because you
have to
need
move-
coercion.
Yeah, it is. No.
How is it not going to incentivize Scott? How
Prison
is it not
without
going to
coercion?
incentivize people hiring like having like things that are going to send you to said prisons to be like more
I brought this
stringent
up
and
in my
like
opening statement.
crack down?
The problem is not the existence of privatization. The problem is that it's a monopsony, right? The problem is that there's only one buyer of prison services, and that is
Who
the
is the
United
one that's
States
buying
government.
it?
The
Okay,
United
what if
States
it wasn't
government.
the government? Okay, so if it wasn't the government buying it, you're in favor
That's
of
hold on,
private
that's not even
prisons.
true. Wait, that's also just not even true. Like Scott.
Yeah, that's
currently
also
there-
incredibly not true. Obviously, yes,
yeah,
you're correct.
with their exactly with current prison, with current with current. No, Scott, with current
That's why it's
prison
a
labor.
private prison, my guy.
Yeah, with current prison labor, there's a lot of different buyers. It's not just the case there's one buyer. It's not just the case just the U.S. government. There's a lot of private companies will use these prisons as a source for labor. And we see those like made in the USA stickers on things. A lot of the time, that's
It doesn't make it
made
not
in
a
US prisons.
monopsony just because they also
What do you think they have
utilize
a
them for labor.
woodworking?
That means you have
What do you
multiple
think they have a
buyers.
woodworking thing?
Okay, you have multiple buyers for the labor of the prisoners involved, but you only have one buyer for the housing of criminals.
Why don't
That's
they?
the US government.
Why isn't it the case that we're seeing boycotts to bring better qualities of life from these buyers? Like there's a market
Excuse
here,
me?
right? There's a market here, right? Why aren't we seeing boycotts from these buyers so the prisoners have better qualities of life?
Because it doesn't benefit them? Because
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
A single framework?
Yeah, exactly. Holy shit, I completely agree. Under existing capitalist systems, under existing free market prison systems, what you're going to see is these like
such
these
thing as free market
manufacturers.
prison
What you're going to
systems in
see?
the US.
What you're going to see? I know you have a different standard
I
of
don't
free
see how
markets,
there
different
can be.
definition, right?
How's the monopsony that's
It's just a
controlled
different definition. Hold on,
free market?
Scott, listen, right? So if it's the case that there's a bunch of different people buying these services and they're still just choosing what makes them the most money, and it turns out that what makes them the most money is not the optical decision of making sure to boycott businesses or boycott prisons who have bad practices, then we're not going to see that under your ANCAP society either. We're going to see these businesses are going to run things in a way that benefits them the most, and that's going to be how do we outsource prison labor as effectively as possible? How do we outsource this slave labor for basically free?
What's going to exactly. So what you're gonna see is you're gonna see a prison system. The most effective, the most marketable, is going to be the one that gets their clients restitution as quickly as possible, which means the prison system that is able to utilize the labor to its highest capacity. And what does that mean? Well, cheap, unskilled labor is not going to be able to get high accounts of restitution quickly. So what that means is one of the most successful prison systems will be the prison system that figures out how to get all of their prisoners to behave and how to teach them highly marketable skills.
That would, if that was true, that would happen under the current prison system because obviously they have a vested interest in providing their the buyers of the labor as much with as cheap
Something
labor
like
as
that
possible.
is happening now in Scandinavia, right?
It's so involved with the state. That's silly.
I mean, you can just say it's involved with the state, right? But in the real
house the criminals.
The issue is in the real world, we only have examples of things that are interacting with the state. So if we want to make any kind of empirical argument whatsoever, you'll always be able to say the cope line of like, oh, but that's like that interacts with the state too much, right? But the principle that you're alluding to is one that applies to both. The reason why you're saying it would work in this institution would also work in the existing one that exists right now, but it doesn't. We see it doesn't work. So there's got to be some flaw. And
we do have examples of criminal justice systems that don't exist with a state, right? Like Tehran, Mexico.
You think there's no state in Mexico?
What? No.
Yeah. Okay. So your argument doesn't work anymore, does it? So if it's the case, there's still an interaction with the state, Scott, right? Then there's still an interaction with the state.
In what way is Tehran interacting with the Mexican government? Are you aware?
Do you think that there's no way in which this location within Mexico is being protected and defended by the existence of a government in Mexico that stops invasions? You don't think that has any interaction?
Oh, okay. So
they're like in a vacuum.
So what you're saying now, right? Now what you're saying as a means to invalidate my argument, because you love to do this, right? You don't actually love to actually discuss ideas. Instead, you're always looking to subvert.
To invalidate arguments. That's how debates work.
In order for this to say, well, they're based upon the protection of other systems. So we actually can't control. We can't talk about how the government works in any country in the world that is being protected in some capacity by the American Empire. So now we actually
you're missing the argument.
About, let's say any other country.
Oh my God, you're making my point for me. You don't even realize it.
Protecting them in some capacity. I'm not making the argument for you.
You are. You just don't. It's not clicking together for you. My entire point this entire time is we can still talk about. Listen, we can still talk about these examples, even if it's the case they interact with existing governments. Now you grasp that.
I'm following you.
We're making so much
Okay.
progress, Scott. You're getting it. You're getting it. You're laughing all the time, right? But like you gotta understand that you're like
I'm laughing because you refuse to debate ideas because you're a fucking snake. Like
I'm
what you're
refusing to debate your ideas. You're just insulting me.
You're saying it's yeah because you're easy to insult because you're just bullshitting.
You just don't have arguments.
The idea. No, I do have arguments.
You have. Well, you're a snake and you're not engaging in my argument.
Know.
Is it? That's not really a counter argument, Scott.
All right, so I'll go through and I'll defeat the argument again. Right? You're saying right is that
let's hear you struggle.
This is necessitated. Via a capitalist system is whoever's going to do it the cheapest and whoever's going to be able to house criminals in the cheapest way possible.
You're rewinding, Scott. You're not interacting with the argument. You're just rewinding back to an earlier point in the conversation. The argument that I just gave you is you made the claim that the reason we can't use this example, the reason we can't use our argument, or the one that I was using, right, is because of the fact that in the case of the private existing prisons that exist right now, they have an interaction with the state. I'm telling you that's not sufficient because everything's got an interaction with the state. And you told me there was this example of Tehran, Mexico, and then we talked about that for a bit, Scott. And what happened afterwards was you said we should be able to use this example. It doesn't matter that there's an interaction with the state. That was my entire point.
It's a controlled variable.
Your entire point. Right. So Tehran, Mexico has its own policing and its own prison system. And you're saying I can't use that as an example or that the example is invalidated because the Mexican government exists.
No.
Because the Mexican government.
No, Scott, stop. You're just rambling. No, you are mistaken. I'm not saying that. No, yeah, you are. There's a strong look. Yeah, so you just said that I'm saying you can't use that example. I told you the exact opposite. You can use that example. That's my entire point.
So
I've said this several times.
You can use the example, but
yes.
It's wrong because Mexico exists.
Oh, Scott, I feel like you're like operating on, it's one-dimensional checkers you're playing right now. Scott, I'm telling you, you can use this example despite the fact that it interacts with the state. So it's not sufficient to say I can't use an example because it interacts with the state. Because we can use examples that interact with the state.
Pause. When did I say that you can't use an example because it interacts with the state?
In regards to the private prison example, I said that the game theory works out such that it would be the case that if you were correct, it would also be correct in this domain. And you said we can't use that example because private prison systems as they exist now interact too much with the state.
That's when you talked about monopsony.
I said that there's a monopsony, right? And that it's not a free market.
You're telling me you didn't say what I just said? It's recorded. Yes, why would you lie about that? There's no point.
I'm not lying, Sin. I'm saying a monopsony exists. It's not a free market system.
Let counterpoints go.
As an example of
counterpoint says Sin, I think.
I then laid out an example of what a free market system would potentially do. And then you said, and then you were the one that jumped away.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we can talk at the same.
Let's not do the autopsy. Counterpoints. Go ahead.
Well, no. So what I was going to try to say is, typically I love fighting on Twitch and YouTube politics. I don't give a shit about rhetoric at all. It's very fun. I love knife fights and shit. But typically, if I'm reviewing a debate, I view whenever somebody says the word "you said," or "you," as kind of like a rhetorical failure, because typically instead of just engaging what they're, with what they're saying, you're basically reframing what they're saying. So, Synth, what I was curious about is that, like Scott is saying, that he does not accept the for-profit examples of how there's perverse incentives within the American prison system because basically the incentives are such that they interact with the state. And then we argued about what both of y'all were saying. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I'm just tracking back the argument. I'm tracking back. So counterpoints. The reason why it's rhetorically important to do that is because other people aren't going to track the argument. Like, for example, you just didn't track the argument, right? So the whole point is to review the argument so other people know what's going on. I'm saying that listen, I'm telling you what I'm saying, right? Sure. My argument is that in the case of the symmetry, there's not a symmetry breaker here between these two cases. We can use one example. We can also use the other example. That's the argument I'm making. If we can use this example despite the fact that it has this property, then this other example can also be used despite the fact that it has some property. So as long as it's the same property.
No, don't tell me. So I don't want to follow the rhetoric logic chain. What I want to follow instead is what is your positive argument about jails or prisons?
No, I think he's just trying to ask you to move on a little bit. I understand what you're saying. I think that's kind of where
he would be against private prisons because he thinks it leads to perverse incentives.
I'm asking what you think about the jails or prisons. What do you think about the current
I'm a prison abolitionist. I agree with Scott on that.
Well, fuck you both then.
the disagreement me and Scott were having is it the case that what he's advocating for, which I mean, it doesn't even sound like prison abolition to me. It's prison privatization. That seems to me like the kind of thing that still has all of the same issues.
You don't agree with Scott. You know Scott's just a fucking shill for corporations.
All right, well, I'll let Lactoid go, but I do want to get back to Sims for a second.
Can we point out the silliness for just a second?
No,
so
I
you're
really
in
don't
favor
want
of a
to.
society that does not house criminals at all. What do you
prime
No, I don't. Well, what are you talking about?
Let's go Lactoid.
Yeah, I wanted to, I guess, briefly say a couple things.
I guess gulags aren't prisons. I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Scott, I agree with some of what you said. I don't think that there'd be as much of an incentive to train all the prisoners to have high income skills as much as I guess we would hope. Given, first of all, the cost of education and the cost of that training, and also you're controlling for a demographic that's probably going to be relatively resistant or incapable of engaging in high income skills to begin with. So I 100% agree, like they should be paying restitution. I just think we have to just accept that a lot of them are going to be doing menial labor, and that's fine, right? You should be working off your debt to your victims.
Yeah, of course.
Right. The only concern I have...
Menial labor, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, 100%. The only concern and this is
criminals working in coal mines.
God.
Right. This is maybe where I'm open to be convinced, actually. I'm not super on board with the whole making this system private, just because I would want the prisoners would be paid the market rate for whatever task they're doing, and I would want that money to go as restitution to the victims, not to any portion of that to the prison. Does that make sense? And if you get a private prison, the only way it's making money is if it's skimming something out the top.
So, I mean, it would depend wholly upon this is the thing about like having to solve what the free market would do. If I could answer all of those questions perfectly, then the economic calculation problem wouldn't exist, right? Central planners, I'm not the genius central planner that can actually devise the perfect system. If I was, then central planning would work and communists wouldn't fucking starve, right? So what we have to do is we have to look at the incentives and be like, okay, well, what would the incentives like potentially lay out? And so if you're in a free market system of justice, and you're in a community, and that community is using rights enforcement agencies, for example, and insurance and things like that. So if you want to look at it from a pacifist perspective, like how people could voluntarily, is that you owe restitution for whatever crime you do. And while you are in the state of owing restitution for whatever crime it is that you do, you cannot argue that similar crimes not be done to you. Right, you don't own property. If you go out and you murder somebody, for example, right, you can't argue that the family not murder you. Except it's not murder; it's just a justified killing, right? And so, what you do in that situation, I'm not off the rails. You just
Scott, can I just get a consistency test really quick? I want to test one piece of consistency. Do you think it's the case that if somebody murders your family member, you said they owe you their life earlier, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, if they murder my family member, sure.
Do you think that if a female murders your mom, do you think you can rape the female afterwards?
I don't think rape and murder are the same thing.
Which would you think one's less than the other?
You misspoke.
Okay, what if she raped?
I'll answer the question. I don't need further clarification from people that understand the question less than Synth. Like so.
No, I'm
asking the female cannot argue that anything be done to her. She has no rights until she pays restitution of her life.
So the answer to the question is yes, you can.
Yeah, you could rape her. You'd rape the murder of your mother, yes.
What if it wasn't
good to do? I can't argue as an outsider that I use police to stop you from torturing or doing terrible things to the person who murdered
with no
you.
trial.
Okay, let's go back to my question because I don't
just
agree
want
with
to
this.
quickly run one part of this down. Okay, let's say you do. Okay, and then later on, it turns out to be a case of mistaken identity.
Whoops.
Then they get to rape you back. then they get to rape you back.
Reverse Uno card,
This
bitch.
is why it's not a reverse Uno card. It's actually a really good point, because this is why I said earlier that everything that you do comes with the potential risk of being an aggressor. That driving your vehicle from point A to point B, you understand that there is a certain risk that you might run someone over, that you might do something. The same is true when you are enacting vengeance upon those that you believe have wronged you, is that you're taking a gamble that you absolutely believe that that person is the individual that does it. And so the best way in order to not have a Hatfields and McCoy kind of situation is that you understand that you voluntarily cede authority in some regard to a created institution that can manage these things in a more stable format than what you would do in this kind of like lawlessness, kind of like we all work without.
Yeah, like a government really seems like
it's voluntary.
Oh,
I want to ask
God, every
one
single
follow.
fucking libertarian just turns out and describing a government.
I want to ask just one follow up. I don't agree with
Libertarians aren't against government.
I don't agree. I don't
get it out.
Thank you.
And I had something I want to say.
I don't agree with the whole you can rape them part. But when it comes specifically to like the private prisons situation, because so under my theory of what would be the ideal scenario, you have like a public institution that has the prisoners, and then like sends them out to go do work at the market rate, right? If you have a private prison in which now they get some portion of the profit that the prisoner makes, it all can't go to the victim now because the corporation that owns the prison has to make some kind of profit. Doesn't this corporation now have a direct incentive to try to influence arrest rates? So either whether it be working with the rights enforcement agencies to create more restrictive laws in an anarcho-capitalist society, or if we had a state, to lobby the government to have the police, have more power in arresting people. That's the concern I have.
You can't bounce in and out of the state thing, right? Like, I mean, like you live in a minarchist state that creates laws, but the criminal justice system is entirely privatized. Like that's a really weird amalgamation of like ANCAP libertarianism and statism. Like the two are
right. What I'm saying is, regardless, that's why I brought up rights enforcement agency. So like, regardless of the agency that's doing the enforcement, I see a perverse incentive there, and it seems like that perverse incentive would be alleviated by making sure that like the only person that gets the restitution is like the victim of the violent crime.
Well, I mean, the prisons are providing a service. Why would they not be? Why would
Man,
they be denied
it's
any
almost like
profit?
not everything should be run in a fucking market. Weird.
Your inability to understand the dynamics of it is not like
that argument doesn't really work that much when you're just dumbass and you can't defend your points.
No. We talk about this. If you talk about for 5 minutes, I can talk for 5 minutes. So that's how we're going to do this right now. No.
Oh no.
I understand just fucking fine. Okay, I understand just fucking fine. I just think that there's some things that don't respond to the market, and I would say that basically saying that it is morally permissible in order to rape your fucking your mother's murderer or some shit. While I understand that it makes sense that that person murdered this other person, and so they give up their rights as a human being until they fucking pay restitution or whatever, and everybody would be a sensible person, and they wouldn't exercise this right, because what if you're actually wrong, and therefore you have this 10D fucking galaxy brain calculation about whether or not to rape your mom's murderer. I think that what would actually happen in a fucking society is people are fucking retarded. They're stupid as shit. And so as a result, they would rape their mom's murderer. And then what would happen is, on some cases, they would find out that, oops, wrong person. And the whole reason why we have a fucking state and a court system and a fucking judiciary and law enforcement is exactly for the externalities that we're fucking talking about. Not everything is a goddamn market. Not everything is like.
Can I go ahead. I go. Yeah, wait. I go react to it.
7 people fucking come after me.
I know.
You're talking the same way.
I get it. I
just wanted to clarify one aspect of that point.
You
want to clarify the one aspect, and then you can go. Okay?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one aspect of that point, because the reason
we'll just do a roundtable of shitting on me, and
the reason why I think
you fucking love it. Go ahead, I go.
Well, Scott, I'm with you with the prison labor
the center
thing.
of attention, Scott. You should love it. Yeah. So, no, I think the reason why the state makes sense in that regard is specifically because it's a monopsony, right? Because if you have all these like sort of private justice systems that where you get to choose which one you become a member of or however it works, then some of those justice systems might say that that person's innocent, and some others will say that that person's guilty. And so raping that person is like just in one system and not just in another system, and they're all overlapping. What you've described here specifically is Hatfield's and McCoy's situation, because these are the Hatfields had their own like way of like viewing justice, and so did the McCoys. And because there wasn't like in that situation, the government was very weak in those days and couldn't like crack down on what was happening.
You're based on false premises, and now you're going like all the way down the line of the consequences of things that just aren't true, right? So like you're saying it makes sense that the state be the final arbiter. Except the problem is that even under a libertarian system, there is a final arbiter. It is not 7 different companies constantly trying to outdo one another to determine that. I mean, I can, sure, that's fine. If you give me just a second to go through it, but what you were talking about in the example of a rights enforcement agency, where you are existing in a society that accepts that, as opposed to a covenant community that might have a monopoly, but it is a voluntary one. So if you are in a situation where you have rights enforcement agencies and you have multiple ones in competition with each other, what occurs is when you move into a new area, they say, hey, if you buy property here or you visit here, you need to be represented by an REA, right? So you are represented by an REA. You have a Geico, you have some form of insurance. And what you do with that insurance is that you sign certain things voluntarily out of your control so that you can be protected and so that other people will do business with you. And so what that means is that in the event of one person accusing another person of a crime, the insurance companies figure out who is at fault, and then an arbitrator, if they can't figure out who is at fault, will preside over it. That will be the final say because you've already voluntarily signed up for that to be your final say when you got that that representation for you. You chose ahead of time for that to occur. In the event of the prison where it's determined that you're a danger, you're a threat in some way, and you need to do restitution, you and the other person that is also a victim of the crime have already voluntarily agreed to some form of prison system. And so instead of that person coming over and raping your mom, right, because Synth wants to bite the bullet in pure theory land instead of engaging in the real world, right, which libertarians
in the real world
is... No, let me get all the way
libertarians are not engaged in the real world.
He's got to be able to get
I know. You want to subvert. You want to subvert, and you want to get gotcha questions because you don't put forward positive positions. You just bullshit.
I've been pretty clear positive position.
What actually occurs in that situation is that there are different companies that go to these rights enforcement agencies and these arbitrating firms, and they sell their services to them. They say, hey, look, you want to put people in jail, and you want to do this. So they compete based off of how expensive it's going to be to the insurance company to house you. And that also means how much it's going to save them money in the future. So recidivism is also financially incentivized in the system.
What if they can't agree to an arbitrator? What if those like different justice systems like
that's not how that works. It's literally not how that works.
But it has to be voluntary, right?
Look, I don't even want to like dig too deep on it. I want to ask one really funny question.
Oh, just one question.
I'm sorry. I'll stop talking. I'll stop talking right afterwards. So it's a question for Scott. Right? It's kind of a funny one, right? Scott, earlier in the conversation, you said it was the case they also give up their right to life if they kill somebody unintentionally. So are you able to rape female manslaughters?
Are you able to rape female manslaughters? I mean, like technically speaking, yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, all right.
Right,
So,
it's like it's not an advantageous. It's not a moral. It is not. There's almost no moral system that you could look through that would say that is a morally good thing. And on top of that, there's almost no society that would actually function in that way. Right? Like what you're doing is you're asking like a purely theory head question outside of any mechanisms of the real world existing.
No, there are parts of the world where revenge rape is the thing.
Right. No, stop. Just stop being fucking silly for a moment and recognize. No, I'm not going to stop. Like recognize. Like if you're going to do the struggle session, for a bunch of people that don't understand libertarianism, like come at me for it. Like I'm going to explain it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's Boy. So we're gonna end this because this will go on forever. I'm not sure how it happened, but like everyone got seduced by the siren song of the ANCAP here. And I guess that's my fault.
Nobody got seduced.
I tried to resist. I tried
we
to
all
resist.
realize you're an idiot.
No, you fucking didn't. None of you fucking. All of you bought into it. Every single one. All of you guilty. Even innocent, babyface Corey bought into it.
No.
All of you
Nobody
are
got
fucking guilty.
seduced.
Every
Nobody got
single one.
We're all ANCAPs.
Everyone
Yeah,
agreed.
okay.
Everyone agreed on the topic that we should abolish this practice. So they were looking for something that they could collectively.
Like Ayn Rand, we will all take social
And what I was
security
going to say is that I deeply wish that our friend Synth had said that he was a prison abolitionist, because I would have really liked to interact with that topic.
Yeah, I had a few questions on that actually.
That was so much
I
more
know.
interesting than anything else that we just experienced. So hopefully in the future,
We'll
I don't
dogpile
know.
him next.
Yeah, like it's very rare that I get to interact with prison abolitionists. So I really, really
They don't
wish you had
exist.
told us that.
There's no such thing as a prison abolitionist. They
shut
don't
up.
actually exist.
Yeah.
There's also something like a libertarian that can close their fucking
they
mouth,
don't.
apparently.
Yeah.
They'll just call it something
Exactly.
else. It's like they believe in it.
Okay. All right.
He believes in prisons.
And that's the kind of fun we could have had if you had said something about this. So I don't know why you kept that a secret.
I did, and then you told me to shut up, and then let like 3 other people talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Scott,
God,
Scott,
look, it's hard not to tell you.
let him finish.
So any which way, we're just gonna move past this and go on with our lives. So hello, hi. It happened again. Even though we had all agreed, certainly, that the U.S. is a criminal institution, and we had all agreed that taxation is theft. That public lands should be in private hands, as of course, right? But still, we got in some sort of disagreement, which I don't understand. We're all friends here, but we're gonna move past it, okay? And we're gonna call this an L for me. All right, we'll just do that alone. All right, it is what it is. I'll take that out. I'm gonna hold that. All right. So we're everyone else, if you've enjoyed this content so far, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all. Well, we don't do this all the time. Usually I can shut this down, but I didn't today, so it is what it is. But do consider helping us out. Consider supporting the channel so that we can have more of these, better versions of these in the future. So it's truly a big help when you do. So sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to keep us up or running. If you have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, please use that on this channel. Okay. So I'm gonna okay, so I'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here. You failed me in a way that you usually don't. But Lactoid, thanks for.
How did I fail you?
What happened this last?
The way we all did just now.
Yeah, we all did. The way you all did. But still, I love you still. Okay, all right. Sometimes your children don't live up to expectations.
Look. So the reason why I was engaging is because like I actually hold like very similar beliefs in the sense of people who don't want prisoners to work. I think are just like they. I don't understand how they think. Right. The empirical evidence demonstrates it's good for prisoners in terms of establishing like a sense of work ethic, in terms of establishing a sense of responsibility. It's good for the victims because they get money. But like when you bring up, people are just like, oh, well, isn't that just slavery? And they just refuse to engage with it. So, I mean, really the only disagreement I had was on some peripherals that I really wanted to explore, because while I am still concerned with the perverse incentives and raping drunk drivers who kill people or something, there's certain things that I just can't go along with, and I just wanted to suss those out. So, but I mean, otherwise, no, I thought these topics were good. And I think the second one, although we all agreed that it's not good, solitary confinement is not good, I think we had a lot more disagreements as to the actual criminal justice system. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at LikeToy TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Scott, if you were my kid, I think you'd be like a child prodigy, I think that's exactly what you are. But because of that, because you're so far ahead of the class, you cause so much problems, an endless litany of issues here. But I love you nonetheless, Scott. I love all of you. I've learned too. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, I'm not that far ahead of the class. Synth is also on my level. The two of us are ahead of the rest of them. It just happens to be that Synth likes to play little games. He's a weaselly little fucker. I like him nevertheless. But yeah, and maybe iCal Rich. iCal Rich is quiet, but he's got good arguments.
So you know we're best friends.
Best friends? What? Since when?
Since we've had to do this like 3 or 4 times, now we're all fucking friends just through sheer osmosis.
We went to battle together. That's why. Brothers
on different sides. What are you talking about? All right. So in terms of things, I would say I'll leave the arguments as they were. You guys should all read The Count of Monte Cristo. The audience as well. Great book. Great book on understanding the distinction and the moral quandary behind the idea of vengeance and restitution and the kind of the corruption of the criminal justice system as it is laid out in that book. But there's a lot of parallels to today, and no matter where you sit, I think you'll find that it's a good read and give you a lot of things to think about in terms of that. I love you guys. I'm just fucking with you. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can check us out on Rumble. We're not on Twitch, not really. Technically we're on Twitch, but we haven't streamed there for a while. And you can find us out on Twitter as well as YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Corey, right? The youngest, the baby of the family.
Just intellectually.
Yeah. Look, I can never be mad at you, right? Because you're so innocent. Even though you did a bad thing today.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, friend.
And I will fully admit, I didn't get to speak much because, at least much as I would have wanted to, because I was totally entertained. I'm like, yeah, totally. I let you down. Where might not get the reference, but this reminds me of like the Captain Crunch cereal, Oops, All Berries. It's like the panel evolves into Oops, All ANCAP talk. And I was totally guilty of that. A couple of things that I'll say to Connor. I would say, going back to your previous point of the global homo, I would say the real global homo is Canada, since it legalized same-sex marriage way before the United States. And also based off what you mentioned earlier in another panel, I hope your newborn child is not painted as a Warhammer 40K figure, but if they are, that's great too. And the last thing that I'll say is a little historical reference, mildly historical reference, is, we're in the presence of greatness, as apparently iCow is Andy Dufresne from the Shawshank Redemption, which is super cool. But yeah, if you like what I have to say or don't, totally fine. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell, where iCow, Synth, Nina, Connor, and Scott, and Lactoid, always a pleasure, and love you, Prime. Thank you so much.
We haven't seen his baby's chest yet, so we don't have any proof. I mean, he's been looking down the entire time. So
I haven't painted him, I swear.
But
the paint is non-toxic, even if I was.
Thank you. Even if he has already and you wash it off. Thank you, Counterpoints, for being here. If you were one of my kids, you'd be like the older kid who went off to college, right? Is like super cool and stops by every so often when he gets his laundry done. But I want you to spend more time with us, but you got things to do, Mom. I can't.
I got a life,
I can't be bothered. Yeah, right.
I got my goth girlfriend pregnant. So anyways. No, I love being here. I'm gonna try to be here for the next month. I am on paternity leave. The reason why I'm snuggling a newborn is just so people aren't mean to me on panels. It's actually because I actually had a newborn. This is not a prop. This is an actual human being. So after you give all your money to Prime because he has been grinding in the game for so long, you can come over to my channel, give me some money, or if you don't even have any money, just give me ad revenue. Just watch the videos that I produce. Some people like them. So if you're into science fiction, check out my Warhammer 40,000 breakdowns. I literally take some of the best animations that are in that genre and in that universe, and I add about 30% to the video to bring you context and lore. So if you're into ultra grim dark violence, go check that out. And then alternatively, if you thought that I was funny, and if you're into doing mushrooms and then going into sensory deprivation tanks and then only being able to escape if you're in a fucking hard plastic gerbil ball and you thought that those were some good ideas, then go ahead and follow me as well. So I appreciate you typing counterpoints in general. Give Prime money, give me money.
The Imperium of Man is led by like an emperor, right? An undying emperor. But then he's got like a bunch of sons, right?
Yep.
Have you named any of your kids after those?
No, my wife didn't let me. Although I'm gonna say, so my firstborn, his original name was supposed to be Bodhi. I love Bodhi. I thought it was like a cool name. It's like a chill name. It's a stoner name. He's like a second kid. I was hoping he'd be relaxed. But halfway through, my wife decided on Henry, which I only made peace with because of Henry Cavill, who is one of the most beautiful men to ever exist. Two, he loves Warhammer 40,000. So, and he's producing a Warhammer 40,000 show in which he might be a Primarch. So if he plays a Primarch, then the answer will be yes in a few years.
Okay. All right. I love it. That was amazing. I got more out of that than I thought I would. Thanks so much, Fred. Nina, you're the daughter that all the other brothers pick on, right? And I think it's unfair. I think you've got a heart of gold. One day they'll recognize it, though. So thanks so much for being here.
I'll assume that's a compliment. But the counterpoints I have to ask you. It sounds so weird to me saying Warhammer 40,000. Why do you not say 40K? Is there a reason for that? I'm just kind of curious.
Just being fancy, just sticking my pinky out.
Oh, you're being fancy. All right, fair enough. No, my other question is like, do you think that the County Monte Cristo crossover with Henry Cavill because he was in the movie?
Oh shit! I didn't even know, but that's a good reference.
He was the young son.
Yeah, he's the young son in the Count of Monte Cristo movie because I remember watching it.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go watch it again. I actually really enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, it's really funny. Him playing like the kind of like young person. Anyways, but thank you so much for having me as always. Prime K is always a pleasure. Good to see you. It's weird to not see Dewey, but it's great to not see his avatar because obviously I usually put my chat over the avatar so that people don't have to see it. But no, we do miss him. But yeah, fantastic to see all of you guys. Besides Scott, because Scott sucks with his libertarian brain. But outside of that, no, I'm just kidding. It's always a pleasure to see you. Your haircut looks very nice, Scott. But in general, I love being on the panel. If you want to talk about leftist values, I'm a very big leftist. And I stream every single day on Twitch, twitch.tv/Nina, spelled right there, Neina. And I stream every day, usually around like 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I think we're on day 122 of streaming in a row. So
nice.
Very proud of that.
Okay, thank you so much. Sim?
Yo, fuck that.
Yeah, I'm. I really.
Hold on. Synth.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you had
one
me
of
on.
my children. If you're one of my children, you need to be an adoptive one. Scott, right? He's learning how to fit in with the rest of the kids. He's really quiet in the corner, right? But you can tell the kid's really talented, and you're trying to draw him out to get his full potential. But you work on it. You know you're going to succeed one day. So, Synth, thank you for being here.
I appreciate being here. I enjoyed the conversation. I know that I kept. When I heard Scott go on like the libertarian stuff, I was like, oh my god, I love this topic so much. I can't not buy it. I can't not buy the bait. No, I enjoyed the conversation. You guys are all really cool. I especially like Scott. Scott's really fun to interact with. It's fun to have somebody who's like wants to talk about the meta ethics. So it's a neat change of pace from the more applied stuff. No, you can find me on youtube.com/synth SINTHU. I do like philosophy stuff, usually like ethics debates, usually econ debates, that kind of stuff.
And last but not least, we have our friend Aiko. Aiko, if you were one of my kids, you would
yeah.
be.
I'm the Benjamin Button of the kids, though.
You are an older kid, right? That comes from a previous marriage, right? So like a stepson, who, as we're finding out, is prone to criminality, which is why I'm glad that we have counterpoints and Lactoid here, one to arrest, one to prosecute you,
right?
When you inevitably get out of line, your violent tendencies.
I would be most afraid of Scott's prisons because I don't know.
I would defend him, Prime.
Oh, yeah. So, did I say Scott? I mean Lactoid. Yeah, yeah. But thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah. It's funny that Corey mentioned Annie Dufresne, because while I was in, I did teach 3 inmates, train them on passing the GED, and before I left, one of them got his GED. So I feel like I accomplished something while I was in there. Also, I have an idea for your open, Prime. I thought maybe we could talk about whether the state should exist. Oh, you might enjoy that.
I would love it. It's not.
I'm not going to be there.
Rarely happens.
You're just gonna get a bunch of commies.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, all of you. Okay, all right. So we're going to go into that open walk-on panel that Fernando teased just now. We'll talk about something. Talk about something different. I swear to God. But anyone here is welcome to join us. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Appreciate y'all.
Pleasure seeing all of you as always.
Yeah, fun. Catch you later.
Fun.
Deuces.
Leave again.
You going to the open?
Likely not.
Okay. All right.
I don't remember how to do it.
There was one aspect of Lukashenko that we didn't get to talk about that I'd like to talk about, which was his health. Because it looks like he might be. Have you seen all the shit about that?
Everybody always says this about Putin. They say it about Lukashenko.
Yeah,
they're dying. They're
supposed
dying.
to be dead by now. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone...
Well, I mean,
there's I don't know, a lot of rumors about it.
There's always rumors. I'm not convinced. I don't know. I think.
Okay, here's another aspect of Lukashenko that I thought if it goes that way, I'd like to bring up, and that is, do you remember the revolution? There was a color revolution there too, and he lost an election, and an attempted one. He lost an election, refused to recognize it, and just stayed in power, and nobody did anything.
Well, I looked into that. He claims that he claims he won, and there's just a disagreement as to whether or not he won or not. He doesn't acknowledge that he lost the popular vote.
Oh, right. I know. Yeah, he did what Trump tried to do, which was say, just deny it and then just stay in power and see what happens. I mean, to this day, Trump says that he won that election.
Well, so it's a little bit different. My understanding is that Lukashenko is asserting that he won with 83% of the vote, or roughly around that amount. And then the opposition is claiming, well, the election wasn't fair. And so we don't know actually how much we got. So in a way, you could say the opposition was acting more like Trump, because she has no evidence that she won, but she's stating that the election was unfair for some reason, and that she should be the rightful president of Belarus.
I'll have to do some more research into it. I remember when at the time, it seemed to me that I usually go by international observers when it comes to these kinds of states, because the states themselves often, I won 99% of the vote, that sort of thing. And the international observers seem to think that it went the other way.
Well, they didn't let the international observers in. So, that's also suspicious in a lot
yeah.
One, before you go, Cal, if you said you're an open book, what'd you do? What'd you do to
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
I
I'm
need to
afraid
know.
it's nothing so sexy. I don't want to like disappoint anybody, but all I did was like not pay tickets. Like I was really young and stupid, and I have
That's
this.
it?
Yeah, that's all it was. But here's the thing: I went into this count. Well, it wasn't that I didn't pay a ticket. Okay, I told you it like happened on 3 different occasions. I was like young and stupid. But one county I went into, I was pulled over on suspicion of drunk driving, but it was just because it was really, really windy. So like they gave me the breathalyzer and nothing, there was nothing there. But I didn't have my insurance card because I was young and stupid and I let my insurance lapse. And so they arrested me for that. And then in the state
For
of
your
Texas at
insurance?
that time, yeah, they arrested me for it. You can be arrested for that. It's just that most places won't do that. They'll just issue a ticket and let you go. But for that, I was arrested. And I wasn't, it's not like I was supposed to, I think I was like technically supposed to just be there overnight. But the reason it lasted for weeks is because that's how long it took them to get a judge into that area, because you get those
Wow.
rotating judges sometimes, and those local jails get paid by the state of Texas $100 a head. It's more now, I'm sure, but back then it was $100 a head for however many prisoners they had. So there was a financial incentive for that county to keep their jails full.
Right.
Well, hold on. Isn't that like
Texas
literally
people.
that's like the kind of perverse incentive that people had an issue with Scott's private
Nina,
prison idea?
It was Hillsborough, so just avoid Hillsborough if you have any like potential of being arrested. Don't be arrested in Hillsborough, because they'll keep you right. It's that perverse incentive.
I'm white passing and I can cry, and I'm woman passing, so I think it'll be
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can just cry and get out of it. Yeah, I never had that option.
This is sexism in the criminal justice system. I just want to point that out.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to do?
But I will say, like, I mean, I wasn't treated horribly at all, because just like Nina has, her crying card as a woman, I had my like white kid card, and I remember being taken into a local jail one time, and they wouldn't even take me back to like where the regular cells were. I was a kid. I was like 18 years old, and so they kept me in the front of the prison, and they never like took me back to where all the other prisoners were. Somebody else arrested for the exact same thing,
Like
but
in
he
the
was black.
bullpen?
I watched, like a bullpen, and there was somebody else who got arrested for the exact same thing, came in after I did, and was immediately sent to the back with all the other inmates. And their way of taunting me, because they taunted me. Their way of taunting me was to tell me that they were going to call my pastor and tell them what happened. And so,
no,
like that would like really kill me. So you can tell what they thought was going to get to me based on what I looked like, because I didn't have this big bushy beard. Like I was a clean shaven like kid. I looked really innocent. I was very Corey like at that time, and so they didn't think that I should be back there, but they sure thought that of the black kid that they arrested for the exact same thing, and stuff like that. Like it was just. I just noticed a big difference in the way I was treated and the way other people were treated.
Aiko, somebody in my chat here is saying that you are a poser because you only did county time and no real prison time. What do you have to say? Are you a poser?
Hey, I'm the only one who knows what it's like to be on the inside, right? Of anyone who's on the panel, like I did some time. No, you're right. It was like I didn't have any challenges. Like nobody tried to beat me up or anything like that. I made friends fast. If anything, people wanted stuff I had. They wanted my books. They wanted me to help them pass the GED. Like they just saw me as like somebody who could help them out. Like so, the prison experiences, I'm sure, much worse than anything I experienced in the county jail.
Do you think your time in the county jail would have been better or worse if you were in a hamster ball? Do you think that would affect your overall?
I think it would have been much worse. For one thing, I wouldn't be able to go downstairs where the TV was. That would have been a big problem. Or I couldn't have gone upstairs. Actually, the only thing upstairs was my bed, and I wouldn't have been able to get in my bed anyway because I'd be in the hamster ball. So I guess I'd just rather be downstairs. But then I think people would roll me around too much. I'd rather.
You think people would roll you around too much? That would be.
I think they absolutely would. Yeah, you would need more guards for something like that. Also, I'm not sure if I wouldn't have been able to read Lucretius.
You could have had the book in your hamster ball.
Well, that's true, but then I wouldn't be able to lend it to other people, which is what I was doing at the time. Like
We
they
just
would
need to
give me
plaster
like
it up on the
an
side
extra
that they could
pudding or
read it.
something. Yeah, they would come up to me with tributes. They would like take the pudding from their lunch or some like a chocolate milk or something, and they would like give it to me in exchange for helping them.
You'd have to do a whole industrial industry of them like
Oh man, there's a whole
writing
economy.
down.
Oh, yeah.
Like plaster it, and then they'd have to write down the words, and then be able to like the old school, like the way they used to do like the Bible or whatever. Like you created a whole
honey buns
economy around
is
that.
currency in prison, right? If you have honey buns or fucking like little snacks, like people basically use those just to trade for anything.
I felt bad about the Lucretius thing too, because he was like an avowed atheist, and that's what he talks about a lot in his book. And I was like, oh man, these people who are like their only way out of a life of crime is like converting to Christianity, and here I am handing them like arguments for atheism. I don't know. As a Catholic, I felt bad about that.
I think that religion is a control of the masses type of thing. I'm kind of in that camp, but
Well, it is. It does do
Right.
that, like functionally do that. Like I can't
Right.
deny that. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pop into the open just to see if Prime's doing like anything fun. Hey,
How do you
Lactoid,
do
I
it?
should
You
come
just
on
go
your
on
show once.
Yeah.
We'll figure out something to talk about. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
like how
what were
you
saying?
never invite me, Lactoid.
You can come too. I need lefties that'll yell at me. So I'm sure you would love the topics that I can think of.
But we're united in anti-communism.
Well, I think the last panel there was I don't think everybody was united in anti-communism. I think one or two people.
We all don't like tankies. We can all agree on that.
Well, no, but nobody likes
absolutely. If we're talking
nobody
about
likes
tankies, nobody
Yeah.
likes tankies.
Although to be honest, I was
There's something we can all
I was
agree on.
I was
course.
part of I was
Nobody likes
part of-
tankies or libertarians.
It was Finn. I think his name was Finn Bull. He's like a tanky, and I was part of his server for a while just to debate people. And one of the things that I've noticed, and I've also noticed this with Non-Smoker, who's probably the only Twitch tanky I know of that hasn't been banned for denying something.
Yeah, because Non-Smoker like knows how to have an agreeable disagreement.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed that with most tankies I've actually had a conversation with.
Oh, really? He's the only one
Yes.
I've ever had a good.
No,
time.
I've had a number of, maybe we're talking to different people, but I've had a number of debates with a lot of tankies, especially on Thin Bull Serpent, especially a couple others, and I've actually found that they are much more like willing to engage than like the libertarian socialists, right? Like with Vosh's server, I got banned like boom, right? You get banned right off the bat. But when you're talking with like, to be fair though, I did also get banned immediately from that Haas infrared. That tanky. I got banned immediately
He's
off
a
his
MAGA
server.
communist. That might be
Yeah.
to the
Yeah,
right.
MAGA communist.
Well, he trapped me, right? So one of his mods asked me like my opinion on like necrophilia, and I'm like gave him my honest opinion, and then immediately banned me. So, but most tankies I've talked to are not interested in actually just kicking you out right away. They want to actually engage. I don't know. Maybe this is my experience.
Wow.
Well, my big problem with tankies is that they have like a script that they generally just say, and they're not really like real people.
They tend to. So the discussions I've had, they tend to like believe very strongly in just empirical. So for example, Cuba is more of a democracy than America. That was a major disagreement I had with like a number of people, and if you can resolve that, and resolve like, hey, these countries that you're saying were all that good, here's like a whole bunch of metrics showing that actually not all that good because they will defend the Soviet Union, and then North Korea and like they do defend those countries. If you show them the metrics, like the debate really is just empirical at that point. They're just trying to prove you wrong.
I've met a lot of tankies who are willing to engage. It's just that I haven't met a lot of tankies who are good faith. But Non-Smoker's good faith.
I like
Non-Smoker. He'll concede things. He'll like try to find like common ground and stuff like that. He's the only one I've seen do that.
Vosh actually did a debate with a tanky recently that I watched, and it's like the same shit. It's like he's like one of those TikTok Zoomer tankies that just like they just recite a script at him, and it's just like, oh my god, like I have tankies that come into my chat. I don't know if you guys have that on your end. They'll just say the same shit. They'll just like literally copy paste. Like I would have somebody who was printing that there was somebody else, and they would just come in like multiple days saying the exact same thing. Where it was just like this weird fucking tanky script being like, oh yeah, well, look, you know what about is and like, oh, America did war crimes too, so Russia's not that
That's
bad.
a common one.
Basically.
Yeah. By the way, whataboutism is actually was used to like the first mentions that I found of that were referring to the Soviet tactic of whenever they were accused of anything, and Russia still does this, by the way, you can see it in their media. Whenever they're accused of anything wrong, they immediately say, "Well, the U.S. does this," right? That's the immediate like fallback. It's never actually addressing, "Well, didn't you do that?" Well, look at America. Look what they did over there.
Hmm. Like, okay, well, so that's also bad.
Yeah.
Now what? You know?
Yeah. I hate engaging with people who use whataboutism, but we're all
So I'm saying that 90% of tankies.
Yeah, we're all fallible sometimes. I'm sure I've made fallacies that I haven't thought about.
As a Canadian, I'm sure that it's really weird that you have an American.
I used to be a tanky, believe it or not.
Really?
Back in high school.
Why?
Yeah. I grew up like in a very
Why?
I grew up in an incredibly left-wing environment. And in fact, like for me, I really only shifted towards like, Scott says I'm not right-wing. I don't know. I would consider myself to be more of like a right-leaning
You're
libertarian.
right-wing.
Yeah, more of a right-leaning libertarian. These political identifiers don't matter anyway. But I really only began to shift like at the end of my undergrad. And I
What
actually...
happened? Who hurt you?
No one hurt me, but I actually wound up like there's a lot of reasons. Like a big part of it was actually like I joined a libertarian group to argue with them, and then like kind of like got convinced myself. But I had a lot of people. A lot of people can be very like a lot of friends that I had, for example, could be very vicious and just like excluding you when you don't agree with their beliefs. And I mean, I personally underwent that, right? I lost a lot of friends in that transition.
That impacted your political beliefs because there were just some mean people that didn't want to include.
No. I'm saying like I found it interesting how I was changing my political beliefs anyway, and how many people just didn't want anything to do with me after that, even though we had been friends for a long time. I thought they liked me for who I was, but who you are, I guess, includes your politics to some extent. But I mean, I was still willing to be friends with them. But there's also, I think, there's some disagreements, or I guess some disparities between. In my perspective, I think, like especially libertarians are much more tolerant of other political opinions than vice versa. I don't know if that's maybe you guys disagree, but that's at least what I've noticed.
Oh yeah, because they're inconsistent ideology. So yeah, hard for them to get mad about that. That's
Sure.
Scott, I guess. Wait, so a bunch of libertarians got mad at you?
No, a bunch of non-libertarians got mad at me. So when I went to the libertarian group to like argue with them, they were all welcoming and they wanted to hear my opinion and they wanted to talk with me. And then like when I started shifting, the response I got from like lefties was like, how could you blah 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 blah, and it was never like any kind of engagement with the behavior, with the actual ideas. I'm not saying there's plenty of like I think you guys engage with the ideas. I think there's plenty of lefties that do engage with the ideas, but like the normie people out there, I don't think they'd like to do that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lefties that are especially like if we're talking about like you're talking about like in college, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I think a lot of them are not really confident enough to engage in a adversarial way, so that doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you. Of course, it sucks to lose friends like that. But like, I kind of understand that, and I'm not like giving a pass or anything by the means. But like, I understand like if you're just like still coming through, especially I don't know if they were like a lot of like marginalized. I don't know if they're like gay or trans or anything like that. But I could definitely understand like not wanting to engage in the counter the counter narrative because you're not really super comfortable in in your own beliefs yet, be able to defend them. Doesn't mean that you don't have them. It's just that you're not ready to defend them. And I mean, obviously, you like doing debate, so I can imagine how you probably were at the time. I had a little adversarial to them, and maybe they just were not, again, like confident enough to defend those beliefs. But again, I just sympathize with you not like because like my friends are so like I always feel like I'm being super fucking annoying when I want to talk about politics and I just try and make it a joke. I don't really know how your relationships are now when it comes to your friend groups, but like I get not wanting to deal with politics 'cause it's so much, like it's like it takes so much effort to like know what you believe and like what you feel, and especially when it comes to like the political climate nowadays.
I 100% understand. In fact, believe it or not, the whole reason that I actually got into Discord, which is why I got into Twitch and I'm doing all this stuff, is because I was pissing off so much of my family on Facebook, arguing with them, that I realized like I need to have a different outlet to like discuss these
Yeah.
ideas without destroying my personal life. So I don't debate on Facebook at all anymore, just Discord, and honestly, like it's definitely had it's paid dividends in terms of actually being invited to family functions. Highly recommend it.
Razor is I like want to get into it with like people because obviously as a leftist, a lot of his family members are Long Island, so you can kind of assume their politics on that front. And it's just like I want to get into it so badly, but that it's like kind of just embarrassing for him. So it's like he's very helpful, or he's very happy that I have this outlet as well.
Yes, no, it's genuinely helpful.
Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. You have like a show that you do, or
Yeah. So I do a panel. I
you've
haven't.
never invited me to?
Well, I haven't done it very frequently. I to be honest, so I'm still gonna be something I'm gonna put together. Just some other stuff gets in the way and full-time job and yeah. But I'll absolutely next time I put one together, I'll send you the topics list, and if you're interested, just let me know.
I will see you another time, hopefully.
Sounds good. Catch you later.
All right, have a good one.
All right. So we are the even though our friend Aiko Rich is sitting here in the video call, he I don't think he knows that he left StreamYard open because he's not on the Discord channel. So he's sitting here, but he's not. He can't hear us. So we're just going to go ahead and go into our closing because it makes more sense. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We had a great, I think, honestly, first of all, happy Memorial Day. I think for being a holiday, I really appreciate you guys spending the time here and checking us out. We did. I thought the Whick debate was really good. I was, I went ham a little bit on that one. I thought that was exciting. And then the Prime one, I mean, was a little bit more relaxed. You have other panelists that bring a lot of energy, and you have to navigate that. I feel like with the Whick panel, really the biggest energy was coming from the opposite side. So you have to match that. Anyway, if you're a first-time viewer, please consider giving me a follow so you see more content like this in the future. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime because he was kind enough to host us. And yeah, I will catch you all later. And Feder, thank you so much. And also thank you to everyone else as well who contributed in terms of bits, subs, anything like that. Really, really appreciate that. But most of all, I just really appreciate you guys hanging out and shitting up the chat, right? Really, really appreciate that. I love disagreement, and I love respect within TOS disagreement. And and talking about the issues. So, because oftentimes you guys give me better challenges than some of the panelists do in my chat. So I always try to pay attention to that. Yeah, I think that was my second stream with Katie. That was something else. Parent, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll talk to her again once she's read more on that. Anyway, catch y'all later.
Hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.